Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Gunnar by Jacki James. Narrated by Kurt Graves. Prologue. 1 year ago. Gunnar. Okay, are you ready? This was both the best and the worst part of my job. When I've finished up a tattoo and it's time for the client to see it for the first time. There's this feeling of accomplishment because I did that. I took their idea and made it real. But there's also fear, because while I think I nailed it, what if I didn't? What if I got it wrong and now they have to live with my fuck-up on their body? Yes, I can't wait, Cindy said with a nervous giggle. I'd learned a lot about her throughout the process. From the consultation to the hours spent back here in the booth, I knew this tattoo meant a lot to her, because it was a memorial of Fluffy, her cat. I'd teased her about the name, and she shrugged and laughed. I was 6 years old, she'd explained. Forgive me for not coming up with something profound. Fluffy had lived to be 18 and had recently died, so she'd been a part of her life for as long as she could remember. Pet tattoos were a frequent request, and often, like Cindy's, they were memorials. Okay, I said reassuringly. Let's take a look. I led her to the wall mirror and gave her a hand mirror she could look in. Here we go. I turned her around, and she slowly lifted the mirror so she could see. Her hand went to her mouth, and her eyes welled up with tears. Oh, it's so perfect. I made eye contact with her in the mirror and smiled. Good. I'll get Tony in here to get you ready to leave. He'll explain what you need to do to take care of the tattoo, and he'll give you a printout. If you have any concerns, you know where to find us. I went up to the front and found Tony sitting at the reception desk, messing with his phone. Where's Rainey? She went for food. I told her to bring you back a sandwich. I didn't want to interrupt you while you were working. Sounds good. Go get Cindy ready to leave, and I'll watch the front until Rainey gets back. I was reorganizing the cabinet where we kept the jewelry for piercings, when the bell over the door chimed, and a preppy-looking guy walked in. He stopped just inside and held the door open for the person behind him to enter. It was easy to tell that the young man who entered would rather be just about anywhere other than here. He had dark brown hair that was a little too long, and a slight build that fit his short stature. Not that most people didn't seem short to me at 6'4", but this guy was almost a full foot shorter than me, so yeah, he was a little thing. Kind of made me think of one of those pixies or sprites from the books my niece Clarissa loved for me to read to her. His big hazel eyes glanced nervously around the reception area, taking it all in. Can I help y'all? I asked, trying to make sure I sounded welcoming so as not to spook him any further. His eyes jumped to me and widened, making them seem even bigger. I had that effect on people sometimes. The guy who'd entered first gave me a look that I imagined he normally reserved for a pile of shit he'd stepped in. I was used to that reaction as well, especially from rich assholes who immediately thought they were better than me, based on nothing other than the way I looked with my tattoos and piercings. It amazed me how many people like him wandered into a tattoo shop and still looked at me like I was trash. We're here to get a tattoo, he said. Do you know what you're wanting to get? It isn't for me. It's for him. He motioned his head at the younger man, who looked resigned instead of excited. I wasn't getting a good feeling about this at all. Most people who come in to get a tattoo are at least a little excited, even if they are nervous, but not him. Okay, well, getting a tattoo is a big deal. Do you have any idea what you want and where? I asked, directing the question to the sprite. He glanced nervously at the other man, who rolled his eyes. Go ahead. Tell him what you want. A million responses flashed across his face, and I was pretty sure either fuck you or get the hell out of here was right on the tip of his tongue, when the asshole growled at him. Simon, tell him. Simon. Somehow that made sense. He looked like a Simon. No picture, he said, barely above a whisper. Just the words, Daddy's boy, right here. He turned to the side and reached around to the small of his back, motioning to the area where he wanted the tattoo. Fuck me if this asshole was a daddy. But it wasn't my place to judge, although my heart hurt for the boy who so obviously didn't want to go through with this. "Okay, Simon," I said gently. I didn't have a client scheduled, and I had time to do the tattoo right now, but there was no way in hell I was doing this without him having time to think about it. "I need you to check out my book of fonts here and pick one out." I reached under the counter and pulled the book out, pushing it over to him, but the asshole grabbed it. "I'll pick. After all, it's not like you'll be the one looking at it." The image of this asshole in a position to see any part of this sweet boy's body, much less his lower back, was nauseating. "Peter," he started. "I said I'd pick," he growled. He flipped open the book, and after looking at a few pages, he pointed at an ugly, blocky font that didn't belong anywhere on Sweet Simon. "This one." Not that it mattered. Like I said, I wasn't doing it until the sprite had time to think about it, and I might be wrong, but something told me that was all he needed, just a chance to find a way out. I couldn't simply send them on their way, though. There were way too many shops in the area that would be happy to take a walk in. "Great." I opened my appointment book. "I can get you in on the 20th. Relief flashed across Simon's face, but the asshole was less than thrilled. "You can't just do it now?" "Sorry, a tattoo of this size takes long enough that we need to make an appointment." "Fine," the asshole grumbled. "We'll be back on the 20th. They turned and headed towards the door, and I watched them go. That was the last time I'd see them together in my shop. As I predicted, the 20th came, and they didn't show. Chapter 1. Simon. I got home and collapsed on my sofa. Today had been the third long day in a row, and I was beat. At work, I was on what they called the Meadowview plan, which was a stupid name for it. But basically, what it meant was I worked 12-hour shifts at Meadowview Hospital, so I worked 36 hours a week, and I got paid for 40. Not that I ever actually left on time. It seemed like all my 12-hour days turned into 14 by the time I got out of there, and today had been no different. My schedule rotated, and today had been the third day of what had been a brutal week. I'd considered asking to go on a normal schedule more than once, but this way gave me 3 days off in a row for some weeks, and 4 days for others, so that made it worth it. And it wasn't like I had anything to do with my time besides work anyway. I was trying to decide if I wanted to close my eyes and go to sleep here, crawl to my bed and die, or actually go to the trouble of finding something to eat. I knew I'd regret it if I didn't eat, but right now that seemed like way too much work. I was leaning towards closing my eyes and at least grabbing a nap when my phone buzzed in my pocket. I sighed and pulled it out to see a text from my friend Ben. "Ben, we're going to Big O's tonight. Are you coming?" "Me? Not tonight. I just got off work. I'm beat." "Okay. Want to go shopping tomorrow, though?" "What kind of shopping?" "I need supplies for the town." "Okay, hobby shop it is then. I'm in. Swing by and pick me up." Ben had an electric train that had been his late father's, and he was constructing a replica of a town for the train. Not surprisingly, if you knew Ben, what started out as a place to display his father's trains had grown into a full town complete with all kinds of buildings and, of course, a mountain with a tunnel for the train to go through, designed by Ben and constructed by hand with his partner Lucas's help. He'd been working on the thing for months, and I doubted he was going to stop any time soon. Especially not once he discovered miniature kits that allowed him to create buildings that looked so real you could imagine tiny people living and shopping there. After texting with Ben, I was awake enough to decide I should at least eat before I crashed. I pushed myself up from my comfy spot and made my way to the kitchen. I dug around in the fridge, looking for anything halfway healthy. I should have stopped on the way home, but grocery shopping was the last thing I felt like doing after the day I'd had. I pulled out the stuff to make a turkey sandwich and set it on the counter. It wasn't what I wanted, but it'd be fast and easy. I grabbed a drink and carried my sandwich to the kitchen table and sat down to eat. This was what I hated about being single. Eating meals alone just felt sad. There hadn't been much about living with Peter that had been good, but at least I hadn't been lonely. I shook my head, stopping that train of thought because it wasn't true. Just because someone lived here didn't mean I wasn't lonely. It only meant I wasn't alone. That wasn't the same thing, I reminded myself. I flipped through some videos on my phone while I ate, and then after cleaning up, I went to bed and crashed, thankfully too tired to think about the other things I missed about having a partner, like sharing a bed. Our shopping trip turned into a boys' shopping trip because our friend Gavin insisted that he needed help shopping for stuff for the new house he purchased with his daddy Cooper. It had taken forever and a lot of compromises for them to find a place of their own. It needed to have a place for Gavin's workshop and a place for Cooper to play with the landscaping, which I didn't understand. If you did that all day as your job, why would you want to do it at your own house? But he'd insisted. Then factor in the fact how much Gavin wanted to spend and how much Cooper thought was reasonable had been light years apart. In the end, Cooper gave in, partially because Gavin convinced him, since his workshop was there, it could be considered a business expense, and partially because Gavin could afford it, so there wasn't a reason to say no. But mostly because, as much as Cooper tried to act like a hard-ass, he was nothing but a freaking marshmallow where Gavin was concerned. I thought they were insanely adorable. By the time we stopped for lunch, Gavin had outfitted his entire kitchen, although I wasn't sure who was going to use all the pots and pans he'd purchased. I knew Cooper obsessed about Gavin taking care of himself, but I didn't think either of them cooked much. Of course, that was none of my business. If he wanted to buy all the stuff, then good for him. Maybe one of them would take up cooking. "You're off all weekend, then?" Gavin asked. "Yep, and let me tell you, I need all 3 days this week. Things have been hectic. We're short nurses' aides, as always, and that always makes for a difficult day. I don't think people understand how much we depend on them to keep things running smoothly." "Well, if you aren't going home this weekend, you should come riding with us on Sunday. I'll take my bike, and you can ride with Lucas." "I'm not going home this weekend, but I'll still have to pass. I have a lot of housework and stuff I need to get done. I'd planned on doing it today, but shopping sounded so much better. I won't be able to enjoy the rest of my time off if I don't get it done." "I hear you. I should have done the same today, but I want to work on the town's bakery tomorrow, so I need supplies. I had no idea there would be so many adorable miniature donuts and cakes. They didn't have that many last time I checked. Lucky for me, I don't have too much to do at the house, so I can spend a few hours on it tonight, and then tomorrow can be all about working on my town." The miniature donuts are adorable, and they looked so real. They made me want a donut. "Anybody game to stop for a treat on the way home?" Gavin asked. "I'm there for it," I said. "We could go to that new bakery near Lucas's shop. I could grab some and drop them off for the guys that are working today." "That's a great idea. I've been wanting to try that shop, so that sounds good to me." We piled into Gavin's car and drove over to the bakery. We purchased our donuts and some coffees and took a seat. This is such a great place. It's worth the drive to come here. Chapter 2. Gunnar. "Are you sure you don't mind?" my sister Amelia asked. "Not at all. This was why I came back home, remember? When I retired, I could have gone anywhere to live, but I wanted to be here so I could be close to you guys." "I know, but still I feel guilty. I'm sure you have better things to do with your weekend than babysit." "What could possibly be better than spending the evening with my favorite girl in the whole world?" I smiled down at the tiny human who was curled up in my lap, thumb in her mouth, and head resting on my chest while she slept. "She has you wrapped around her little finger," Amelia chuckled. "True enough. She has since the moment I saw her. From the first time I'd looked into her big blue eyes, I'd known I'd made the right decision coming back here, and that I'd do anything to make sure this little one had the best possible future. I'd never been around little kids before. Where I'd been, there hadn't been much opportunity. I'd joined the military straight out of high school and never looked back. I'd done and seen things that I wish I could forget, in places I wished I'd never been. After 20 years of that, I'd started to lose hope in humanity. But from the minute she entered this world kicking and screaming, Clarissa reminded me of what I'd been fighting for so long. A world where she could grow up happy and healthy. That was what it had all been about. Amelia's call telling me she was pregnant and that the father wasn't in the picture had come at the perfect time. I'd been debating if I wanted to re-up or not. I'd done my 20 and was eligible for retirement, but after her call, there was no question about what I was going to do. My baby sister needed me. As a single mom with a full-time job, she would need all the help she could get, and I was in a position to give it to her. I didn't know Mom and Dad were going to be busy this weekend, or I wouldn't have agreed to do the cut. I really am sorry. I told you I don't mind at all. I didn't have any plans anyway. And that's a problem we're going to talk about when I'm not rushing out the door to get to work. She gave me that look that told me she had opinions about my lack of a boyfriend. You're one to talk there, Missy. If we're going to talk about me, we're going to talk about you as well. I have an excuse. What's yours? She whispered, leaning down to kiss her sleeping daughter on the head. I laughed as she blew me a kiss and rushed out the door. My little sister was a firecracker, and I felt sorry for the man who decided to take her on. As for me, I wasn't sure what my excuse was. When I was in the military, relationships were too hard. I was gone a lot, and no matter what they said after the repeal of Don't Ask, Don't Tell, it was still risky to be out. It was easier for me than some because I'm a big, mean-looking motherfucker, but I still mostly stuck with hookups, and the one time I'd met a guy who felt worth the effort, it hadn't worked out. We'd been seeing each other for a couple months right before I retired, but once I decided to get out and return to Texas, it ended. He hadn't been interested in uprooting his entire life to move across the country, and honestly, we weren't in a place in our relationship where I expected him to. I'd hoped that now that I was a civilian, it would be easier, but so far that hadn't been the case. Hookups were still easy, but finding someone I actually wanted to spend time with was proving difficult. Rissa stirred in my lap, bringing me out of my thoughts. She looked up at me with her big blue eyes, and my heart swelled. I loved this little girl, and I had no regrets. "Mommy?" she asked quietly. She went to work. "'Kay," she said, snuggling back in and closing her eyes. I should have taken her to bed. It was late enough that she'd probably sleep all night if I did. But instead I reclined the chair I was sitting in to get more comfortable and grabbed the remote. Uncle Gunnar needed some snuggle time. Chapter 3. Simon. I don't know, Ben. Maybe I should stop looking for a daddy. So far it hasn't gone that well for me. He looked at me with a kind of understanding that only someone else who had experienced a relationship with Peter the Peckerhead, as he called our mutual ex, could have. Peter hadn't been abusive, not physically anyway, but he was an asshole and a horrible daddy. He'd cheated on Ben with me, not that I knew that at the time, and then as soon as he had me under his thumb, he started pursuing Ben again. The whole thing was an ugly, stupid mess, but something good did come out of it. It may seem crazy, but in the middle of all that, Ben became one of my closest friends, and the group of boys he hung out with had as well. They had all found their perfect daddies, and I was happy for them. I was. But now that I was the only one without a daddy of my own, they were determined to help me find one. I'd been on more blind dates than I wanted to remember in the last few months, each one more disappointing than the next. You can't let Peter keep you from finding love, Si, Ben insisted. You're gun-shy, and I understand why. Peter was a shitty excuse for a daddy, but there are a lot of good daddies out there. Like Lucas and Owen, for example. I know that, Ben, I do. But there are other bad ones out there, too. And I don't trust myself to know which are which. I missed so many red flags. That's because Peter is an excellent liar, and he's really good at making people believe him, and you were all alone here before. You aren't alone now. You have us, and you know we'll look out for you. Come on and go with us. Gavin will be disappointed and whine all night if you don't come. I chuckled. Gavin is a handful. He is, but Cooper adores him, and that is my point. There's a perfect daddy out there for you, too. I doubted that for a while myself until Lucas. I was so ready to give up, and I would have if it weren't for Michael and Rich. They convinced me to keep trying. I knew he wanted me to be happy. Hell, I wanted to be happy. But it was hard to find a daddy who was willing to be patient enough to let me work through my trust issues. Okay, one more time, but no setups. I'll go, but only if everyone agrees not to throw guys at me hoping one will stick. I'll tell everyone you don't want any help. I rode to the club with Ben and Lucas, and the whole way there, I considered backing out. The last time I'd come here, Cooper had to step in and tell some jerk to back off. I was lucky he was there that night, because the guy was a right asshole, and he wasn't taking no for an answer. The club owner worked hard to make sure things like that didn't happen, and I'd heard that after that night, Cooper had complained to the owner, and that jerk wasn't welcome at Daddy Boy Night anymore. But that doesn't mean there aren't others there who are just like him. In fact, if my experience was an indicator, more of the daddies were jerks than not. The last thing I needed was another macho jerk who thought just because he used the title daddy, he didn't have to treat people with respect. But I'd promised Ben that I'd give it one more shot, so that was what I was going to do. I'd spent the week thinking about how I could make this work. At this point, I wasn't even sure a daddy was for me. At least, that was what I told myself, until I saw the guys with their daddies again, and then I knew that was exactly what I wanted. I wanted someone to cherish me and treat me like I was the most important thing in the world, the way my friends' daddies treated them. I didn't really expect the night to go anywhere, but I'd taken extra time with my appearance, so Ben couldn't accuse me of not trying. I had on the pants Travis swore made my ass look good, and had even put on a little makeup. I might not find a daddy, but at least I would look good. Everyone else was already there by the time we arrived, and they'd commandeered us a large table. I rarely went out with all of them like this. It was awkward, being the only single one left, and Brennan especially had a really hard time not matchmaking. But tonight, I was determined to have a good time, daddy or no daddy. And the first step to making that happen was to have something to drink, so I could relax and quit stressing over things. I'd never been much of a drinker, but I could use a little something to take the edge off tonight. Travis had introduced me to lemon drop martinis on a previous boys' night out, and that had seemed like a great option tonight. By the third one, I'd loosened up enough to dance with Gavin and Travis, and I was starting to have fun. I'd even danced with one of the daddies when he asked, although that was as far as it went. I went back to the table where the others were still sitting. I downed the last of my drink and looked around for the waiter so I could order another. Brennan leaned closer so I could hear him over the music. "What does your work schedule look like, Simon? We were thinking about doing another spa day soon." "Oh, let me think. I worked today, but I'm off tomorrow, which means I'll work Thursday, Friday, and Saturday next week. No, wait, that's what I just worked. I think I've had too many lemony thingies to figure it out. Ask me tomorrow." "Speaking of lemony thingies, has anyone seen our waiter?" Travis chuckled beside me. "I have not, but if they come, I'll get us both a lemon thingy." "Perfect. I'm not going home until next month, because I'm going home then for my grandmother's birthday, but I have no idea what my schedule is." "I'll check with you tomorrow about the spa day," Brennan said. "How old will your grandmother be next month?" 70 years young, she always says. I don't actually know for sure how old she is. She's been saying 70 years young for years now. I want to be her when I grow up." "I think it's awesome how close you are to your family. Have you ever thought about moving closer to home?" Ben asked. "I can't imagine living 3 hours away from my mom." "Not even for a minute. I love my family, but I wouldn't ever want to live there again. It's such a typical small Texas town that I always felt like a freak living there. I was the only out gay guy in my class in school, and as far as I know, there aren't any more now. I prefer living here, even if I have to drive to see my family." "I thought you were from Waco," Brennan said. "Or did I imagine that?" "No, if someone asks, I usually say Waco, because no one has ever heard of the tiny town I'm actually from. It's just outside of Waco, so it's easier to say Waco." "Well, I, for one, am glad you're here," Ben said. "I don't think the waiter is coming back," I said with a sigh. "I'm going to go to the bar and get myself a drink. Anybody want anything?" "Not right now. We're going back out on the dance floor," Travis said, grabbing Gavin and dragging him with him. The other guys were all good as well, so I got up and made my way over to the bar. I started to just order my drink and take it back over to the table, but I was kind of overloaded with all the coupleness of the guys. Travis had spent most of the night on Max's lap, and Cooper and Gavin were texting each other back and forth, even though they were sitting at the same table. Add to that all the hard eyes going back and forth between Ryder and Brennan, and it was a bit much. So instead of going right back over, I found an empty bar stool and took a seat. When the bartender came over, he asked me what I wanted to drink, but I couldn't remember what it was called. It's a lemony drink thingy with, lemon. Oh, and it has sugar on the glass, so it's all sweet and tart at the same time. Okay, I gotcha. Must be a lemon drop then. Give me a second and I'll make that for you. I watched while he prepared the rim of the glass and then added the ingredients to a shaker. Once he had it all shaken up, he poured it into my glass and garnished it with a slice of lemon and handed it to me. I took a sip and sighed. This is perfect. You make perfect drinks. Well, thank you. I'm glad you enjoy it. If you need anything else, let me know. He gave me a nod and moved down the bar to take a different customer's drink order. Then I turned in my chair and looked across the room at my friends. All the boys but Ben were out on the dance floor. Ben was sitting with the Daddies, and they were discussing something. He looked up and our eyes met. He gave me a look that said, "Are you good?" I lifted my glass in salute to let him know I got my drink, and everything was perfect in my world. I spent a little time looking around the room, trying to pick out the single Daddies, but it was hard to tell who was in a relationship and who had found someone to hook up with. When I finished up this drink, I was going home. I could take a rideshare. There was no reason for Lucas and Ben to cut their evening short because I wasn't feeling it, and they seemed to be having a great time. I downed the drink really quick and turned on my bar stool to set down the glass when my eyes locked with the hottest guy I'd ever seen. Like, ever. He was the epitome of a bad boy. He had piercings and tattoos, and I swear his muscles had muscles, which was easy to see under the black t-shirt that was stretched across his chest. He looked familiar, like I'd met him before, but I couldn't place him. It hadn't been here in the club because I would have remembered if I'd known he was a daddy. But I ran into tons of people at work, so I figured I'd seen him there. I'd come tonight mostly to appease Ben, but I was also hoping to find a daddy. A sweet, caring daddy. Not a hot-as-fuck bad boy daddy. But he ran his eyes down my body, and I felt it like a hot caress. And fuck, I'd never had such a visceral reaction to a man before. I'd never been good at hookups, but for the hottie at the end of the bar, I could make an exception. Not that I really thought I had a chance with him. I mean, seriously, he could have his choice of the boys here tonight. Just look at him. Do you want another one? The bartender pointed at my empty glass. I shouldn't. I was already buzzed from the drinks I'd had earlier, and my head felt kind of floaty in a nice way. But maybe if I had one more drink, I could get up the nerve to go talk to the guy. What the hell? Give me another one. Chapter 4. Gunnar. I definitely had a type. The guys used to give me a hard time, teasing me by saying I was trying to compensate, or that I had a savior complex, and maybe they were right. But I liked guys who were smaller than I was. Not that that was hard to find at 6'4". Most guys were smaller than me. But I meant considerably smaller. Like the cutie that had just walked up to the bar. Out of all the people who were here tonight, he'd stood out from the moment I'd walked in. I'd noticed him sitting at a table with a group of friends at first. He seemed to be the only one who wasn't already with someone else, and that made him stand out. He looked familiar, but I wasn't sure where from. I watched as he got up and danced with his friends, still trying to place him. It wasn't until he left the group and made his way over to the bar that I realized where I knew him from. He was the boy that had come into the shop months ago with that jerk who was trying to push him into getting a tattoo. He'd reminded me of a pixie or a sprite that night, and he still did. Even more so, actually, because tonight he was dressed in colorful clothes and his cheeks shimmered in the light with what I assumed was makeup with glitter in it. I didn't see the asshole daddy poser who dragged him into my shop that day around anywhere, though, so hopefully that meant he was out of the picture. I watched him for a few minutes as he ordered a drink. He turned to look at the group of friends he'd come with, and using his drink, saluted one of them. Then he downed it way quicker than those fancy fruity drinks were made for. If you were just going to down it like that, why not just order a shot and cut out all the bullshit? The bartender set another drink in front of him. His tongue shot out, licked at the rim of the glass, and then he took a sip of the drink. A smile lit up his face, and then he downed that drink just as fast as the other one. The bartender came back over and said something to him, and then brought him another drink. I don't know if the bartender told him to slow down or what, but he didn't chug this one. I figured if I was going to get a chance to talk to him, it needed to be now. I wasn't sure how many of those he'd had, but as small as he was, he had to be near his limit. I picked up my beer and walked over to where he sat. "Hey there, Sprite. Did you ever get your tattoo?" I asked. He spun around to look at me. Surprise, recognition, and something that looked a lot like embarrassment flashed across his pretty features. Damn, I hope he didn't play poker because he was easy to read. Or maybe it was just the alcohol because, up close, it was easy to see he'd already had a bit too much. "Nope, I didn't, thank God. Can you imagine if I had to live the rest of my life with a reminder of Peter the Peckerhead tattooed on my body?" I chuckled. "No, I can't. I take it the, Peckerhead is no longer in the picture?" "Nope, he's long gone, cheating asshole." "Sorry, Sprite. You deserve much better." He looked up at me under the longest damn lashes I'd ever seen and smiled. "Thank you. That's what my friends tell me, too." "Are you here by yourself tonight, then?" "Nope," he said, popping the P at the end of the word and taking another sip of his drink. Well, damn it. Looks like I missed my chance, then. I should have known such a beautiful boy wouldn't stay single for long. Although I hadn't seen anyone with him the whole time that I'd been here. I hoped he'd found a better daddy than that jack wagon from before, although it wasn't looking good if he was sitting here all alone. "Really? Well, where's your daddy, Sprite?" "What? I don't have a daddy," he said. "I wanted one, but then I found out daddies are highly overrated. Only special boys get good daddies, like Brennan and Gavin and Ben. Ben got a good daddy. His daddy is so good to him and treats him better than Peter ever did. I don't know what made Ben special enough to get a good one." I was starting to realize that I was wrong about it only being a bit too much. My little Sprite was drunk. "But you said you weren't here alone," I said, trying to get some clarification. "Oh, you meant like that. I'm alone like that. I'm so alone like that. What I meant was that I came with my friends." He spun on the stool and almost fell off, but I moved quickly and grabbed his arm, steadying him. "Over there." He motioned to the table where he'd been previously sitting. "Where the special boys are. The ones who get good daddies. Not asshole cheaters or jerks with grabby hands who don't take no for an answer." "Grabby hands are bad," I agreed. "How many of those drinks have you had, Sprite?" He shrugged helplessly. "I don't know. Not too many to see how hot you are, Mr. Tattoo Man," he said, running his finger up the tattoo on my arm. "What's your name, little one?" I asked, not remembering his name. "Nope, not telling." "You aren't going to tell me your name?" "Nope, 'cause you keep calling me Sprite, and when you do that, it makes my tummy feel all fluttery, and if I give you my name, you'll stop calling me Sprite, and I don't want you to." He pooched out his lip in the most adorable pout ever, and I couldn't help but chuckle. "What if I promise not to stop?" He thought about that for a minute. "Then why do you need my name, if you aren't going to use it?" "Because, Sprite, I intend to kiss you at some point, and I prefer to know the actual names of men before I go around kissing them all willy-nilly." He giggled. "You said willy-nilly." "I did. Now, do I get your name or not?" "I don't know. If I give it to you, do I get a kiss?" "Eventually," I promised. "Simon. My name is Simon. he said eagerly. I pulled out my phone. Okay, Sprite, give me your number. What? Your number. Oh, okay. He rattled off a phone number and I entered it. Then I quickly sent him a text to make sure he'd given me the right one. Not that I thought he'd purposely wrong number me, but anything was possible in the state that he was currently in. Hold on, he said dramatically, throwing up his hands in a stop motion. Someone is calling me. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone, staring at it. It's a text from a number I don't know. It says Gunnar. What the hell does that mean? Gunnar? I laughed, and I spun his stool to face me. That's me, Sprite. I'm Gunnar. I sent you that text so you'd have my number. Oh, that makes sense. Now, how about my kiss? He slid off his stool and stepped up between my legs. And damn, I wanted him. He had the biggest, most beautiful eyes and a tight little body. Something about this boy called to me in a way no one had in a long time. But I refused to kiss or touch him in any way when he was too drunk to know what we were doing. I wanted more from him than a drunk hookup that we'd both regret tomorrow. I turned and looked at the table where he'd been sitting with his friends and caught one of their eyes. It was the one I'd noticed him salute with his glass earlier, so I assumed they were friends. I motioned with my head for him to come over to where we sat, and he got up and headed our way. I think one of your friends is headed this way. He spun between my legs and looked towards the table. I gripped my hands around his waist to keep him from falling, and he leaned back against my chest. It's Ben. Ben is my friend. He shouldn't be. I was the other man, you know. But Ben is special, and he's a good guy, so he didn't hate me. You don't hate me, do you, Ben? He asked when Ben reached us. Of course not, Sai. I adore you. Is he with you guys? I asked. I think that last drink he chugged did him in. That one, or the 3 or 4 he and Gavin had before he came over to the bar. Wow, yeah, that would do it, I agreed. Especially since he really isn't much of a drinker, Ben said wryly. I'm right here. I can hear you talking about me. And I'm not drunk. I'm just pleasantly... something. What's the word? Drunk, Sai. The word is drunk. Let me grab Lucas and we can go home. I don't want to ruin your night, Simon practically wailed. I always mess up everything. Sweetie, you don't mess up anything. You know I'd rather be home than sitting here at this club any night of the week. Just let me go grab Lucas. I'll stay here with him until you get back. Ben nodded at that and went to go get someone named Lucas. As soon as he walked off, Simon turned in my arms to face me, running his hands up my thighs. You're killing me, Sprite, I said, picking him up and putting him back on his stool. He made that pouty face again and started to argue with me, but thankfully Ben returned with the man I assumed was Lucas. You ready to go, Simon? No, he grumbled. You were supposed to give me a kiss. You said. I did indeed, and I always keep my word. I leaned over and kissed him on the forehead. There you go, Sprite. Now you go home and be a good boy. I'll call you tomorrow. That was not a real kiss, he said, pouting. It most certainly was a real kiss. But if you're a good boy, I promise to do better next time, okay? He nodded his head solemnly and let out a sigh. I chuckled and then turned to go before I did something stupid, like insist I be the one to make sure he got home safe. But Lucas stepped in front of me. I'm Lucas, he said, holding out his hand. Gunnar Thompson, I said. Thanks for looking out for Simon. No problem. Just make sure he gets home safe, okay? He's too sweet to be out here on his own. He wasn't on his own. It might have looked that way, but Ben had been keeping an eye on you two. Don't doubt it for a second. He laughed, but then sobered. But I didn't realize he'd had quite so much to drink. He isn't usually much of a drinker. I nodded. Yeah, I could tell that. Anyway, I'm going to get going, but I'll check on him tomorrow. Chapter 5. Simon. I woke up to a pounding in my head that reminded me why I don't drink much. The buzz the night before is never worth the hangover. I cautiously opened my eyes. This was not my room. Hell, it wasn't even my house. I sat up slowly and looked around, sighing in relief when I recognized Ben's living room. At least I hadn't done anything stupid. A bottle of water and some painkillers sat on the coffee table right in front of me, and I smiled. But then I grimaced because smiling hurt. I opened the water and downed a couple of the painkillers, then flopped back on the couch. My head hurt, and I was dehydrated. But other than that, it wasn't too bad, as long as I was still. Maybe I could stay here forever and not move. That sounded reasonable, right? I took another long swallow of the water and thought back to last night. It wasn't like I drank so much I didn't remember what happened, but it was kind of fuzzy and a little out of order. I remember thinking I was on lovey-dovey couple overload and going to the bar. I also remember smart me thinking I should just call a rideshare and go home. Then stupid me, or maybe it was horny me, I don't know which, spotted the hot guy at the end of the bar and overrode all my good sense and instead ordered another drink. Bad, stupid me. After that, it's a little more confusing. I remember talking to said hot guy and remembering he was the one from the tattoo shop that Peter had taken me to last year. I'd noticed he was hot back then, but I was too caught up in the drama with Peter to give it much thought. But last night, I definitely noticed. I had vague flashes of him sitting next to me, my hands on his thighs, and him pressing the sweetest, most disappointing kiss ever against my forehead. But that was pretty much it. And didn't that just figure? First time in forever that I actually thought about hooking up with a guy, and all I got for my trouble was a sweet forehead kiss. I'm such a loser. Okay, if this was going to be a day of self-recrimination and regret, I needed coffee. And a lot of it. I made my way to the kitchen, hoping that Ben and Lucas weren't up yet. My head was still pounding, so I wasn't up to making breakfast, but the least I could do was make a pot of coffee. I knew I was too late as soon as I walked into the kitchen and a glorious smell of coffee wafted over me. If there was coffee made, that must mean Ben and Lucas were around here somewhere. It would be rude to sleep on their couch, drink their coffee, and then leave without saying goodbye, so I decided I'd pour myself a cup and see if I could find them. The most likely place would be either out on the back patio or in Ben's workshop. I also needed to locate my phone. I vaguely remembered having it in the car on the way here. I just wasn't sure exactly where it was. I located a mug and was pouring my coffee when Ben saved me the trouble of having to look for him by walking into the kitchen. Oh, hey, you're awake. I guess. I mean, obviously I am since I'm not sleepwalking, but most of my brain isn't up yet. Hopefully this will help. I lifted the cup of coffee in the air before taking a drink. Have you seen my phone? Yeah, it's in my office. That's where my extra charger was, and I didn't want it to die on you. I was thinking about making some breakfast. How are you feeling? Could you eat? Other than a headache, I actually don't feel that bad. I'm surprised. After last night, I expected you to feel much worse. Yeah, sorry about that. You could have taken me home and dropped me off. I would have been fine. That wasn't an option. Even if I wanted to, which I didn't. Lucas promised Gunnar that we would take care of you. What do you mean, promised Gunnar? What does Gunnar have to do with it? I barely even know him, and after the way I behaved last night, that's a good thing, because I could never face him again. It's probably for the best that I acted like a doofus and scared him off first thing. I'm sure I wasn't what he was looking for anyway. Don't be ridiculous. You didn't do anything stupid like dance on top of the bar or proclaim your undying love or anything. You were adorable. Adorable. Like a puppy. Great, I said, whining. Last night was a disaster. Ben gave me a sympathetic smile. I'm sorry, Sai. I was hoping you would have fun. I think you could use a little fun in your life. I didn't mean to make things worse. Although I don't know why you think you wouldn't be what he was looking for. Because did you see him? The man is hot, and I am... I motioned down my body. Me. And last night wasn't your fault. Last night was 100% on me, and the lemon drop martinis. Well, first, he would be lucky to have you, and second, the lemon drop martinis were tasty. He chuckled. That they were. Okay, why don't you go grab your phone out of my office and get cleaned up? I put a pair of my sweats and a toothbrush on the counter in the spare bath. While you do that, I'll make us some breakfast. It's just me and you. Lucas had to work this morning. He's on a deadline with the custom bike. Thanks, Ben. You're the best. I opted for a quick shower first. Sleeping in my clothes always left me feeling grungy. When I was finished with that and had brushed my teeth, I was actually starting to feel human. The painkillers had mostly knocked out the headache, and the coffee had helped clear out the fogginess in my brain. I retrieved my phone and headed back down the hall to the kitchen. I set my phone on the counter and turned to Ben. Anything I can do to help? Nope, it's pretty much done. Nothing fancy, just some bacon and eggs and some whole grain toast. Oh, and I have some orange juice if you want that instead of more coffee. Are you kidding me? I'll take the coffee. I figured you would, but I thought I'd offer the healthier alternative just in case. Nope, coffee is life. I can be healthier in some other way. I laughed. I was pouring myself a second cup when my phone vibrated on the counter. I couldn't imagine who would be texting me this early on a Saturday. Unless it was work, I groaned internally. I was off this weekend, but that didn't mean they wouldn't ask me if I could come in if someone else called off. I was tempted not to even check. But what if it was something else, like my mom or my gran or something? I opened the screen to see a few missed texts from a number I didn't recognize. I scrolled to the top and saw that the first text had been sent last night, and simply said, Gunnar. A flashback to last night when he asked me for my number hit me. Apparently, he'd actually planned to use it. What is it? Ben asked, watching me. Texts from Gunnar. Gunnar. Just checking to make sure you made it home okay. Of course, you probably aren't seeing this because you're probably passed out at this point. I checked the time on that one and saw that it was around midnight. The next one wasn't until this morning. Gunnar. Morning, Sprite. Hope you aren't feeling too bad this morning. Don't forget to drink plenty of water. Gunnar. I have a tattoo today. I'll be busy most of the morning, but let me know when you get up so I'll know you made it home okay. Then the one that just came through. Gunnar. And my client canceled, so now I have nothing to do this morning after all. Are you going to text him back or stare at it? I don't know yet, I said honestly. Last night wasn't the first time I'd met him. Wait, you know him? No, not really. He works at a tattoo place here in town. Peter took me in there one time because he wanted me to get a tattoo. He wanted you to get a tattoo? Seriously? You didn't, did you? Not that there's anything wrong with tattoos. It's just from the way you said that, I'm thinking you probably weren't on board with the idea. I wasn't, and I think Gunnar knew it. He said he couldn't do it right then, even though I'm pretty sure he could have. He made us wait for an appointment. Peter was pissed, but by the time the appointment rolled around, I'd already kicked Peter out, so no tattoo. Okay, that's not so bad. At least he isn't some grinder hookup or something that you want to avoid. No, worse. He saw me with Peter when I was at my worst. I didn't even have the courage to stand up to the asshole and tell him I didn't want a tattoo. Gunnar probably thinks I'm a pushover, or an easy mark. Either way, the last thing I want is to start off a relationship with a man already thinking he can walk all over me like a doormat. Sigh, I hate what happened with Peter. But you didn't know who he really was, and when you did, you got out. That doesn't make you a doormat. That makes you strong. Stronger than me. I stayed way longer than you did. I started to argue with him, but he put his hand up in the air. You listen to me. When I first met you with Peter, I felt so sorry for you. I was like, that poor, sweet summer child. He has no idea what he's getting into. And I admit I thought you were going to be easy pickings for a douche like Peter. But you weren't. You hear me? You were strong. Sure, it took you a few months to make a plan and get rid of the jerk, but you did it. And once I got to know you, I realized I'd totally misjudged you. You're something special, Simon. You have a job where you see the worst of people sometimes, and you're still so optimistic and so damn sweet. I'm not sure how you do it, but I'm honored to know you and to call you my friend. If Gunnar wants to be with you because he thinks you're weak, he's in for a surprise. 'Cause, sugar, there is nothing weak about you." I sat there for a second, stunned and fighting back the tears. I'd been so in awe of Ben from the second I found out who he was. The way he'd managed to move on from Peter and rebuild his life. Plus, he was such an accomplished professional working in his dream job, and here I was doing what my father told me to do. On some level, I'd never really felt like a part of Ben's friend group. Instead, I assumed I was like the pity friend. Oh, poor Simon, he's all alone, so we should be nice to him. But to hear Ben say that, to know that was how he saw me, I almost believed it myself. I took in a deep breath and let it out slowly. Okay, you're right. I should at least let him know I made it home all right. Me. Sorry your client canceled on you and you got up for nothing, but I made it home okay. Well, not home, but to Ben and Lucas's place anyway. Okay, text sent. Now let's eat. I didn't expect Gunnar to text right back, but that didn't mean that all through breakfast I didn't watch the phone to see if he'd responded, and that I wasn't disappointed when he didn't do it right away. We'd finished eating and were cleaning up the kitchen when my phone buzzed. My hands were wet, and I had to fight the urge to dry them immediately and rush to the phone. Instead, I made myself finish what I was doing first. I put the dish I'd rinsed in the dishwasher and grabbed a dish towel, drying my hands as I walked casually to my phone. See, I was a mature adult. I didn't even hurry. Not much, anyway. I opened up the screen, hoping it was him. Gunnar. Sorry I took so long to get back to you. Had a walk-in, and since my appointment canceled, I took them. They're looking at the design books now. How are you feeling this morning? Me. Not bad. Had a bit of a headache, but other than that, I'm okay. Did you drink plenty of water to hydrate? That will help with your head. I did. Lucas and Ben took good care of me. Good. My guy is ready. I'll talk to you later, Sprite. Have a good day. I glanced up from my phone to find Ben watching me with a smile on his face. He'd been standing close enough to see the screen, so I knew he'd read the whole thing. Why does he call you Sprite? I don't know. He might have told me last night, but I don't remember. Well, either way, I think he likes you, and I think you should give him a shot. I think he's just being nice to the poor little drunk boy, and I'll probably never hear from him again. We'll see, he said, like he thought he knew something I didn't. What? What do you know? He chuckled. I don't know anything, except I saw the way he was looking at you last night, and there was nothing nice about it. Chapter 6. Gunnar. Now that Simon had responded to my text, I was wishing I hadn't agreed to do the walk-in. At the time, I thought it would be a good distraction to keep me from watching my phone all day waiting for him to answer me, but now that he had, I wanted to sit and talk with him. The guy was a regular who dropped in occasionally to add to his tattoo collection. Today, he'd looked aimlessly through the books trying to choose something. Any idea what you're looking for this morning, Kyle? I asked. No, just something to fill this spot right here. He pointed to one of the few empty places on his forearm. Unless you can think of a better spot to put one. I was pretty sure from his tone he meant for that to sound flirty, but nothing about the guy interested me. Deke had told me before that he thought the guy didn't come for the tattoos, but I'd dismissed the idea. It was hard for me to imagine he would not only pay out the cash for the tat, but also get something permanent on his body because he was hoping to score a date. I was thinking I might get a little skull right here, but I can't decide what kind. What's your favorite? I'm not really into skulls. If you flip about 3/4 through the book, you'll see some examples to choose from. The last thing I wanted was for him to get something tattooed on his body because it was my favorite. Plus, there was no need for him to know I had a skull of my own tattooed on my chest. He looked disappointed but flipped through the book. Eventually, he settled on an alchemical symbol, not a skull at all. I was happy that was his choice, because I could do that one pretty quickly and get it over with. It didn't take long to do the tattoo, but it took a few minutes after I was done to get Kyle out of the shop. He wanted to linger and chat, but I wasn't in the mood. I just wanted him to pay for the work I did and get on his way. As soon as we finished and I managed to send him out the door, I sat down behind the counter and pulled out my phone to text Simon. I wasn't sure exactly what it was about him, but for some reason I couldn't stop thinking about him. It wasn't just his looks, even though they absolutely did it for me. He was simply beautiful and exactly my type. But there was something more there. He was like kindness and hope and happiness all in this compact, tiny package. I didn't even know how I knew that. Our conversation last night had barely made sense at all with as much as he'd had to drink, but somehow I did. Me. All finished with my customer. How is your day going? Sprite. Pretty good. I'm back home now. Just hanging out and doing laundry. Yay. Eye roll emoji. Sounds exciting, LOL. So exciting. I would really like to see you again. Maybe someplace other than a bar. There was a long pause and then a series of bubbles that showed me that he was typing, then erasing, then typing. I didn't know if he was nervous or trying to figure out how to say no nicely, but if that was the case, I didn't want to give him too much time to think about it. Me. I was thinking maybe we could meet for coffee. I don't really have a favorite coffee shop or anything, but if you do, we could meet there. Sprite. You want to meet me for coffee? I do. Would that be okay? I guess so. Awesome. How about tomorrow morning? Oh, sorry, I have to work tomorrow. My schedule is kind of weird. No problem. When are you off again? Not until Wednesday. I thought about it and decided that since he had said yes to the coffee, his hesitation must have been nervousness, which meant I didn't want to give him 3 days to fret over things. Me. You're off today, though, right? So how about now? Surely coffee with me beats laundry. Sprite. Pretty much anything beats laundry, so that isn't saying much, LOL. But sure, I can always go for a cup of coffee. Do you know where Jenny's sweet shop is? Me. I don't, but let me look it up. I plugged the name of the shop into my phone and saw that it was about 25 minutes away, but I wanted to go home and change first. Me. I can meet you there in about 45 minutes. Sprite. Sounds good. See you there. I arrived a few minutes early and I was glad because parking in this area sucked. It took me a few minutes to find a place, and even then I had to walk a block to get to the bakery. My plan had been there to get there early enough to make sure we had a table, but to my surprise, Simon beat me there and was already seated with a cup of coffee. He'd been the one to pick the place, so I wondered if he lived nearby. I thought about grabbing a cup of coffee before I sat down, but decided I'd rather go over and say hi first. I approached the table, and he looked up and smiled. Then he gestured at his cup. I would have ordered yours, but I didn't know what you'd want, and then I thought about texting you and asking, but I figured you were driving here, and I didn't want you to get in a wreck trying to answer me. I'll have a mocha frappe is a horrible last text. Well, first of all, I never text and drive. And second, I would never order a mocha frappe. Coffee is meant to be served hot. Ah, a purist, huh? I bet you take your coffee black, don't you? Just because I don't like it cold doesn't mean I don't want it to taste good, Sprite. I'm going to go in order. Do you need anything else? Nope, I'm good. I stood in line for a few minutes and ordered my coffee. I opted for a cappuccino and added a couple of pastries just for good measure. I planned to hang out for a while talking to Simon, so the least I could do was purchase a few things besides a cup of coffee. I stepped to the side to wait for my order. It didn't take long, but waiting for it gave me a chance to get a good look at Simon. He didn't look any worse for wear after last night, so that was good. He was wearing a pair of jeans and a simple pullover sweater. The blue of the sweater made his big brown eyes pop. All morning I'd wondered if my imagination had gotten the best of me last night. I mean, there was no way he was as absolutely perfect as he'd seemed. At least that was what I'd been telling myself. But no, I was wrong. He was just as gorgeous today as he'd been last night. When the barista called my name, I took the coffee and the plate with the pastries on it from her, and then made my way over to Simon. I got a couple of cream cheese danishes if you want one. I pushed the plate to the center of the table. I could see how much he wanted one, but he hesitated long enough that I thought maybe he was going to pass. He let out a sigh and picked up one of the pastries. I really shouldn't. I've been eating like crap lately. But have you ever had one of their Danishes? Oh, I guess not. You said you haven't been here before. Doesn't matter. You might not know it yet, but you picked out the most delicious thing in the shop. It's to die for. I chuckled at his enthusiasm. Well, I guess I better try one then. I took a bite and had to bite back a moan. He wasn't kidding. This was one of the best pastries I'd had in forever. Do you live near here? I don't. This is actually only the second time I've been in here. I came with my friends the other day, and it was so good that this was the first place I thought of when you said coffee. One of them, Ben, his partner owns the motorcycle shop next door, which is how we ended up in here. Seriously? Vaughn's Custom Cycles? Yeah. Vaughn's custom bikes are awesome, I said. I don't really know anything about them, he said with a shrug. They're pretty bikes, but they aren't really my thing. Ben had one, and that's how he and Lucas met. That's cool. I wouldn't say they're really my thing. I do have a bike. Actually, I rode it here today. It isn't anything fancy, not like what Lucas Vaughn builds. His stuff is amazing. But I do enjoy riding. Well, like I said, I don't know much about them at all. But I can tell what Lucas makes is special, and he's so good to Ben. You actually met him last night at the club. Ben and Lucas are the ones who came to check on me and made sure I got home okay. That was Lucas Vaughn, huh? Yeah, he's a good guy. I'm glad to hear that. It sucks when you meet someone you admire, only to find out they're an asshole. So tell me about you. You said your schedule is weird? I'm a nurse at Meadowview Hospital. I work rotating 12-hour shifts. It's confusing, but I like it because I get more days off in a row that way. 12 hours makes for a long day. It does, he said in agreement. But every time I think I want to go back to a regular schedule, I hit one of my 4-day weekends and then I'm like, nope, it's worth it. That makes sense. Do you know ahead of time what your schedule is? I do. Actually, I can run it out for the whole year if I want to. What about you? What kind of hours do tattoo artists work? It varies by shop. Wicked Ink., which is the shop I work at, is closed Sunday and Monday. The other days of the week we're open from noon to 8. I'm hoping to buy the shop soon, but the hours will be the same. That's cool. Although, to be honest, I thought you owned the shop already. When I came in there last year, you didn't act like you worked there. I chuckled. Yeah, Deke, the owner, says the same thing. But I've been planning for this for a long time. I was in the military, and I knew I couldn't just sit around on my ass after I retired, so I made a plan. I took art classes online, and at my last duty station, I was on shore duty, so I found a tattoo artist to let me apprentice under him. I logged enough hours to get certified, but I didn't feel like I was ready to be out on my own, so when I came back home, I went to work for Deke. You retired from the military? You don't look old enough to be retired. I joined right out of high school. I'd barely turned 18, and you can retire with 20 years in, so I was 38 when I got out 2 years ago. So you're 40 then? He picked at the hem of his shirt, something I'd quickly picked up on as a nervous tell from my adorable little sprite. I am. Is that a problem for you? No, I mean, not at all. I've never dated a guy who was that much older than me. Not that we're dating, I mean, this is just coffee, right? But I don't have a problem with older guys. I took a long drink of my coffee and gave him a second to compose himself. So, how old are you, Sprite? An adorable flush spread up his face, and a small grin pulled at the corners of his mouth. Why do you call me Sprite? You may have told me last night, but I don't remember if you did. Well, I started out calling you Sprite because you remind me of one of the sprites in the books my little niece loves. But I continued to call you Sprite because you only agreed to give me your real name if I promised not to stop. Oh my God, he shook his head. I was so ridiculous. I don't normally drink that much. I got a feeling that might be the case. It is. I was just nervous and thought a drink would help, but I should have known better. Well, a drink might have helped, if you had stopped there. I chuckled. Do you go to the daddy boy meet and greets often?
Not really. I wouldn't have gone last night except Ben insisted. He has it in his head that I need to find a new daddy.
I'd known from his visit to the shop that he'd had a daddy before, but something about him made me wonder if he agreed with his friend Ben at all. I know you were in a daddy-boy relationship last year when you came into the shop. He nodded, and I waited patiently, hoping he'd elaborate. When he didn't, I asked, "And what happened with that?"
It was a disaster. Peter is his name. He lives here in town. He was Ben's daddy first.
Your friend Ben? I wanted to make sure I was following what he was saying.
Yeah, but we weren't friends then. I didn't know it, but he cheated on Ben with me. We met at a hospital fundraiser, and he was so charming and so full of shit. Of course, I didn't realize that at the time. He left Ben and moved in with me. I didn't find out what had happened until I found out he was basically harassing Ben, trying to get him back.
While he was with you?
He nodded. Anyway, I'd already realized he wasn't the kind of daddy I wanted, and I was spending a lot of time out of town at my mom's house. He took advantage of my absence to try to win Ben back. The only good thing to come out of that relationship was that I met Ben, and we became friends. Well, that and I learned what I don't want in a daddy.
Sometimes, learning what you don't want is just as important as learning what you do want. But you still think you want a daddy? He shrugged.
I want what my friends have. They all have good daddies who love them and take care of them, who treat them like they're precious to them. But if having a daddy means dealing with a narcissist who's bossy and only cares about being obeyed, I'm out.
Sounds like this Peter was a piece of work.
He was. Ben calls him Peter the Peckerhead.
Seems to me he earned the name. How do you feel about bossy daddies who treat you like you are precious to them?
The corner of his lip twitched. What are you trying to tell me, Gunnar? Are you the bossy type?
I won't lie. I can be. But I always take care of my boy.
Chapter 7. Simon. I wanted to laugh when Gunnar said he could be bossy. I never had any doubt that was the case from the first moment I saw him. He had bad boy written all over him, and I knew a bad boy was the last thing I needed. But there was something about him that drew me in. I wasn't known for making the best decisions, though. I mean, if nothing else, the disaster with Peter showed that to be true. So I wasn't about to jump on the Gunnar train, no matter how tempting it was. Not until I was sure he really was who he pretended to be. And speaking of bossy, I thought, as the bell on the door jingled and Lucas walked in. Sure, he could have just been there for donuts, but I knew that wasn't the case, because he didn't come in and head straight for the donut case. Instead, he looked around until he saw us and headed our way.
Hey, Simon. And Gunnar, wasn't it?
Like he didn't know all about who I was here with from Ben.
That's right. I had no idea you were Lucas Vaughn from Vaughn Customs last night. It's nice to meet you, man.
That would be me. You ride?
I do. I have a Harley Sportster.
Those are good bikes. Did you come over for donuts? I asked, interrupting them because I had a feeling if I didn't, I would be listening to bike talk all day.
Oh, yeah, I did. The guys have been after me to get them some more donuts ever since y'all brought those over the other day. You know, since my shop is right next door and all.
Mm-hmm. So Ben didn't send you over here to check on me? He mimed, using a key to lock his lips.
Nope, I'm just here for the donuts. But since I'm here, everything going okay?
I rolled my eyes. Yes, Lucas, everything is going just fine. Gunnar laughed, and Lucas turned to him.
It was nice to see you again, Gunnar. Feel free to stop by the shop sometime if you want to talk motorcycles. I may do that.
Lucas looked over at the donut case.
I guess I better get some donuts. The guys may mutiny if I come back without them.
I waited until he was far enough away not to hear us talking. See, I told you he's a little bossy, but he's a good guy.
Seems to me you have some good friends looking out for you. That's a good thing.
I do. Now, you were asking me all about my history. How about you? You said you retired from the military. Did you have a boy in every port, as the saying goes?
Not at all. I've never had a boy that I could call mine. I mostly played at private clubs that had a large kink crowd. I did have a couple of boys I played with on a short-term basis, but it's hard to form long-term relationships when you know you're going to be deployed for months at a time. And the only boy I ever considered it with couldn't handle long absences.
That's a shame. But I can see that, though. Like my friend Gavin, I think he'd implode if he didn't have his daddy, Cooper, around to keep him grounded.
Right. And then, since I got out, I've been focused on building my business and being the best uncle in the world to my niece Clarissa.
But you were at the daddy boy night, so you must be looking, I asked. And he nodded.
I am. Are you? Or were you just there to make your friend happy?
I'm not looking, if that makes sense. I'm just not sure that what I want is out there for me. Hell, until I met my friends and their daddies, I wasn't even sure what I wanted was real. Now I know it is, but that doesn't mean I'll find it.
I hear you, he said. What do you like to do with your time off? With that much time off in a row, surely you have some kind of hobby or something?
Not really. I mostly just read. I love fantasy and sci-fi, mostly.
Cool. I used to read a lot when I was out to sea on deployment, but I haven't read much since I got out.
Oh, cool. You said you were military, but you didn't say what branch. But if you were out to sea, I assume that means Navy?
Yep, that's correct.
I had a ton of questions about what that was like, but before I could ask him, his phone rang.
Sorry, it's my sister. I have her set to ring out loud even when my phone is on silent.
No problem, I assured him. Then I sat and watched as he answered the phone.
Hi, Amelia, what's up?
He asked, and I heard a woman's voice on the other end, but I couldn't make out what she said.
It's fine, Amelia. I'll be right over. I'm about 30 minutes away, so I'll swing by Mom's and stay with her there until you get off. I'm on my bike, or else I'd just bring her home.
He paused and listened while she talked.
I told you it's fine. No worries at all. I'll let Mom know I'm on my way.
He hung up the phone and looked at me.
Sorry, I hate to leave, but duty calls. My sister Amelia's appointment ran long, and my mom has someplace she has to be, so I've been called in to save the day.
I understand. If I had any nieces or nephews here, I'd be the same way.
I have to get on the road, but, Sprite, I've enjoyed our coffee. I'll text you later to see when we can do it again.
As soon as I got home, I sent Ben a text letting him know I made it back okay. He was a little like a mother hen, that one. He asked how things went, and I told him it had gone just fine, and promised to tell him all about it in person the next time I saw him. That wouldn't be until boys' night on Thursday, and I hoped he'd forget about it by then. I hadn't been kidding with Gunnar when I told him I had laundry to do. The last thing I wanted was to start my week behind, and as much as I wished it would, my apartment wouldn't clean itself. I wasn't a neat freak, but I did like for things to be orderly, which meant I had to schlep all my clothes to the laundry room in the apartment building where the washer and dryer were located. Someday I hoped to move into an apartment that had hookups in the apartment, but sadly, this one didn't. Doing mindless chores gave me nothing but time to think about Gunnar. I hadn't expected him to contact me at all, and I sure hadn't expected him to want to meet me for coffee right away. To make myself feel better, I had told myself it had been for the best that nothing had happened between us at Club Verde. But it was hard to think that way after listening to him talk about his niece like she was the most important little girl in the whole world. I'd had him pegged as a bad boy, but now I was wondering if that tough exterior covered up a gooey center. And wasn't that every boy's dream? To find a daddy who looked like a dragon, but it turned out he was actually a white knight? I laughed at myself. This wasn't one of the fantasy novels I loved to read. This was real life, and in real life, if it looked like a fire-breathing dragon, you were likely to get burned. Besides, if being involved with Peter had taught me anything, it was that I didn't need a white knight. I was perfectly capable of saving myself, thank you very much. I was putting the clean sheets on my bed, the last thing I had to do before I could make myself a cup of tea and relax with a good book, when my phone pinged, notifying me I had a text. I checked the caller ID to see that it was from Gunnar.
Gunnar, how did the rest of your day go? Did you get all your laundry done?
Me. I did. How about you? Did you have fun with your niece?
I did. I ate more fake food and drank enough imaginary tea to last a lifetime, but we had fun.
I'm sure the imaginary tea was very tasty.
It was just as sweet as the girl who served it to me. Wink emoji. But you know what I really enjoyed? Our coffee date. How about you let me take you out on a real date next time?
Was that a date? I was teasing him, but at the same time I wanted to know what he was thinking. Was it a date? I wasn't really sure.
Gunnar, let's say it was a warm-up date. Now I need to take you on a real first date.
Me. When?
You said you work until Wednesday, right? So how about Thursday night?
I can't Thursday. I have plans. He'd been responding right away, but at that point there was a long pause. Long enough for me to think about how that might have sounded, or at least how it would have sounded to me. If he had told me he had plans, I'd be wondering if he had another date lined up. So I quickly started typing to let him know that wasn't the case. Me. Thursday nights are boys' night. Me and my friends get together every Thursday and go for drinks.
Gunnar. That sounds like a lot of fun. Pretty sure I wouldn't qualify to attend. Wink emoji. Why don't you just tell me when, then?
Friday would work.
Okay. Friday it is. How about if I pick you up at 7?
Sounds good. I had a date with Gunnar. I was tempted to get up and do a little happy dance. Then I remembered that I lived all alone and no one could see me acting foolish, so I hopped up and did exactly that.
Gunnar. I was cleaning up my area after my client left when Deke walked in. I looked up and smiled. Hey man, how's it going? Good. How about you? He asked. I'm good. I'm booked up for next week. I'm not surprised. You're a damn good artist. Thanks, man. Hey, I'm going to cut out early Friday, by the way. I'll be done with my clients, and Bryce will be here. Sure, no problem. You gonna be watching the Munchkin? No, I have a date. Really? Who's the lucky guy? I grinned at him. He had no idea how much I appreciated the fact that the people in my life not only knew I was gay, but accepted it with no qualms. It was such a different way of life for me, and I loved it. His name is Simon. We met at the club the other night, and then we went out for coffee this weekend. I'm going to take him out on Friday night. Awesome. Well, you have a good time. Deke walked out, and Bryce came in. Did I hear you say you had a date? I do. Thanks to you, actually. I met him at the club you told me about. The one that has the daddy boy meet and greets. Cool. I'm glad that worked out for you. Like I told you, my brother Dennis met his boyfriend there. He loves the place. Do you know where you're going to take him? Not a clue. I'm open to suggestions, though, if you have any. I want it to be someplace that will help him feel at ease. He's coming off of a bad breakup, so I want to take things nice and slow for him. If you want him to be at ease, you shouldn't do anything too unusual. Go for something easy, like dinner and a movie or something like that. Something that will feel familiar. That's probably the best plan. I've been trying to come up with something that would make it special, but for the first date anyway, I think you're right. Sounds like you're already planning on there being a second date. I hope so, anyway. I really like him. But you're a smart guy. Dinner and a movie it is. I am a smart guy. How else do you think I landed a girl like Danny? She's gorgeous, funny, and way out of my league. True, I said. Hey, you aren't supposed to agree with me. You're my friend. You should tell me how I'm wrong, and she's the lucky one. Dude, like you said, I'm your friend, so I'm not gonna bullshit you. I have no idea how you pulled that one off. Yeah, me neither. I'm a lucky son of a bitch. He headed back to his own station, and I pulled up the local movie theater to check what was showing. There were a couple I thought he might like, but I wasn't sure, so I decided to play it safe and ask. Me. I thought we might go to a movie Friday night. Anything out you want to see? I just looked, and there were a couple of rom-coms, a horror flick, an action-adventure one, and a new Disney movie. Sprite.
You would take me to a Disney movie?
Sprite, I'd take you to any movie you wanted to see.
Can we watch the new Ryan Reynolds one, then? It's supposed to be action-adventure-y, but really funny, too.
We can do that. Text me when you get home tonight, okay?
Okay.
Chapter 8.
Simon. I was filled with nervous energy all day on Thursday, which was good news for my chores. I got my entire house cleaned up, groceries bought, and even spent some time perusing the local animal shelter's webpage. I'd been thinking about getting a cat, but I hadn't decided for sure. That meant the rest of my time off would be free, so at least there was that. Gunnar and I'd been texting off and on all week. I was trying not to get my hopes up, but I really liked him, so I couldn't help it. But it was easy to pretend to be a sweet guy over text messages. It was harder to keep it up face to face if that wasn't really who you were, so I was reserving judgment until I spent a little actual time with him. This week was Gavin's turn to pick what we did for boys' night, and we were going to have a pottery night. We were all meeting over at his studio, and he was going to show us how to make something while we drank copious amounts of wine. I wasn't sure what we were making, and I didn't really care. I thought it sounded like a ton of fun. Because his studio was right behind his house, none of the daddies were worried about us drinking too much and needing a ride or running into any trouble. The other boys' daddies would pick them up when we were done, and Gavin had told me I could sleep there if I wanted. I appreciated the offer, but I didn't plan on drinking very much. I had already had my once-a-year drink too much and look foolish day at the club last weekend, which meant I'd be fine to drive home. Sometimes I forgot how rich Gavin was. Sure, he acted like a spoiled brat on occasion, but more in an attention-seeking kind of way than a snotty, I have more money than half the state of Texas and I'm better than you kind of way. But then I'd go to his house and I would remember, because how could I not? It wasn't as big or as fancy as his Uncle Gabe's place that was just up the road, but it was still a massive home with a giant entry gate, a detached multi-car garage, and a guest cottage that he'd turned into his studio. I pulled up in front of the garage, parked my little hatchback, and made my way to the studio. Ben, Travis, Brennan, and Keegan were already there when I arrived, and they all greeted me as I walked in. "Where's Gavin?" I asked.
"He's in the house. Cooper needed his help with something before he headed out to the bar. He should be out here any minute, though," Brennan said.
"What smells so delicious?" "That, my friends, is the smell of the best wings in town. Dubs just added them to the menu. They smoke them on site. I got us a bunch to munch on," Gavin said, entering the room. "They're in a container in the oven keeping warm, but we should eat first so they don't dry out." "Sounds good to me." I went to the little kitchenette area to help him get everything set up. "While we get all set up, I want to hear all about your coffee date, Si," Gavin insisted. There isn't much to tell. I met him for coffee. We talked. We drank coffee. He bought me a Danish. "Oh, I'm jealous. Those Danishes are to die for," Travis said. "They are. Anyway, that's about all of the coffee date. He had to leave early because his sister called and needed an emergency babysitter."
"And she called him?" Brendan asked. "I bet that just about melted your heart, didn't it?"
"You know it did. But anyway, that was it. And now we have a real date tomorrow night. He offered to take me to see the new Disney movie. How sweet is that? But I picked something else instead."
"If you thought that was sweet, why did you pick something else?" Ben asked.
"Because you know how Disney movies are. They always make me cry, and crying in front of him on a first date isn't a good look." "Good point. That's more of a third date kind of thing." Gavin set the pan of wings on the counter. "You guys dig in while they're still hot." "What kind of daddy is he?" Travis asked. "You haven't mentioned anything about that." "I don't know. We really didn't get into it much. He did say he could be a little bossy."
"All daddies can be a little bossy," Brennan said. "I think it's just in their nature."
"That's one of the best things about a daddy," a voice said from the doorway, where a cute little redhead stood, holding what looked like a bakery box. Rory, Gavin squealed. You came. Well, I had to deliver the cookies you ordered. I told you I knew it was last minute, so you didn't have to, but I'm not going to complain. And neither will my friends once they taste your cookies. We're going to throw a pot. Why don't you join us? Oh, I can't. I have another order to deliver and one to decorate. But I needed a break, so I thought I would drop these off. I hope you all enjoy them, and I'll see you in class Wednesday. Gavin gave the young man a hug and said something to him we couldn't hear, and he left. Okay, guys, y'all are in for a treat. Rory is like a cookie wizard. He's in my Wednesday pottery class, and he brings us cookies. I swear the reason half the people are still in the class is to get his cookies. He set down a box of cookies that had an adorable little gingerbread man on it. His company is called Ginger Snapped because he snapped one day and quit his job to bake cookies, and he's a ginger, get it? It's funny, right? But we'll save these for after we make the pots. First off, you're a tease, but those wings smell so good I'm willing to wait on the cookies. Second, I want to get back to hearing about Sai's coffee date and the bossy daddy. 'Cause Rory was right. Bossy daddies are the best, Travis said. Both Travis and Gavin looked pleased about the bossy thing, but Ben, on the other hand, looked at me slightly concerned, while Keegan shook his head. I don't think Owen is bossy, Keegan said. But then he got a wicked grin on his face like he was remembering something. Except in bed. He's hella bossy in bed. We all laughed at that, but Ben was still watching me. Sai, he finally said, you know bossy doesn't always mean mean, right? Lucas can be a little bossy, but he's never mean to me. Right, Brennan said. Ryder can get really bossy about some things, like me working too many hours, for example, but he's never mean. I know that, guys. I see the way your daddies are with you guys, and I know they're never really mean. I looked directly at Gavin. No matter how hard you push them sometimes. The problem is, I don't know Gunnar well enough yet to be sure he wouldn't be. My gut tells me no, but I'm not sure I trust my gut anymore. Lucas was impressed with him, Ben said. That's because he gushed over how amazing Lucas's bikes are. No, that's because he was such a gentleman at the club and didn't take advantage of you when you were drunk, because you were more than willing. It was those blasted lemon thingies. They just tasted so good, and I didn't even feel the alcohol until, boom, I was trashed. Anyway, Lucas says he bets he'll be a good daddy because he respected you that night. And things like that show the real measure of a man. Plus, he called and checked on you the next day. I think you should give him a shot. That's what I'm doing. I said we had a date tomorrow night, remember? Yeah, but agreeing to a date and agreeing to give him an honest-to-goodness chance is not the same thing. Ben paused to lick the sauce off his fingers. These are damn good wings. But I digress. My point is, it isn't giving him a chance if you go into the date expecting him to mess up somehow. What I'm saying is, you need to leave all your assumptions and fears at home and go on this date with an open mind. He may be just what you've been looking for. He isn't like anyone I've ever been with. Honestly, I'm not sure what to make of him. What do you mean? Ben asked. Did you see him? He's practically a giant. Gavin chuckled. I hate to tell you this, sweetie, but everyone is practically a giant to you. I gave him my best fuck you glare, but he just laughed. Asshole. You're lucky you're teaching us pottery today. I don't let just anyone get away with calling me short. I did not call you short. He turned to the other guys. Did the word short come out of my mouth? No, it did not. He leaned over and smacked a kiss on my cheek. I rolled my eyes at him and continued on. Seriously, though, he's a big guy. He is, Ben said in agreement. But he's hot. That's for sure. Like insanely hot. But he looks like he could break me in half. Any hint of kidding around left Ben's demeanor. Are you scared of him? Did he do something? No, not at all. I probably should be at least a little scared of him, right? Just based on his size. But I'm not. Call me stupid, but you should see the way his eyes lit up when he told me about his niece. It was so sweet. You are an excellent judge of character, Sai.
You should trust your gut.
I don't, though. Not after Peter.
You're going to have to let that go, baby, Ben said gently. He was able to fool you, that's true. But remember the guy at the club that got all aggressive? You saw him for the creep he was, and fast. Your ability to read people is part of what makes you so good at your job, and the fact that one manipulative asshole got past your radar doesn't mean it's faulty.
I know. It's just hard.
Believe me, I know it is.
You know, Brennan interrupted, if he was so sweet with his niece, that makes me wonder if he'd be that way with his boy. Maybe. I was teasing him about being bossy, and he said he could be, but that he always takes care of his boy.
Like I said, I think you should give him a chance, Ben insisted. I was watching y'all at the club, remember? I saw the way he was looking at you, and he was seriously charmed and very interested. And Lucas thought the same thing when he saw you guys at the coffee shop.
Okay, Gavin said. We're all in agreement that you should give the friendly giant a chance. Now let's make some pots, and then we can eat those cookies. Chapter 9. Gunnar.
I pulled up in front of Simon's apartment building to pick him up. I parked in a guest spot and got out to go up and let him know I was here, but before I made it far, he came rushing around the corner. He had on a pair of skinny jeans, a blue shirt that was fitted enough to show how muscular his trim body actually was, and when he smiled at me, I felt it to my soul. This boy was going to be the death of me, but I had no intention of letting him get away any time soon.
Hey, he said.
Hey, I was on my way to your door.
I know, I saw you. He pointed up at the window on the second floor. That's my place. Well, the second floor, anyway. It's a townhouse, so it's 2 stories.
Were you watching for me, Sprite?
His cheeks flushed, and he ducked his head. Maybe.
I chuckled. Well, I was eager to see you too.
Really?
Yes, really. I opened the truck door for him, and he slid inside. I reached across him and buckled his seatbelt just to have an excuse to be that close to him. I wanted to lean down and kiss him, but we weren't there yet. We'd get there, though. I went around the truck, got in the driver's seat, started it up, and headed down the road to the restaurant. So, did you have fun with your friends last night?
He laughed. I did. I made the ugliest pot ever, but it was fun.
You'll have to show it to me. I doubt it's the ugliest pot ever.
Trust me, it looks more like a deformed plate than a pot. But like I said, it was fun.
He worried his lower lip like he had something else to say, but was trying to decide if he should say it or not.
My friends are really happy we're going out tonight.
I am too. Aren't you? I wanted to tread carefully. I didn't want to spook him, but I wasn't playing a game with this boy. I'd found him sweet and charming in a silly kind of way the other night when he'd had too much to drink. But when we met for coffee and I got to meet the real Simon, I was a goner. He was just as sweet and charming, but in a totally different way. A way that made me want to protect him and cherish him on the one hand, and do very dirty things to him on the other.
I am. They can be a bit protective. They kind of all adopted me when Peter and I split. It was kind of an ugly time, and I didn't really have any people here. But they think you might be good for me.
I'm glad you found them when you needed them, and I'm glad I got their stamp of approval. They don't really even know me, though.
No, they don't. But they were impressed because you wouldn't kiss me at the club the other night. I, for the record, was not so impressed at the time. I wanted that kiss.
I laughed and shook my head. You were cute. But let's see how tonight goes, and if you still want it, I'll make good on that promise.
Cute, he grumbled. No one wants to be cute. Cute is for puppies and babies, not grown-ass men.
Hey, I like puppies and babies.
Sure, who doesn't? But do you want to kiss puppies and babies? I think not.
Trust me. Cute is far from what I see when I look at you, Sprite. Don't you worry about that. I reached over and laid my hand on top of his because I couldn't go another minute without touching him.
He turned his over so our hands were palm to palm and curled his fingers around mine. Then he looked up at me with those big brown eyes, and something settled deep inside my chest. Forget not letting him get away any time soon. I wasn't letting him go ever. He was mine, and I was keeping him. Logically, I knew it was too soon to be thinking that way. Hell, I hadn't even kissed him yet, but still, I knew it with a certainty that I couldn't explain.
Where are you taking me for dinner?
I figured we'd go to the steakhouse that's over near the bakery we met at the other morning, if that's okay with you.
Joe Ellen's?
He asked. That's the one. Have you eaten there?
I have. Their garlic bread is amazing. And at lunch, they have this steak sandwich that's made with some kind of special mayo and 3 kinds of cheese. So good.
Good. I'm glad I picked a place you like.
Yep. You nailed it.
Simon.
I was having a great time, and the date had barely even started, but I'd never had a guy hold my hand while in the truck like this. It was such a simple thing, but still, it didn't feel simple. From the moment he laid his big hand on top of my smaller one, it had felt important, and I decided then and there that Ben was right. I needed to give Gunnar a real chance, and that meant I needed to pay attention to all these little things that didn't feel little at all because they were telling me something. We pulled into the restaurant and parked. He lifted our hands to his lips and gently kissed the back of my hand, and I swear I practically melted. Who does things like that? No one I've ever gone out with, that was for sure.
Sit tight for a second, and I'll get the door.
He dropped my hand and got out of the truck. I tried to sort out my thoughts as I undid my seatbelt, and then sat there and waited. I didn't need him to get the door for me. I was a grown-ass man. The independent part of me that thought it was ridiculous warred with the part of me that thought it was insanely sweet for a second. But as soon as the door opened and he reached his hand in to take mine, the battle was over. Fuck that noise. I like it. I took his hand and let him guide me out of the truck like a movie star about to walk the red carpet. I had to bite back a giggle at how ridiculous I was being, but I was still smiling as he kept a hold of my hand, and we walked into the restaurant. We walked up to the hostess stand, and he smiled at the girl behind it.
We have a reservation for 2. Gunnar Thompson.
Of course. I have your table all ready for you. We followed her back to a table that was in the corner, near a fountain. Will this be okay?
It's perfect, thank you.
He smiled at her as he pulled out my chair. Yep, I did indeed like this. I took my seat, and she handed me a menu. You'll find the wine list is on the back, and your server, Miguel, will be with you shortly. Thank you, I said, but I didn't even bother to flip the menu over. I was going to stay as far away from alcohol as possible tonight. We both took a minute to peruse the menu. A nice-looking man walked up with a smile.
Hello, my name is Miguel. I'll be taking care of you gentlemen tonight. What can I get for you to drink?
I'll just have water with lemon, please, I said.
I'll have the same. Wonderful. Do you know what you want to order, or do you need a few more minutes? An appetizer, perhaps?
No appetizer for me, I insisted. I want a piece of the chocolate cake, and if I have an appetizer, I won't have room for dessert.
I tell you what, why don't we split an appetizer, and then we can split the dessert as well. Will that work?
Our first actual date had just started, and we hadn't even discussed what either of us expected from the other. Sure, we met at Daddy Boy Night, and we'd lightly touched on that when we had coffee, but we didn't talk about it or agree to anything. Yet, still, the urge to answer him with yes, Daddy, was strong. I bit it back because now was not the time, and I didn't want to get ahead of myself. That would work, I said instead, filing that away to contemplate later.
I know you're going to want the loaded baked potato with your meal, so how about the calamari?
I love calamari.
Great. He turned to the server. We'll have the calamari to start with, then.
We both knew what we wanted, so we gave him the order for our food as well. As soon as he was gone, Gunnar reached across the table and took my hand.
I'm glad you came with me tonight.
I'm glad you asked me. So, confession time.
It's been a long time since I went out on a real date, but this is nice.
Has it?
I wondered how much to say. I knew talking about your exes was considered bad form, but he knew about Peter, so it almost felt like the elephant in the room, and I didn't want any part of him here ruining this night. Yes, Peter took me out sometimes, but that doesn't count. And before him I was in college, and it was more ordering cheap pizza and hooking up.
Why doesn't Peter taking you out count?
Because that was about showing me off to other people, not about being with me. I know it sounds harsh to say it like that, but it was true. He'd never cared about me at all. He was all about appearances, and nothing else mattered.
That's a shame. You deserve so much better than that, Sprite. I'm glad you realized that and dumped him.
I should have dumped him sooner.
Maybe, but what matters is that you did it. You didn't stay in a bad situation any longer than you did.
I thought about moving back home, going to work for the small hospital there. Thank goodness I didn't. I'd be miserable.
I'm sure glad you didn't, because we wouldn't have met.
The server arrived with our appetizer and set it down in the middle of the table. I smiled to myself because I was glad for that very same reason. I decided then that I'd rather enjoy being here tonight with Gunnar than focusing on the past. I dipped a piece of the calamari in the sauce and popped it in my mouth. Anyway, enough about Peter the Peckerhead. He's not here, and we are. Tell me about you. All I know is you were in the military and you work at a tattoo place. Oh, and you adore your niece. He chuckled.
My life summed up in 30 seconds or less.
Oh, I'm sure there is more to you than that. You just have to tell me about it.
I was in the Navy. I worked in engineering. I didn't really have an interest in it, but I chose it because when I said I wanted to enlist, the one thing my dad told me was to make sure I chose a job that I could use when I got out. Honestly, I don't think he expected me to be a lifer. I'd always had a bit of an issue with authority, so he thought I'd do one enlistment and get out. It was good advice, but to everyone's surprise, I loved it. So I stayed in until retirement.
What did you love about it?
The order and discipline. I like knowing there were rules you had to follow, and if you followed them, everyone pretty much left you alone. It didn't hurt that I was good at my job, and I advanced fairly quickly, so it wasn't long before I was the one giving the orders instead of taking them.
I can see that. But when you got out, you didn't pursue engineering?
No, it was never really something I wanted to do. And since I have my retirement, I could afford to take a chance and find something I did love.
And that's tattoos?
It is. How about you? How did you choose nursing?
Similar story. I didn't really know what I wanted to do with my life, and my father told me I should choose something practical. Where I'm from, people either work at the school, the hospital, or the manufacturing plant. I didn't want to work at the plant, and I didn't want to teach, so that meant the hospital. So, nursing it was. Chapter 10. Gunnar.
Do you like it? I asked.
Being a nurse? There are good things and bad things. I sometimes wonder if I should have done something else, especially since I don't live there anymore. My options don't feel so limited here.
I've never lived in a small town, so I don't know what that's like, but I can imagine it's restrictive. Do you ever wish you'd gone back home?
Not really. I love my family, and they aren't too far away, just a couple of hours, so I still see them pretty often. I just can't live there, not after seeing what it's like to live somewhere else. I was way luckier than a lot of people, because my family was super accepting when I came out. And honestly, for the most part, the people I knew were pretty good as well. But no matter how nice they were, I didn't really fit.
But that's better for you here?
So much better. Especially since I met Ben and all the other boys. Before them, I mostly just worked a lot and hung out with a few people from work, but I hadn't really found my place.
Well, I'm glad you have them.
Me too.
The server arrived with our food and we dug in. It was a perfectly cooked steak, but I barely even noticed. I was so busy watching him eat. I could tell he was a little unsure about what we were doing here, but I thought he was having a good time, so that was a start.
The guys and I are going on a road trip tomorrow, and that should be fun. Gavin, I don't think you met him at the club, just Ben, right?
I nodded in agreement.
Gavin makes this amazing pottery, and anyway, there's a place in Waco that wants to carry a bunch of his stuff to sell. We're going to go with him to deliver it, and we may stop by my mom's on the way back. She loves the guys.
I'm sure she does. It probably makes her feel better to know you have found a good group of friends.
It would make her even happier if I could find a good man.
He chuckled.
She was not a fan of Peter from the beginning.
He ducked his head, and his face blushed.
Sorry, I don't mean to keep bringing him up. That's such bad date etiquette. Plus, it makes it sound like I'm still hung up on him, and I'm not.
You're not? I didn't think he was, but I thought it might be best to just toss it out there and see what he said.
No.
He shook his head vehemently.
Not at all. I want nothing to do with the asshole. I'm just still kicking myself in the ass for not seeing him for what he truly was.
And because of that, you're a little gun-shy. I figured we might as well just go ahead and deal with whatever it was that was holding him back. He took a deep breath and released it slowly.
Right. I'm sure this is one of those things I shouldn't say to someone I'm interested in, but yes, I'm a little gun-shy.
But you are interested. I didn't care if he was a little hesitant. I could work with that as long as he wanted to give this thing a try.
You know I am. I think I made that pretty clear at the club.
You made it clear you were interested physically, that's true. But are you interested in more? And just so you know, I don't give a shit what you think you should or shouldn't say. I prefer to know where I stand, and I think it's best to put it all out there on the table. So here you go, all the cards on the table. I want more from you than that, Sprite.
Like what?
He asked. To start with, I want to know the real you. I don't want you worrying about what you should or shouldn't say to me. I want you to share what you're thinking with me. The things that make you happy. The things that worry you, even the things that you think are crazy or stupid.
I'm not really sure you want to know all the crazy stuff that goes on up here.
He tapped the side of his head. But I do. And I also want to know what kind of daddy you're looking for, because it is really important that we make sure our expectations for that part of the relationship are clear from the beginning. He gulped and shifted nervously in his seat. I was pretty sure we were getting to the heart of the matter. I think anyone who'd been through what he had with that asshole would be hesitant to try again, and that was why it was so important we made sure we were on the same page.
I'm honestly not sure what my expectations are. Peter is the only daddy I've ever had, and I'm learning that he wasn't a good one.
Okay, fair enough. How are you learning he wasn't a good one?
By watching my friends and their daddies. What they have is so much better than the way it was with me and Peter. But I can't say I want what they have because each couple is different, so I'm not sure what to say.
To start with, why don't you tell me a little about your friends and the way their relationships work?
Okay, well, first are Ben and Lucas, because I know them best. They're awesome, but what they have isn't really what I'm looking for. I don't mean to sound critical. What they have works for them, and it's like perfect.
What about what they have isn't what you want?
He bit his lower lip and looked down.
He was the cutest damn thing ever, but I hated that he was embarrassed to tell me what he wanted. Sprite? I asked gently.
Lucas loves Ben, and that's obvious. Lucas is Ben's safe place, which, of course, is awesome. That isn't the part I don't want. But Ben doesn't really have any rules. Well, that's not true. Lucas is a bit of a fanatic about safety.
He got a thoughtful expression.
Probably because they met when Ben was careless on a motorcycle.
Yeah, I'm sure that would do it. I nodded.
Anyway, that, and he said Lucas gets mad when he talks bad about himself. So there's that. But that's really it.
He shrugged.
But like Travis, for example, he has to send Max a picture of his food to show he's eating before he can drink. I don't know why. I'm sure there's a reason for it, but that's one of his rules. And Keegan can't drink at all if he's going to be driving. Oh, and I know Cooper has a lot of rules for Gavin that have to do with being naked, because Gavin way overshares, and Brennan isn't allowed to go anywhere without letting Ryder know where he is.
And you like that they have rules they have to follow? A shrug again. Sprite, if you don't tell me what you want, how will I know?
I don't know what I want. I like the idea of rules. Like when Brennan sends Ryder a text to ask if he can go somewhere, or when Keegan says, I can't drink tonight because Owen doesn't have anyone to cover the bar so he can't take me home. I think to myself how loved they must feel, knowing someone cares that much about them.
But... because I could hear a but in that sentence.
But Peter was an asshole, and his rules were mean. Things like me always having dinner ready when he got home, but then he'd get there and be like, I don't want that, I already ate. Or telling me he wanted me to be naked when he got home, but then he'd show up with a friend and not warn me. Or he'd tell me I had to stop eating carbs so I wouldn't get fat.
I made myself not react to what he was saying. I felt like getting the guy's address, hunting him down, and beating the shit out of him, but that wouldn't undo what he'd done to my precious little Sprite. Instead, I took a steadying breath. Sprite, listen to me. Those are not the kind of rules I would set for you. I'd only set rules for you for 2 reasons. 1, because I thought it was what was best for you. Or 2, because that rule was one that would be fun for both of us.
But you'd set rules for me? Well, for your boy, I mean?
For you, Sprite. I gave his hand a reassuring squeeze.
Like what?
He asked, and to my relief he looked more curious now than worried. Like, I'd expect you to text me every morning and every night. And on the nights you work, I would also expect to text when you left work and when you got home, so I knew you made it safely.
Are you a worrier, Gunnar?
You have no idea. Also, another thing that I worry about with your long shifts is whether or not you're eating properly, so we would probably have some rules about food. Not about you not eating certain things, but more along the lines of making sure you're eating at least one healthy meal a day. From my time in the Navy, I know how easy it is to let those long hours keep you from taking care of yourself.
That's one of Keegan's rules, he chuckled. Owen told him no more Lucky Charms for dinner.
I promise I'd never make a rule just to be mean. There's a place for those kinds of rules. You know, some people get off on that kind of thing, and more power to them as long as both people enjoy it. But it isn't something I like.
Not me either.
Sounds like we want the same thing, don't you think? He nodded his head. I think we could be headed towards something special, Sprite. Something we have both been looking for a while now. Me, longer than you, obviously, I said with a wink. Because I have a few years on you, but still.
But how can you be sure? We barely know each other.
I can't be sure. No one can. But the point is, I think it's worth giving it our all and finding out. Now, we need to get going or we'll miss the start of the movie. I paid the server and we headed out to my car to drive over to the cinema. I opened his car door, but before he got in, I took hold of his arm and turned to look at him. This is what's going to happen from here, Sprite. We're going to go and enjoy the movie you picked out, and then I'll take you home. I want you to take the next few days to think about what you want, and whether or not you think this is it. And then, if it is, you let me know. Then I'll pick you up. What is your next day off?
Wednesday.
Great, I'll pick you up when I get off on Wednesday. How does that sound?
Do I have to wait until Wednesday to get that kiss you promised me?
He asked. I probably should have said yes, but instead, I pulled him to me. I cupped his face in my hands and leaned down. He pushed up on his toes to meet me until our lips touched. He sighed softly and melted into me. I wrapped my arms around him, holding him close. He felt so perfect in my arms, like that was where he belonged. As tempting as it was to devour him, I resisted the urge to take the kiss any further. I wanted to take things slowly, so he had time to understand how precious he was to me. He pulled his head back and looked up at me. Then he went back up on his tiptoes and rubbed his cheek against mine. Then he giggled. I've never kissed a man with a beard before. Oh, really? And what do you think? I think I like it. But I think I like you. He gave me a cute little smile that made my heart sing and slid into the car. Chapter 11. Gunnar. I woke up Saturday morning feeling fantastic. I didn't have any appointments scheduled for today, and both Deke and Tony were there to cover if we had any walk-ins, so I had a rare Saturday off, so that was part of it. But mostly it was because of Simon. The date last night had gone even better than anticipated. I'd expected us to go out a few times before we talked about what our relationship expectations were, so to be able to get that out in the open right off the bat was a relief. And even better, I was more convinced than ever that we were compatible in that area. He just needed a little time to decide if he was ready to take a chance on a relationship again. And that was something I could give him. I understood why he was so hesitant. When I made the decision to come back home, when Amelia told me she was pregnant, I hadn't expected the man I was dating to refuse to even consider moving with me. That was how it ended up happening, though, so yeah, I got it. All Sam did was let me down. He didn't lie to me or cheat on me or turn out to be a total tool like Simon's ex. But still, it had left a mark. When I dropped him off last night, I'd kissed him again and promised to pick him up when I got off work Wednesday to find out what he'd decided. If I had any doubts that he wanted this as much as I did, and he just needed a little time, they were dispelled first thing this morning when I woke up to find a text waiting for me. Sprite. Good morning. I don't normally wake up this early on my day off, but Gavin wanted us to get on the road at the crack of dawn. Eye roll emoji. Anyway, I just wanted to say I had a great time last night. I looked at my phone and smiled. We hadn't even made anything official yet, and already he was following my rules. Not because he had to, but because he knew it was something I'd like. Me. Morning, Sprite. I'm sure you'll have fun with your friends, and it will be worth getting up early. Sprite. It will, and I'm sure I'll be in a better mood once I get a cup of coffee and something to eat. We're going to swing by that bakery we met at for coffee on our way out of town. That sounds good. I may do the same thing once I'm up and awake. The more I thought about it, the better that sounded, and it was right next door to Lucas's shop. He did tell me to stop by sometime if I wanted to talk bikes. I had no idea if he'd be there on a Saturday or not, but with Ben out with the boys, I figured there was at least a chance I'd find him there. I didn't want to make a pest of myself, but not only did I want to get a look at his operation, but he was also Ben's daddy, and Ben meant a lot to Simon, so it seemed like a good idea to try to get to know the guy. I figured if he wasn't there, that was okay, because today was a great day for a ride. I didn't make time to do that often enough. I pulled into the parking lot of Vaughn's Customs, but the shop was closed up. I'd known there was a chance they wouldn't be open. I was just about to get back on my bike and leave when a group of guys on motorcycles came around the corner of the shop. The one in the lead stopped, and Lucas removed his helmet. Hey there, Gunnar. Did you need anything? Nah, it was just a great day for a ride, so I thought I'd take a chance and see if you were open. I'm only here on Saturdays when I'm under the gun, time-wise. Yeah, I wasn't sure if you'd be here or not, but I didn't need anything. I was just going to take you up on the offer to check out the shop. I don't want to hold you up, though. You aren't. We were just going out for a ride. He turned to face the other guys who were sitting there with him. Hey, guys, this is Gunnar. He and Simon are... He paused, so I stepped in. Figuring things out. Right. Lucas nodded. This is Ryder, Max, and Cooper. The three men he introduced all sat on their bikes like they were ready to hit the road. I stepped over in their direction to shake their hands. Nice to meet y'all. Simon mentioned all of you. We thought since the boys were busy today, we'd all just go for a ride. You should join us. If you have time, of course. I don't have anything going on today at all, so I'd love to. Great. We're going to head out on 290 and then cut off on some side roads. Then we'll loop back up on 71. There's a place about halfway we usually stop for lunch if that works. That came from the guy I thought was named Max. Sounds good to me, I said. Do you need to grab anything before we go? Lucas asked. No, I'm good. I'd already decided if you weren't open I was going out for a ride, so this is perfect. I hadn't ridden with a group of guys since I don't know when. I enjoyed it, especially knowing it was a group of guys who understood the lifestyle, so I didn't have to worry about watching what I said or explaining myself. We hit the road, and as soon as we made it out of town, everything else faded away. That was what I loved about riding. Nothing cleared my head the way being out on the open road did. I wasn't sure where we were headed, but it didn't really matter. All that mattered was the feeling of the wind and the vibration of the motorcycle. Before I knew it, we'd pulled up in the parking lot of a barbecue joint. I've never eaten here, I said, stepping off my bike. It's some of the best barbecue around, Ryder said. And considering where we live, that's saying something. Plus, I like it because it has outdoor seating. We got in line and placed our orders. Then we found a picnic table and all sat down while we waited for our food. I grabbed my phone really quick to check and make sure I hadn't missed any texts, but I hadn't. I hoped that meant things were going okay with the boys' road trip. For me, this had been such an enjoyable morning that I was caught a little unaware when I looked up to find all four guys staring at me. So, Ryder said, trying to sound casual, what's the deal with you and Simon? I chuckled to myself. They hadn't even waited for the food to get here before they went all big brother on me. Not that I minded. I was glad Simon had people who cared enough about him to ask. I'm not sure, to be honest. We've been out a couple of times. I'm trying to take it slow because I know he has some concerns. Lucas scoffed. Concerns. He rolled his eyes. That's one way to put it. That asshole did a number on him. On Ben, too, but more so on Simon because he felt so bad about Ben. Yeah, I got that impression. He really values Ben's friendship, though. He told me that was the one good thing that came out of that relationship. Ben feels the same way. I just plan on moving as slow as he needs. I'm not in a hurry, and I think he's worth waiting for. Max looked at me thoughtfully and then shook his head. I don't think he needs you to go as slowly as you think. I mean, I think it's great for you to do things at his pace and not push him too hard, but I think he's ready. You may be right. We talked quite a bit about what he was looking for in a daddy, and I have no concerns about that. I think it may just take a little time for him to realize I'm a man of my word, and I'm not going to change things up on him once we're actually doing this thing. But the ball is in his court now. I laid it all out there and told him to let me know if he wanted the same things I did. Simon is special, Lucas chimed in. His heart is so big, and he cares so much about the people he loves. He deserves a daddy who will treat him right. I think he's ready to take the risk. I hope so, because you're right. He's something special. I saw that right away that night at the club. Maybe it was because he'd had a bit too much to drink, but he let his walls down that night, and I got a glimpse of the boy underneath. I liked what I saw. I liked what I saw that night, too, so you know, Lucas said. You making sure he was with friends so he'd make it home safe, but not taking advantage of the situation says a lot about your character, man. I'm pulling for you. Chapter 12. Simon. I knew I'd been a little quiet this morning. At first, Ben was a little concerned, but once I assured them that our date had gone wonderfully and I just had a lot to think about, he kissed me on the cheek and let me be on the ride there. The first thing we did was take the pottery to the shop. Gavin said he wouldn't be able to relax if we were carrying it around in the back of the SUV all day, and considering how fragile they were, that made perfect sense. Once that was done, we did a little shopping and went to lunch. As soon as we got our food, my reprieve was over. I just got a text from Cooper, Gavin said. Okay, I said, fully expecting him to launch into some crazy story about what they were up to.
I enjoyed Gavin a lot, but he loved to tease Cooper, and Cooper ate it up. The Daddies have kidnapped Gunnar, and they're going to hold him hostage until they're satisfied that he has only the best of intentions where you're concerned. They what? I exclaimed. Gavin turned his phone around so I could read it. What I saw was a text from Cooper saying they had gone out riding and Gunnar had gone with them. He said they had stopped for food. But I didn't see anything about holding anyone hostage. Not that I really expected to. I did like the idea of Gunnar spending the day with the guys, though. I spent a lot of time with Ben, Brennan, Travis, and Gavin, so it would make my life easier if they liked Gunnar. Assuming, of course, I decided I wanted him to be my daddy. There's nothing there about taking anyone hostage. That's because you don't know Cooper well enough to read between the lines, but I do. Trust me, they are. I just texted Ryder, Brennan said. He said they're just having a nice ride, and they all like Gunnar. No hostage taking, I promise. So tell us all about your date. Hold on. Let me make sure Gunnar's okay. Me. I hear you've been kidnapped. Gunnar. Yes, it's horrible. They've forced me to go on a motorcycle ride and are feeding me the best barbecue I've had in ages. They're awful people. Insert laughing emoji. Eye roll emoji. You have good friends, Sprite. That makes me happy. I do. Just wanted to make sure they weren't harassing you or anything. I'm just fine. How's your day going? Good. We just stopped for lunch, too. Okay. Text me when you get home. Will do. I looked up to see everyone watching me. What? You said he was being held hostage. I figured I should check. Whatever, Gavin said, rolling his eyes. Tell us about the date. It was nice. He took me out to eat, and then we went and saw the movie. I'd never been to a movie on a date before. Oh, I love going to the movies. Ryder likes the real action ones, but he'll go to the rom-coms with me if I ask. Brennan, Ryder will do just about anything for you if you ask, I said, teasing. True, he sighed. He's the best. Did he hold your hand during the movie? Travis asked. That's the best part of going, in my opinion, especially now where most of the theaters have it so you can put your feet up and lift the arm between the seats, I interrupted. I know. I hadn't been to a movie in a theater in a couple of years, and I hadn't been to one of the new ones. It was awesome. We reclined the seats, and he wrapped his arm around me, so I kind of snuggled in next to him to watch the movie. I knew I was blushing, but seriously, it had been the very best night ever. I hadn't been exaggerating when I told Ben it had gone wonderfully. The whole night had been perfect. So, are you going to see him again soon? Ben asked. When I get off work on Wednesday. He told me what kind of daddy he is and what he expects. Then he told me to think about whether or not I wanted the same things, and we'd talk on Wednesday night. You already had the talk, then. That's a good sign. I didn't really talk about anything like that with Peter. We just met at the fundraiser, and then it was like he decided I was his, and I had to do things his way. Gunnar's very different from him. Did what he wants line up with what you want? Do you want him to be your daddy? Travis asked. I think so. Everything he said sounded exactly like what I want. He said he'd make rules for me, but only ones that had my best interests at heart, not any rules that are mean. Peter was such a tool, Ben grumbled. He was. I don't think Gunnar is, though. Problem is, I didn't think Peter was either in the beginning. I'm just scared. I think because he seems almost too perfect, if that makes sense. It does, especially after what happened with the peckerhead. I just hate that that asshat is still in my head, causing me problems and making me doubt myself. I hate that for you too. Ben wrapped his arms around me and pulled me against him. But you can't let him keep you from finding love, Sai. You deserve to be happy. Well, I don't know what kind of daddy he'll be, but Simon, Sugar, that man is hot, Gavin said. He is, I agreed. And he's a great kisser. Also, I love that he's so much bigger than I am. Not that that's saying a lot. I mean, most guys are bigger than I am, but he's really bigger. Really? Tell us more. Travis bumped shoulders with Gavin. Right? We want all the details. That's it. Those are all the details. He wants to be my daddy, and he kissed me. He said the ball's in my court. I have to tell him what I want. I shrugged. What you're telling us is, he's sweet, hot, a great kisser, and he respects your opinion. What are you waiting for? I don't know. I just wish I knew for sure he really is as good as he seems. What are the odds I'd find a guy who is everything I wanted, who wants me back? It just doesn't seem... First off, Ben's big brother voice interrupted. Any man would be lucky to be with you, so don't you even make it sound like you aren't worthy of being with someone amazing. Second of all, we found daddies who were perfect for us, so why can't you? For real, Gavin chimed in. I never thought I'd find a man who could deal with me being, well, me. But then along came Cooper, and now look at us. That is a miracle, I said, teasing, and he stuck his tongue out at me. Then we both laughed. Gavin was a mess, but he was a real sweetheart as well. I'm serious, Cy. You just have to trust yourself. But since that's where you're struggling, trust Lucas. Look at this. He turned his phone around for me to see. Ben, I hear Gunnar is with you. How's that going? Lucas. Great. I like him. I invited him to come to the next poker night. It's at our house, don't forget. I haven't forgotten. I'm going to Brennan's. Good deal. We should have them over to dinner sometime soon. Sounds good. I'll get with Cy about it. See? Lucas likes him, and trust me, they might not be holding him hostage, but if he'd said anything that made Lucas think he wasn't good for you, he would have made sure I knew about it, not invited him to play poker with them. I wish seeing that text hadn't made a difference. I wish I trusted myself as much as I trusted Lucas and the other daddies, but I didn't. I used to think I was a good judge of character, but Peter had proved that I could be fooled just as easily as the next guy. But knowing that they not only liked him, but were willing to bring him into their circle, told me a lot. None of those daddies suffered fools lightly, and they were all seriously protective of their boys. I was sure they wouldn't want anything less for me. Gunnar is... well, he's just so close to exactly what I wanted when I first got interested in the lifestyle. I think I'm scared to hope that I could find a daddy who's perfect for me. I keep thinking there has to be something wrong with him. Ew, like maybe he puts mushrooms on his pizza? That's beyond the pale, Gavin said, gasping in horror. I happen to like mushrooms on my pizza, I insisted. His face screwed up like he'd just tasted something nasty. OMG, I don't know if we can be friends anymore. How about if I promise to never serve you pizza with mushrooms on it, even if I think they're delicious? He let out an exaggerated sigh. Fine. Just know you're wrong. All the teasing left his expression, and his voice softened. Sweetie, you may be wrong about the mushrooms, but that isn't the only thing you're wrong about. You're wrong to doubt yourself. You learned a lot from that bad relationship. Most importantly, you learned what you do want, and that's valuable. If your gut is telling you that Gunnar's the one, you should listen to it. And if you are wrong, we'll all get together and kick that big old man's ass for you. Brennan snorted. It would take all of us. Maybe we should leave that to the daddies. I laughed and shook my head. I was so lucky to have found these guys. They were just what I'd needed in my life. Thanks, Gavin. All of you, actually. Thanks for having my back. Always, Cy. Now, anybody want pie for dessert? Chapter 13. Gunnar. This had been the longest week ever. When I told Simon I would see him when I got off work Wednesday, I'd been thinking I wanted to give him time to think this through and make sure he was ready to try being in a daddy-boy relationship again. I really liked him, and I wanted to make things work. But I knew myself, and being a daddy wasn't something I could turn on and off.
It was a core part of who I was, and if that wasn't something he wanted in his life, we'd only be setting ourselves up for heartbreak down the line. I didn't need him to call me Daddy. Hell, we could go the rest of our lives, and if he never used the honorific, that was okay with me. Don't get me wrong, I loved being called Daddy, but it wasn't about the title. It was about the behaviors that went with it. I knew I could be a little controlling both in and out of bed, and it mattered to me that my boy felt cared for, not suffocated by my behavior. What I hadn't counted on was how tempted I'd be to give in and change the plan so I could see him, even for a short time. He'd continued to text me every morning, and both before he left work and when he made it home. We didn't talk much during the day because he was busy at work, but when he got home from work, we texted about all the things. We hadn't actually talked on the phone, only texted until Tuesday evening. He'd sent me his normal, "made it home" text, and I responded to ask him how his day had gone. I'd just made it home myself and was deciding what to eat while I waited on his response, when my phone rang. I looked at the caller ID, expecting it to be Amelia or my mother because all my friends texted instead of calling, but to my surprise, it was Simon. "Hey, Sprite," I answered. "I'm too tired to text." He sounded exhausted, and I wished he was here so I could take care of him. Maybe run him a bath, fix him something to eat, and give him a neck rub if he needed it. Long day? So long. I'm always tired at the tail end of my 3 days, but today was insanely brutal. Sometimes we have shortages in other areas of the hospital and we have to help cover. This was one of those days. I worked the last half of my shift in the ER, which is not my favorite. You don't like working in the ER? I mean, it's okay. I love the nurses down there, and tonight Nathan was on. He's one of my favorite people to work with. But it's so frantic down there. Mostly I don't like it because the people you see down there don't stay there very long. You get them stable, and then they're transferred to the floor. I like to spend more time with my patients than that. That makes sense. Nathan loves it. His brother is a paramedic, so maybe it runs in their blood. He chuckled, but he still sounded exhausted. I think they both love the rush. Me, not so much. Have you had anything to eat? I asked. Not since lunch. I'll make myself a sandwich here in a few minutes. I have an idea, Sprite. Why don't you close your eyes and take a nap, and I'll bring you something to eat. I didn't want to push him, and I wasn't looking for an answer to the question about our relationship, but I was betting he was so tired he'd crash way before he managed to fix something to eat. You don't have to do that, he insisted. I know I don't, but I want to. Will you hear me at the door if you go to sleep? I will, but... Nope, no buts. I'll see you in about 30 minutes or so. I hung up the phone with Simon and put in a quick call to a restaurant for an order to be delivered to his apartment, then I grabbed my keys and headed out the door. It was 26 minutes from the time I left my place until I was knocking on his door, and the man who opened it didn't look like my vibrant boy at all. He looked exhausted, like he needed to sleep for a week, not a night. Come here, baby boy, I said, holding out my arms, and he didn't hesitate. He stepped right into them. You look absolutely beat. Does your shift at work always leave you this tired? I felt him shake his head as he burrowed further into my arms. Our food will be here in a few minutes. Why don't we go sit on the couch and you can tell me all about it? He stepped back, and I immediately felt the loss and had to resist the urge to pull him back to me. We couldn't spend the whole night standing in his foyer, but I knew for sure I was getting him back in my arms as soon as we were on the couch. His apartment was nice, and exactly what I would have expected from him. It was warm and inviting, with an open floor plan that was all decorated with earth tones. The furniture was nice. A little small for me, but when you were my size, that was pretty normal. I'd spent forever trying to find a couch and a recliner that was big enough for me to comfortably sit in. I sat on the couch and pulled him down on my lap. He didn't resist me at all. Instead, he just snuggled back in. Now, tell me about your day. Trauma is hard.
There was a crash over near the farmer's market, and it was horrible. It looks like they're all going to be okay, but it was touch and go for a while there. My adrenaline was in overdrive, and then when it crashed hard. I really don't know how people like Nathan and his brother Lincoln do it all the time.
Yeah, I know a bit about those adrenaline spikes, and the crashes can be brutal. I rubbed his back in what I hoped were soothing circles. When I was in the Navy, I knew some people like the friends you mentioned. They seemed to thrive on the rush, but that was never a thing for me. I liked my engineering spaces where everything was pretty routine. A knock sounded on the door, and I lifted him up and moved him off my lap onto the couch. You wait here. That should be our food. I went to the door and paid for the food, adding a generous tip. I set the bag on the coffee table and watched as he inhaled deeply.
That smells wonderful. What is it?
Herb-grilled salmon with Parmesan broccoli. It's one of my favorites. And I remembered you said you liked salmon.
I love it. This will be so much better than the turkey sandwich I was going to have if I got up the energy to go make one.
Do you want to go to the table to eat, or eat it here?
Here is good.
Works for me. I leaned down and kissed him on the top of the head. Just give me a second and I'll go get us plates and real utensils. I can't eat with those plastic things.
Okay. Plates are to the left and the silverware is in a drawer under the same cabinet.
I transferred the food from the containers to the plates, grabbed us both a bottle of water from the fridge, and then carried it all back into the living area. Here you go. I handed him his plate and then took my seat on the couch next to him. So, how often do you have to cover in the ER?
Not all that often. My favorite is when I get to cover in either the NICU or in labor and delivery. I love working up there.
Ah, the babies. I can totally see that.
I love them. That's the one thing about living so far from my family I hate. Not that my brother plans on having any babies anytime soon. He's a musician and is nowhere near ready to settle down. I'll be honest, I'm a little jealous of you with your niece. I think it's awesome you're so close.
She's the best thing ever, I agreed. Where do you normally work?
I normally work in a post-critical care unit. Some people call it the step-down unit. It's where patients who no longer need ICU-level care go.
Do you like that?
I mean, better than working in the trauma center, that's for sure.
If you really like the unit with the babies, why don't you transfer up there?
To work in there, you have to have special certifications that I don't have. I've thought about going back to get them, though. The hospital would pay for it. I like the people I work with in step-down, though, so I don't know.
We finished up our food, and he started to get up. You just stay right here. I've got it. I took the plates into the kitchen and set them in the sink. Then I came back to where he half sat, half laid on the couch. I sat back down beside him, and he immediately curled back up into me. I was going to offer to run you a bath, but I think you're too tired for that tonight.
A bath sounds glorious, but that isn't an option anyway. I don't have a tub, just a shower.
Well, next time I'll bring you to my house instead, and you can take a bath. What do you like? Bubbles, bath salts, or those bath bomb things that fizz when they hit the water?
All of the above. Not all at once, of course.
He chuckled, and then yawned. Okay, Sprite. I think that's enough. Let's get you to bed.
But you feel so good.
Seems somebody likes cuddles, I teased.
I love cuddles. Cuddles are the best.
How about this? Let's get you to bed, and I'll stay and cuddle with you until you fall asleep. What do you think?
That sounds both amazing and way too much for me to ask for.
Except you didn't ask. It was my idea. Come on, up with you. Let's go, show me the way. I followed him into the bedroom.
The bathroom is right through here. I'm going to go get ready for bed.
Sounds good. I'll wait for you right here. I turned back the covers and slid into the bed, fully clothed. As badly as I wanted to feel his skin against mine, I knew there was no way I would manage that without getting way more physical than we were ready for. We still had things to discuss before we took that step. He wasn't gone too long before he came back into the bedroom, wearing nothing but a pair of boxers. He gave my clothes a dirty look and rolled his eyes. "Sprite, come get in the bed and go to sleep. There will be plenty of time for whatever it is you were just thinking about."
"I'm probably too beat to enjoy it anyway," he grumbled.
"Oh, I would make sure you enjoyed it. But I'd rather you not be dog-tired the first time I make love to you. Now come here." I opened my arms and he crawled in next to me, using my chest as a pillow. "I'll stay until you're sound asleep, and then I'll be back after I get off work tomorrow. I think I'll fix dinner at my place, if that's okay with you."
"Sounds good," he said.
We lay there like that with him in my arms until I felt his breathing grow more steady, and I knew he was asleep. I let myself lay there for a little bit longer, enjoying the feel of him in my arms. But eventually, I knew I needed to get going, or I was going to fall asleep myself. I kissed him lightly on the head and whispered that I'd see him tomorrow. I doubted he heard me, but I didn't want to leave without saying goodbye. It took a little to work my way out from under him without waking him, but I managed it. I locked the door behind me as I left to go home alone, but I was pretty sure I was leaving my heart behind with Simon.
Chapter 14. Simon. I woke up alone Wednesday morning, and for a minute, I wondered if maybe last night had been a dream. Not just a dream. The best dream ever. The man came over here, fed me, cuddled me, listened to me whine, and then put me to bed. Who does that? He even offered to run me a bath. Hell, I was thinking about moving to a different apartment so I could get one with a tub and he could actually do that for me. I put on a pair of pajama bottoms and stumbled to the kitchen. I was thinking about going out for breakfast, but before I could even manage clothes, I needed coffee. I found a note sitting on the bar with a coffee cup sitting on it.
"Sprite, I set up the coffee pot for you. All you have to do is hit brew. I'd have set it to make automatically, but I didn't know what time you would wake up. I'll swing by and pick you up around 8:30 tonight, unless I get off earlier. I'll let you know. Enjoy your day off. Gunnar."
With a big smile on my face, I walked over and pressed the brew button. This man was way too much, and I was in so much trouble. Unless he turned out to be as good as he seemed, and I was about to get everything I'd ever wished for. Either way, I knew I was going to take the chance. As soon as the coffee was done, I made myself a cup. When I was out at a coffee shop, I liked to treat myself to what my mother called fancy coffee, but at home I drank it with a touch of cream, and that was all. I curled up in my favorite chair and took a sip. This coffee was amazing. I took another drink, to be sure, but yeah, it was better than normal. I picked up my phone and sent Gunnar a text. Me. Why does my coffee taste better just because you made it? What is this magic?
Gunnar. Morning, Sprite. Glad you're enjoying your coffee.
I am, but I want to know how you did it.
It's something I picked up in the Navy. Ship coffee is horrible, so you pick up some tricks to make it more palatable.
And what is this trick?
Salt.
I stopped and reread the text, thinking I must have misread it. But no, that was what it said. Salt. I took another drink of it, but I didn't taste any salt. You put salt in my coffee?
Just a pinch. It takes some of the bitterness out.
Huh.
Laughing emoji. Are you feeling better this morning?
I am. Thank you for last night.
It was my pleasure.
Normally, I would spend my first day off doing a bunch of nothing. I'd lie around on the couch, watch television, read a book, play on my phone, whatever. But not today. Today I was filled with nervous energy, so I figured I'd put that to good use. By the time I needed to get ready to go to Gunnar's, I'd done my laundry, cleaned my house, and gone grocery shopping. I'd managed to do a whole weekend's worth of chores in one day. I didn't know what the night would bring, So I took a long, hot shower and made sure all of me was clean and ready for anything. I knew we were only going to be at his house, but I wanted to look cute, so I chose one of my favorite outfits. It was a bright yellow crop top with a pair of yellow sweatpants. It was bright and cheerful, and to be honest, I'd always thought it looked a little slutty, which was exactly the look I was going for right now. I'd just finished adding a touch of mascara to my already long lashes and some peach-colored lip gloss for shine when I heard a knock on the door. I took one last look in the mirror and smiled. I didn't often wear any makeup, but I always felt like it added a little something extra when I did. I gave myself a high five in the mirror, went to answer the door, and every extra second I'd spent getting ready paid off when I opened the door and saw Gunnar's face. He ran his gaze slowly down my body, and then the man actually licked his lips.
Damn, Sprite. You look good enough to eat.
I lowered my head a bit and looked up at him from under my lashes. It might have taken me a while to figure out what I wanted, but now that I knew, I was tired of playing around. Thank you, Daddy. He reached for me and pulled me hard against him. Then his mouth covered mine. This was nothing like the sweet, gentle kisses from our last date. This was heat and fire and need. His tongue swept across my lips and I opened for him. His tongue slipped inside my mouth. I melted against him, and a whimper of need escaped me from somewhere deep inside as his hands explored my body. He pulled back and looked down into my eyes.
Fuck, Sprite. You're going to kill me.
I sure hope not, I said, teasing.
Let's get to my house before I forget what the plan was for the night and take you right here, right now.
I wouldn't object to that plan.
He chuckled and shook his head. Well, I would. The first time I make love to you is not going to be against the wall in your foyer.
He smiled and gave me a wink.
We can save that for another time. Now let's get going.
I'd packed an overnight bag and stashed it under the table that sat by my door. I hadn't wanted to seem presumptuous, but after that kiss, I had no qualms about grabbing the bag because I had no intention of coming home tonight. Okay, if you insist, I guess we should take this party to your place.
Somebody's feeling a little cheeky tonight,
he said teasingly while holding the door open for me. Not me, I said, moving past him. I'm a good boy. You'll see. He grabbed me from behind and pulled me back against him. He leaned down and in the sexiest, growly whisper ever, he said,
I sure hope so, because good boys get all kinds of fun rewards.
And fuck if I didn't almost come in my pants right then and there. Rewards are good, I managed to squeak out.
They are, he said with a chuckle. Now let's get going.
He swatted me on the ass, and I yelped, but started moving. He actually had been right. I was a little cheeky tonight, which wasn't a side of myself I let many people see. But after the way he'd taken care of me last night, I was more comfortable with him than I'd been with anyone in ages. I was also horny as hell, and that was also his doing. It had been months since anyone but me had touched my dick, and until I met Gunnar, I'd planned on it staying that way. But I'd wanted him from the first night I met him. There was something about the man that did it for me. I mean, obviously he was sexy as fuck. That wasn't news to anyone with eyes. But it was something else. With his size, his tattoos, his piercing, and the way he carried himself, he looked dangerous. But when I looked into his eyes, I saw the opposite. I saw a man that would take care of me and protect me, but never hurt me. And knowing that freed a part of me that I normally kept under wraps. Chapter 15. Gunnar.
When Simon opened the door, I swear that I forgot to breathe for a second. He was stunning, sexy in a way that made my cock ache, and when he called me Daddy, I almost lost my mind. I did for a minute there, but thankfully only for a minute. And then I remembered what I'd planned for tonight, and that Simon wasn't some quick fuck to mindlessly take against the wall. At least not yet. But I'd wanted exactly that. To take him right there where we stood. I was assuming, since he called me Daddy, that we were on the same page, but I needed to hear him actually say it. I needed to know that he was all in the same way I was. So as tempting as it had been to bury myself deep inside him and talk later, that wasn't the plan. The plan was a nice dinner, some conversation, and then, if things went well, we could take that next step. The one that equaled my body so deep inside his that he didn't know where I started and he ended. Or the other way was fine. I was versatile like that. When we got to my truck, he waited for me to open the door and reach across him to buckle his seatbelt. My mother had raised me to be a gentleman, but the seatbelt thing was purely an excuse to touch him. I was pretty sure he was aware of that, though, especially with the sexy way he looked up at me while I did it. Once he was situated, I went around to the driver's side and got in when he giggled. "What's so funny, Sprite?" "I was trying to imagine you getting in the front seat of my little car. I love it, but it's made for someone more like me instead of a giant like you." "I am not a giant. You have to be over 7 feet tall to be considered a giant, and I'm not that tall." "Okay, but compared to me, you are." "Sprite." "Nope." He stuck up his hand to signal I should stop. "Don't even say that compared to me everyone's a giant. My brother tells me that all the time." My boy seemed a bit full of himself tonight, but I was okay with that. Truthfully, I was enjoying it. He seemed more vibrant and more full of life, something I loved to see. "That wasn't what I was going to say," I insisted, even though it totally was. "Anyway, I like that you're so much bigger than I am." "So you've told me." I reached for his hand and brought it to my lips. "I think we fit together perfectly." "Me too." The drive from his place to mine was just what I needed to get myself back on track. At least, mostly. Every time he moved in the seat, I got a glimpse of that line of flesh between the bottom of his shirt and the top of his pants, and I had to force myself not to touch, because I wanted to. It reminded me of a rant my sister went on one day about how in historical novels they acted like just an ankle could inspire men to be overcome with lust. I had to say, tonight, I felt for them. I pulled into my driveway and parked the truck. Then I hopped out and ran around to open his door. He climbed out and looked around. I watched his face for his reaction. I'd lived on base or on a ship for years when I was in the Navy, so between not paying for housing and eating on base, I'd been able to save up a fairly large chunk of cash. When I retired, I used half of it for the down payment on this house, and the rest would be used to buy out Deke when he was ready to retire. The house wasn't anything fancy, but it was mine. "This is a nice place," he said. "It reminds me of the house Ryder and Brennan live in. I think it's the same style, but I don't know what it's called." "Craftsman is what they call it. I just like the front porch. My grandmother had one like it that we used to all play on when we went to visit. That, and it has a screened porch on the back that I like as well." "I love screened porches. No mosquitoes." "Exactly. It's a nice evening tonight. We can eat out there if you want." "What are we having?" "I have some chicken to cook on the grill, so that and a salad. How does that sound?" "Sounds great. Can I help?" "Sure. You can put the salad together while I grill the chicken. But let me show you around the house first." Simon. I loved this house, but I loved Brennan's house, so that didn't surprise me. I wasn't familiar with the neighborhood at all, but I could tell it was one of the older neighborhoods in town, not only because of the houses, but because of the enormous trees in the yard. The house was painted dark beige with white trim, and you could tell it was well maintained. For the tour, we started by going down the hallway off the entrance that led to the right. First was a guest room that had little personality. It had a full-sized bed, a dresser, and not much else. But the next was what he called Clarissa's room. It was painted light purple, and there was a small child's bed in the room. The shelf was covered in stuffed animals, games, and puzzles that were obviously for a small child. I try to have her spend the night at least a couple times a month, so Amelia gets a break. My mom does the same. I'm so proud of the mother my sister is, but she's still a young woman, and she needs to be able to get out and enjoy herself.
She's lucky to have you, I said.
No, I'm the lucky one.
Of course that was what he said, but I didn't argue with him. Next was his bedroom, which was a room made for a man of his size. The furniture was oversized, with a massive dresser, 2 bedside tables, and a king-sized bed that sat high off the floor. We didn't spend much time in his room, but still long enough for me to see what a perfect height the bed was for him to bend me over it. Next was the master bathroom. It had a large soaker tub and a shower that was big enough for 3 people, unless you were Gunnar-sized. But I was sure it was still big enough for both of us. This bathroom is amazing.
It is. The house had been recently remodeled when I bought it, and while they did a great job all over, this bathroom is killer.
The end of the hall near his room opened up into a living area that was filled with oversized furniture, just like his room had been. An extra-wide couch and matching love seat had been paired with a huge recliner. They were all positioned so that they faced a giant television that hung on the wall. There was a set of French doors on the back wall that opened to what looked like the screened porch he'd mentioned. It was like the whole room was custom-made for him. I went over and plopped down in the recliner. I feel like Goldilocks when she sat in Papa Bear's chair, I said, laughing and kicking my feet that weren't even close to touching the floor.
It took me forever to find furniture that not only fit my size, but that I liked.
I bet. It's comfy, though.
Okay, hop up, Goldilocks. Let's go get dinner made.
I made a production of getting out of the big chair that left us both laughing, and then I followed him through the dining room and into the kitchen. I could tell by the new appliances that it had also been updated, but for the most part it looked like the original galley-style kitchen hadn't been changed. Gunnar opened up the fridge, took out a bag that was filled with what I assumed was marinating chicken, and placed it on the counter.
I'm going to go out and get the chicken going. It shouldn't take long. You just make yourself at home while I do that, and we will get the salad ready when I get back inside.
He took what he needed and headed out a side door off the kitchen that I assumed would take him to the grill. I figured I could at least get started on cutting everything up, so I opened the fridge and took out the vegetables for the salad. I had to hunt around a little to find what I needed, but his kitchen was well organized, so it didn't take long to find a cutting board, a bowl, and a good knife. I'd made good progress on everything and was working on slicing some radishes extra thin when I heard him come back in the kitchen behind me. I looked back over my shoulder and smiled. "You did say to make myself at home." He laughed and shook his head.
True. Did you find everything okay?
I did. Everything's cut up and about ready to assemble.
Perfect, he said,
sliding the plate of chicken onto the bar next to where I worked. He stepped up behind me and wrapped his arms around me. He rubbed his beard against my cheek and sighed.
I love having you here in my kitchen.
I like being here in your kitchen. I settled back against him and let out a sigh of my own. I love to cook, actually, but I rarely do it. It just seems like so much work for one person.
I agree. That's why I usually just toss something on the grill and have a salad to go with it.
I'll have to cook you dinner some night. Maybe my Nona's lasagna.
With homemade sauce?
He asked, hopefully. Like my Nona would make it any other way.
I'll be looking forward to trying it. Now let's get this salad assembled, and then we can eat.
Chapter 16. Gunnar.
Once the salad was finished, I handed Simon the plates and utensils, and I picked up the dishes with the food. I led him through the living room and out the French doors onto the screened porch. I placed the food on the table and turned to him. If you can get the table all set, I'll run in and get our drinks. I have water, wine, and beer.
Water will be fine.
Okay, be right back. I hurried inside to get the drinks. My heart was still pounding from the thrill of coming in to find him working in my kitchen like he belonged here. Which he did, but it was still a shock to my system to see it in real life instead of my fantasies. Not that most of my fantasies involved him in the kitchen. They mostly took place in the bedroom, the shower, or sometimes even the living room couch. But that wasn't the point. The point was, when I walked in while he was there cutting up vegetables like this was his kitchen, it was a snapshot of the life I wanted. Now I just needed to give him time to want it, too.
This is really nice out here, he said,
when I walked back out onto the porch. Thanks. I spend a lot of time out here.
I can see why. The backyard is really nice.
I love to have my morning coffee out here. I put up feeders in the backyard to help attract the birds, and it's so relaxing to start the day out here, listening to them.
You should plant a butterfly garden. That corner over there,
he pointed to the far corner of the yard,
would be the perfect place for one.
I really don't know much about plants or yards. I just have the neighbor's son mow it, and that's about it.
Oh, my friend Cooper has a landscape company. I bet he could tell me which plants would be good to put in. Maybe I could help you with it next spring.
He froze for a second, and then worried his lower lip between his teeth, realizing what he'd said.
I mean...
He started to try to explain or backtrack or something. I didn't care what. I didn't want him to take it back. I reached for his hand. I think that would be perfect. Like I said, I don't know anything about it at all. But when the time comes, you get with Cooper, and then just let me know what you need and we'll make it happen. Now, let's eat before the food gets cold.
Simon. I dove into the meal, hoping if I filled my mouth with food, I'd manage to keep it shut. What was I thinking, bringing up helping him with his backyard next spring? I mean, sure, I was hoping that was where this was headed, but I knew better than to think a man like Gunnar was going to want to keep a boy like me. I hoped he would, though, and that hope was hard to keep from taking over when he did sweet things like come over just to cuddle me. We made small talk as we ate. I told him more about the other boys and things we'd done. He told me stories about his niece and how cute she was. As we neared the end of the meal, Gunnar finally brought up the purpose of tonight.
So, Sprite, I think we need to discuss what you decided, don't you?
I should have known he wasn't going to just take me calling him Daddy as an answer. As he'd said, he liked everything laid out on the table. I wasn't sure exactly how to answer him, though, and finally, I settled on the truth. I decided I'm ready to try this again. Having a daddy, I mean. But a good daddy this time. And I want that daddy to be you, but I'm still not sure exactly how that looks. So I'm a little worried I'll let you down, or won't be what you want. He reached across the table and took my hand.
Thank you for being honest with me, Sprite. I know that wasn't easy to say. I have the same worries, you know? That I won't be the daddy you need, or that I'll let you down somehow. But I think as long as we communicate with each other, we will be just fine.
I nodded and swallowed the lump in my throat. I want this to work, Daddy. I really do.
Come here, boy,
he said, opening his arms. I launched myself into his lap and let him wrap me up in his arms.
I think we're finished with dinner. What do you think?
I didn't say anything. I just nodded against his chest. I wanted to start this whole relationship off right, which meant I wanted to be a good boy. And I was pretty sure good boys let their daddies be in charge instead of demanding they take them to their bedroom and fuck them right now, which was what I wanted to say.
Well then, let's go to bed. All this,
he motioned to the mess on the table,
can wait, but I don't think I can.
I loved hearing that he didn't think he could wait, and I felt the same way. I hopped up out of his lap and grinned at him, nodding my head. We'd definitely better get to bed then. I mean, if you don't think you can wait, that is. He growled at me and picked me up, tossing me over his shoulder, and carried me through the house to his bedroom. And I didn't even protest once. He was never going to hear me complain if he wanted to manhandle me a bit. He stopped by the bed, tipped me back over, and let me slide down his body until my feet were on the ground. He took a small step back and looked down at me.
Do you have any idea how fucking sexy you are tonight?
He reached down and trailed one finger along the skin between my crop top and the waistband of my pants.
This little line of skin right here has been calling to me from the moment I laid eyes on you, calling for me to touch, begging me to kiss. Fuck, baby, you're killing me.
Then, to my surprise, he slid to his knees in front of me and kissed a line around my belly. I sucked in a breath and prayed I wouldn't come right then and there just from the sight of him on his knees in front of me, but he wasn't done yet. He pulled the elastic band of my sweatpants down, freeing my hard cock. Then he looked up at me with a wicked grin and said, "Damn, Sprite. If I'd known you weren't wearing any underwear, we wouldn't have even made it to the food tonight." Then he leaned forward and took my dick straight to the back of his throat, and the shock at the fact that he'd done it was the only thing that kept me from losing it. I'd had a lot of fantasies about this man, ones where he took me from behind in the shower, ones where he tied me up or held me down, ones where he pounded me into the mattress so hard I felt it until next week. But not a single one of those fantasies included him on his knees in front of me, sucking my cock. Fantasy me needed to up his game, because this was so much better than anything he'd imagined. "Fuck," I moaned, as he began to slide his hot, wet mouth up and down around me. He ran one hand up and down my thigh and gripped my ass with the other. He licked and sucked me with his mouth while his hands explored my body. I braced my hands on his shoulders because, without something for support, there was no way I was staying upright. "Daddy," I whimpered, "I'm going to come." With a long, hard suck, he slowly pulled off my dick and grinned up at me. "No, you aren't. You'll come when I tell you to, baby boy, and not a moment sooner." I took a deep, steadying breath. I'd never had to wait before, never had to ask permission, but I wanted to be good for him. So I nodded in agreement. "Use your words, Sprite. Tell me you understand." "I understand, Daddy. Not until you say." "That's a good boy." He stood up and grinned back down at me. "Let's get these clothes off." He grabbed the bottom of my shirt and pulled it up. I lifted my arms for him, and he leaned down and kissed a trail up my body, following the shirt until it was over my head. He tossed it to the side, and then his mouth covered mine in a possessive kiss that was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. I pushed at his shirt, wanting to feel his skin against mine. He broke the kiss and stepped back. He whipped his shirt off and tossed it to the side with mine. I stood there, awestruck by the sight of him. I don't think I have words. Gorgeous. Let's just go with gorgeous. Can I touch you? I asked. I was feeling my way through this. I didn't know what I needed permission for and what I didn't. "Please do. We're figuring each other out, so how about this? Other than your orgasms, which belong to me, you don't have to ask permission for anything unless I tell you ahead of time. How does that sound? I want you to enjoy yourself, Sprite, so you just do whatever feels good." "Orgasms feel good." He swatted me on the ass, and I had to fight the urge to moan, and fuck if that wasn't new. I would have sworn I wasn't into spanking. "Don't be a brat," he said, pulling me against him and covering my mouth with his again. But this time there was skin. So much skin pressed against my bare chest, I wanted to rub against him like a cat in heat. That would feel good, right? But I didn't get a chance to find out because he put his hands on my hips, lifted me up, and set me back away from him. "Pants off," he growled. And that was a plan I could agree with. The no pants part, but also the growly, bossy part as well. Everything about him turned me on. He had this mix of caring dominance that I never knew I wanted because I didn't know it was a thing. But now that I did, I wanted more. So much more. I quickly slid my pants down my legs and stepped out of them, kicking them to the side with my shirt. Gunnar undid his pants and pushed them, along with his briefs, down his massive thighs. When he stood back up, there he was in all his naked glory. I'd never seen such a beautiful cock in my life. It was thick and uncut and jutted out in front of him. I'd never been with a man who was uncut before. I wanted to touch him, to taste him, but most of all I wanted him buried deep inside me. He reached over, grabbed the comforter, and pulled it down. "On the bed, Sprite." I did as he said and got up on the bed. He crawled in beside me, and there was that wicked grin again. "I'm going to make you feel so good, baby." I whimpered and reached for him. He covered my body with his and kissed me. Our tongues battled for dominance until he broke the kiss and moved to my neck. From there, he kissed his way down my chest. He ran his tongue around my nipple. Then his teeth replaced his tongue, and he bit me. Not too hard, but just enough to sting. "Oh, fuck," I gasped as he soothed the sting with his tongue.
"Like that, huh? I'll remember that."
I made needy, desperate noises as he slowly made his way down my chest to my abdomen, licking and nipping and kissing my skin. He skipped my cock, thank God, because there is no way I would have been able to keep it together. But he continued down my leg and around to my inner thigh. The whole way he murmured words of approval about how I smelled and how I tasted. It was simultaneously the sweetest and most erotic experience of my life. On the one hand, I didn't want him to ever stop what he was doing, but on the other hand, my dick was so hard it hurt, and it was leaking all over my stomach. He leaned up over me and grabbed something off the bedside table. When he sat back again and I saw it was lube and a condom, I wanted to weep with relief. I was on sensory overload, and I just wanted him to hurry up and fuck me. He chuckled, and I realized I'd said that last part out loud. "Please," I begged.
"Please what, Sprite?"
"Please, Daddy. Please fuck me."
"We'll get there," he said,
in what I think was supposed to be reassuring, but at this point I was too needy to be reassured. He popped the top on the lube and poured some over his fingers.
"Open up for me, baby."
He gently nudged my knees to push my legs further apart, and I pulled them back, letting them fall to the side to give him plenty of room. His slick finger circled my entrance and then slowly pushed inside. It wasn't enough. It wasn't what I ultimately wanted, but I still whimpered in relief to feel something, anything, fill my hole. He added a second, and then a third finger. "I need more, Daddy. Not enough." He continued to torture me, thrusting his fingers in and out, just like the way he'd taken his time with the kisses earlier.
"I don't want to hurt you, baby. I need to get you ready for me."
I'm ready, I insisted.
"Such an impatient boy," he said, teasing me, shaking his head.
Then he tore open the condom packet, and I watched as he rolled it on, covering his cock. He moved into position and then slowly slid into me. He was thicker than I was used to, so even though he'd taken care to get me ready for him, it stung in the very best way as he filled me completely. I took a couple of deep breaths while my body adjusted to the invasion, but as soon as I relaxed around him, he began to move, pulling almost all the way out and pushing back in slowly. I loved that he was trying to be gentle with me, but that was not what my body craved right now. For a second, I thought he was going to make me beg, but then he looked me in my eyes and said,
"Are you ready, Sprite?"
I nodded my head.
"Then hold on tight."
He began to pound into me, lighting me up from the inside with each thrust. I didn't know if it was his size or his technique, and I didn't really give a fuck. All I knew is that I'd never felt anything like it before. "Daddy, please, can I? Please, I'm gonna—"
"Do it. Come for Daddy," he growled.
I grabbed my dick and gave it one, maybe two jerks before my orgasm swam over me. My toes curled, and all my muscles contracted as my release shot up over my stomach onto my chest. He let out a deep, primal moan and thrust into me a couple more times before stilling inside me. He rolled to the side, taking me with him, as he wrapped his arms around me. I nuzzled into his chest. I would have to move eventually, but for right now, I didn't want to ever move from this spot. Chapter 17. Simon. Instead of a normal boys' night out this week, we were meeting over at Keegan and Owen's house to help Keegan plan their wedding. It wasn't taking place until the fall, but according to Brennan, that meant we needed to start planning now. I rode over to the house they shared with Ben. Once everyone was there, we'd ordered pizza and got started.
"We don't want anything fancy," Keegan insisted. "Nothing elaborate like the wedding we went to at the vineyard. Although I wouldn't mind an outdoor wedding, that was nice."
"What does Owen want?" Brennan asked.
Owen wants me to be happy, he said, smiling. That's all he cares about. I told him one time I wanted to get married on a beach barefoot in jeans, and so he wants to fly me to the ocean. Silly man.
I don't think that's silly. I think that's sweet.
It is sweet, but it's also too far for all the people who matter to be there.
I know a place, Gavin said.
What do you mean?
My uncle has a friend who has a house on Lake Travis. It's not far, and it's gorgeous, especially in the fall. The trees are stunning, and he has a massive yard that slopes down to the water. And it's private, so it would just be the wedding party.
And this friend would let us use his house?
Keegan asked, reaching down to pull his dog, Tak, up into his lap.
It's his vacation house, so as long as we pick a week they aren't here, I'm sure they would, especially since summer will be over by then. They used to do a lot of business with Uncle Gabe before he retired, but I'm sure they would jump at the chance to do him a favor.
I knew what those houses looked like and how much they cost, and I couldn't imagine owning something like that, much less owning it and only using it a few weeks a year. Most of the time I forgot what kind of money Gavin came from, but every now and then something like this came up and reminded me. We all watched Keegan to see his reaction.
I did always think a casual outdoor wedding would be perfect.
Let's do it then. Let me message Uncle Gabe and see if he can either set it up or get me the contact information. He might want to set it up. Gavin laughed. Heaven knows the man needs something to do. He's bored out of his mind since he retired. I imagine going from running a multi-million-dollar company to chilling at home is a huge adjustment, I said.
It is, but I'm still glad he did it. He's too young to waste the rest of his life doing something he isn't passionate about. Well, if this works out, it would be perfect. Since it's outdoors, maybe we could even bring Tak. He turned the dog's face to look at him. Isn't that right, my precious boy? You could be the ring bearer.
I mean, he knows how to do it. He already did it once, Ben pointed out. That was true, and that was actually how the dog got his name. Owen had given him to Keegan as an engagement gift, with the ring tied to a ribbon around his neck. Tak means yes in some other language, and since Keegan said yes, that was what they named him.
That would be awesome. I guess now we just have to wait to hear back from Gabe. Owen would love that because he wants me to have what I always wanted. I tried to tell him I already got that when I got him.
While we wait to hear back, Sai, why don't you tell us all about you and your new daddy? Gavin sat down on the couch next to Brennan and looked at me expectantly. I'd known it wouldn't take long for one of them to ask, and honestly, I didn't even mind. He's amazing.
You told him you wanted him to be your daddy then?
Brennan asked. I did. We went to his house and had dinner and talked, and then we did other things. I tried not to blush when I answered, but I lost the battle. Growing up in such a small town, I had friends, but I'd never wanted to push the boundaries of those friendships by going into details about hot guys or sex. And most of the friends I'd made in college had moved to other places after graduation. I'd missed having people in my life to talk to about stuff. But I quickly learned that with these guys, not much was off limits.
Other things, huh?
Ben said, waggling his eyebrows. Don't do that. It makes you look like an evil cartoon villain, I teased.
What, this?
He dramatically waggled them again, and we all burst out in laughter.
Now, my pretty, he said in his best evil voice, tell us about these other things.
I was still laughing, but I rolled my eyes and shook my head. The other things are, well, private other things. I'm not ready to talk about them yet. Not because there's anything wrong, but because I want to hold on to it for a little while. Aww, Brennan said with a sigh. That's sweet. I thought he was going to be sweet. I'd meant what I said about not wanting to talk about it yet, so I kept my thoughts about just how not sweet Gunnar had been in the very best possible way. But my blush gave me away because Gavin started laughing again. So not too sweet, then. That's good. You deserve something a little extra spicy in your life, sugar pie. Truthfully, he's pretty darn perfect, and that's what scares me, because...
Because you're afraid if he seems so perfect, you're probably missing some huge red flags that would tell you to run the other way, Ben said.
Exactly. He can't be that perfect. So what am I missing?
There are no guarantees, Sai, and no one is actually perfect. Life doesn't work that way. But what I do know is that it would be a shame if you let that fear keep you from finding that one guy who is perfect for you.
Keegan smiled at me.
Now I think it's time for us to eat.
Gunnar.
As I cleaned up my booth from the last client I had scheduled for the day, I realized that life was pretty much perfect. Or at least I thought it was, headed in that direction. The only thing that would have been better was if I hadn't had to work today, and Simon and I could have spent the entire day together. But I also knew that it was for the best that we hadn't. It would be way too easy for me to push this relationship too far, too fast. That's how sure I was that he was it for me. As far as I was concerned, he should pack his shit and move in with me, so I could spend every single night taking care of my boy and making sure he had everything he needed. But logically, I knew that wasn't normal. People didn't meet, fall in love, and move in together after their second date. I thought he was off again tomorrow, though. But even if he had to leave early for work, I wondered if he'd want to spend the night at my place. If not, I could get up and take him to breakfast in the morning, and we could do something until I had to go to work. I had an appointment tomorrow that was going to be a long one. It was a good client, and we'd been working on this tat for a long time, so there was no way I could take off. "What are you grinning about in there?" Tony asked. "Nothing. I was just trying to figure out when Simon's next time off was. I should get him to print out a copy of his schedule for me so I'll know." Tony chuckled. "Dude, stalker much? You've been on one date with the dude." "Not true. We've been on 2 official dates and our pre-date when we had coffee." He laughed and slapped me on the back. "Oh, well, for goodness sake, I forgot about the coffee. That changes everything." "Asshole," I laughed. "Anyway, I'm not trying to be a stalker. It's just that his schedule is hard to keep track of, and knowing when he's off would help me make sure I have plenty of time to wine and dine him. And buy him coffee. Of course. Speaking of coffee, I wanted to see if he wanted to go get breakfast in the morning." I took out my phone and pulled up his contact info. Me. "Hey, Sprite, how's it going? Are you having fun?" Sprite.
We are. I think we have as much planned as we can on the wedding until we get the go-ahead on the venue. We've moved on to eating food and drinking, LOL.
Do you need me to come pick you up when you're done?
No, Ben's the designated driver, so we'll all make it home safely. Or we could just crash on Keegan's couch, either one.
Okay. If anything changes, just call me.
Thank you, Daddy.
Anytime, Sprite. Will you be out late, or do you want to go grab breakfast in the morning?
I don't know how late we will be tonight. Can we do dinner instead after you get off work?
Absolutely. Let me know when you head home. I sat there for a second, staring at my phone. I was so tempted to insist that I be the one to take him home. This whole thing of giving him a little space and not smothering him was hard. I'd always been the kind of guy who went after what he wanted, often with a single-minded focus that had served me well during my time in the military, but Simon wasn't a mission to complete or a plan to execute. He was a man who deserved to be treated like his own wants and needs mattered just as much as mine did. I had a feeling I was going to have to remind myself of that fact often until my precious boy and I were on the same page.
Chapter 18. Simon. I hate this stupid work schedule, I said, grumbling to Nathan while we stood in line at the food truck across the street.
You're on the Meadowview schedule, right?
Yeah, today is day 3, which is awesome because that means it's over. But I'll be so beat tomorrow I might as well be working. I won't get anything done.
Yeah, I worked that schedule when I was up on the floor. It was rough, but it had its benefits. They don't offer that in trauma, though. With the twins, I don't think I could do it anyway. I know I wouldn't have been able to when they were little, for sure.
I bet they ran you ragged, didn't they? I laughed.
Me and Alex both.
We got our food and found a seat at one of the picnic tables.
If you hate it, why don't you ask to go to a regular schedule?
I've thought about it, But what if my new schedule meant working every weekend? At least I don't always work weekends this way. I stumbled for a second over what to call Gunnar. My boyfriend has a more normal schedule, and I don't like not having the same days off. Have you ever talked with Missy about it? No, I don't have any actual complaints or anything. She isn't just for complaints. She's there to help with nurse retention. She'd know if there were any spots with a schedule that was a better fit. Maybe. I think I would need to change floors to change schedules. So I'll give it a little time and see how things work out. Our relationship is pretty new, so I don't want to make a bunch of changes based on it. You know what I mean? I'd always been a little envious of the relationship Nathan shared with his husband. I'd seen them at various fundraisers and things, and they seemed so happy. I thought about asking questions about how he knew Alex was the man for him, but we were work friends, not close friends, which was a shame because I really liked him. I do, and I think that's really smart. But if it becomes a problem, talk to her. Don't keep working on a schedule you hate. I'd love to have you down in trauma, but I don't think you'd like it as much as I do. Probably not, I agreed. I was working with a new nurse on the floor today. I really liked her, but she was new, so I tossed my phone on the picnic table so I could keep an eye on it while we ate in case she needed me. But that doesn't mean I wouldn't like something different. I just never really gave it much thought. There are tons of options. He tilted his head to one side and studied me. Have you ever thought about the rehab unit? No, why? I can just totally see you working up there. Most of the patients are there for an extended period as they recover from whatever landed them there, so you get to form a bond with them. And it is really important that the staff on that unit are positive and encouraging, traits you have in spades. I never really thought about that. I wonder if I could put a bug in Caroline's ear and see if she could float me over there so I could get a feel for it. My phone buzzed and we both glanced down. Not an emergency from the new nurse, thank goodness, but to my embarrassment, it was a text from Gunnar. I probably should have realized changing his name in my phone to Daddy was not the best idea. Daddy. Hey, Sprite. Just making sure you're still coming over tonight. I quickly flipped the phone over, hoping Nathan hadn't noticed, but when I looked at him, I could tell he had. You should probably answer him. In my experience, daddies don't like to be kept waiting. Your experience? Well, not my experience like my experience. But Alex's best friend Blake is a daddy. He and his partner River have been together a few years now, so I've learned a lot. Really? Really. So no judgment here. As long as he treats you right, you can call him Captain for all I care. Oh, I kind of like that. I wonder if Alex would like to be called Captain. We both burst out laughing, and I realized that while I wasn't about to go shouting that Gunnar was my daddy from the rooftops, maybe I could share a little bit more of myself with those people I considered friends. It was almost 8 by the time I got off, and I was beat. I'd spent the night with Gunnar Friday night, and we ate dinner together Tuesday, but I hadn't seen him since then. We texted back and forth all the time, though. It wasn't the same as seeing him in person, and even as tired as I was, I really wanted to see him tonight. He'd made it clear that he was hoping I'd come to his house when I got off, and I'd packed a bag just in case. I debated just going home since I knew I wouldn't be great company tonight. But in a choice between crashing out on my couch alone or Gunnar's arms, his arms won hands down. I sent him a text to let him know I was leaving. I didn't know if he'd still be at work or not, but he responded right away, letting me know he was already home and he would see me soon. I felt my body relaxing, just knowing he was waiting for me. I still wasn't sure what we were doing, but I knew that whatever it was, I wanted more of it. After just a couple nights with him, it felt wrong to sleep without him, and that had nothing to do with the sex, even though it was amazing. It had to do with how much better I slept wrapped up in his arms than I did by myself. I didn't tell him that because it was too soon for me to be telling him I couldn't sleep without him. Just thinking about it made me feel clingy and needy, and that was never a good look. It took me about 20 minutes to get from work to his house. I pulled into the driveway and parked, then grabbed my bag out of the back seat and went up to the door. He must have been watching for me because I didn't even get a chance to ring the bell. The door opened, and there he stood. He opened his arms, and I stepped into them. It's good to see you, Sprite. My body relaxed into his hug. I'm glad to see you too, Daddy.
I just got home a few minutes before you called. I ran you a bath, so you go hop in and relax while I fix us some dinner.
You ran me a bath?
I did. With bubbles.
He kissed the top of my head.
You go decompress while I take care of the food. I'll come grab you when the food is ready if you aren't out by then. No rush.
I went down the hall to his bathroom, dropping my bag on the bed on my way by, and sure enough, he'd filled up the big soaker tub with water and bubbles. I'd never had anyone run me a bath before. Well, I assumed my mom did when I was little, but as an adult, never. I tested the water, and it was perfect. Hot enough to ease my muscles, but not too hot. There were a couple of scented candles lit on the counter beside the tub, and a couple of fresh towels were lying there for me to use. He'd thought of everything. I went back out to the bedroom and dug around in my bag for my favorite pair of sweatpants and a t-shirt. Back in the bathroom, I peeled off my clothes and then sank down in the tub. This was heaven. I lay there, letting the water do its thing, as the exhaustion and stress from my day faded away. I didn't know what he was fixing for dinner, or how long it would take, but I wasn't in a hurry to leave the tub to go check. I washed myself, and when I was done, I leaned my head back and closed my eyes. I don't know how long I laid like that, but I heard the door creep open after a bit. "Hey," I said, not opening my eyes.
"Hey. Dinner will be ready in about 5 minutes, but I can leave it in the oven to stay warm if you want to stay in the bath longer."
"Nope. The water's starting to cool off anyway. But this was exactly what I needed. Thank you so much for having it ready for me." He trailed a finger down my cheek and over my neck. I shivered and opened my eyes to find him kneeling beside the tub looking at me. He leaned in and brushed his lips across mine.
"Any time, Sprite. You know I love taking care of you. Now, if you're ready, let's get you out of there."
He stood, picking up one of the towels and holding it out for me. I got out of the tub, turning to face away from him as he wrapped me in the towel. I relaxed back against him, relishing the feel of his arms around me. As wonderful as he felt, he'd gone to a lot of trouble to fix me dinner, so I didn't want to ruin that by keeping him in here. "I'll get dressed and join you in a minute." He kissed me on the temple and stepped back.
"I'll see you in there."
I quickly dried myself off and put on the clothes I'd laid out for myself. Then, after making sure I looked halfway presentable, I joined him in the kitchen. He was grabbing dishes out of the cabinet to put on the table. I hadn't seen the food yet, but it smelled divine. "What's for dinner?"
"It's a chicken and pasta dish. Hope that's okay,"
he asked as he started putting out the plates and silverware for us to use. "If it tastes half as good as it smells, it's more than okay," I insisted. That comment got me a smile from my handsome daddy.
"It isn't anything fancy, but it's one of my favorites. Hopefully you'll like it."
When we first met, I thought he was sexy as fuck, and I still did. But seeing him here in his kitchen, I saw that he was so much more than a big, sexy guy. He was a caring man who wanted to make my night a little bit better with a hot bath and a good meal. This was all so much more than I'd ever even imagined having in my life. "I'm sure it is delicious," I assured him. "If there's anything I can do to help?"
"Just tell me what you want to drink. I have beer, water, and white wine."
"White wine sounds good."
"Great. You just take a seat, and I'll be back with our drinks."
I didn't want to waste time comparing Gunnar to Peter. And that was exactly what it was. A waste of time, because the two men were nothing alike. But I couldn't seem to help myself. Probably because Peter had been the only other relationship of any consequence I'd been in. I tried to imagine Peter running me a bath, cooking me dinner, and telling me to have a seat while he got me a glass of wine, and it was impossible. I couldn't imagine him doing even one of those things for me, much less all of them.
"What are you smiling about?"
He stood there with a glass of wine in one hand and a beer in the other. "I was thinking that this is the second time you've cooked for me, and I still haven't cooked dinner for you yet. And I was thinking about how sweet you are."
"I can be."
He handed me the glass of wine and set his beer on the table at his spot. Then he went back for both our plates. This looks and smells amazing.
Well, hopefully it will taste just as good.
Gunnar.
By the time we had finished dinner, my boy was looking a lot more relaxed. He'd looked both exhausted and stressed when he'd arrived. But I was learning that was pretty much always the way he looked at the end of his work week. I'd have to see if there was something we could do to fix that. But for now, all I could do was make sure he was properly cared for when he was tired. "Do you want to watch some television before bed?" I asked. I knew we still had a lot to learn about each other's habits, but I loved the idea of spending time with him in the evening, no matter what we did.
Actually, I brought my e-reader with me. I'm in the middle of a book that I'm trying to finish, but you could watch TV while I read.
"The noise won't bother you?" I asked, trying to think of something else I could do while he read, if he said it would.
"No," he laughed. "My mother used to say the whole house could fall down around me, and I wouldn't know it if I was lost in one of my books. But let me help clean up from dinner first. I'd say to just let me do it since you cooked, but I don't think you'd agree to it."
"I don't even want to let you help, but if that's what it takes to get you relaxing on the couch quicker, I'll allow it."
"Works for me. Let's do it."
With the two of us working together, it didn't take but a few minutes to get things cleaned up. When we were done, we went into the living room to get comfortable. I sat down on one end of the couch, and he curled up on the other end with his e-reader. I selected a drama I'd been watching about the Saxons and the Vikings, and settled in to watch. Our positions didn't last long before he'd shifted down on the couch and stretched his feet out so they touched my legs. "Sprite." He looked up from his book.
"What, Daddy?"
"Get over here." I patted my leg. "You can bring your pillow and get comfortable, but I want to be able to touch you." He grabbed one of the pillows he was leaning on and scurried over to where I was sitting. It took him a minute to get comfortable. He started out with the pillow against my leg, and him leaning against it. Then he grumbled something about furniture made for giants and tossed the pillow to the other end of the couch. Then he moved around until he was using my leg as his only pillow. I tried to focus on the show I was watching, but it was hard to do when he was so damn cute. I watched him as he tested out a few positions until he finally found a spot that worked for him, and he went back to reading his book. I rested my hand on his hip and went back to watching my show. When the episode I was watching went off, I looked down to find my boy sound asleep with his e-reader lying on his chest. I reached over and picked up the device, and out of curiosity looked at what he was reading. Apparently even the Taragorians, whatever they were, coming through the veil wasn't enough to keep him awake. I chuckled and shut down the reader. Time to get my boy to bed so he could get a good night's sleep.
Chapter 19. Simon. "I've never been so glad to have a shift end," I told Darren as we walked into the staff room to get ready to leave. "I'm pretty sure you said that last week," he teased. "Probably, but I swear the days just keep getting longer and longer." I pulled my bag out of my locker and debated if I wanted to change clothes or not. Honestly, I didn't think I had the energy to mess with it, but I spent all my days off last week with Gunnar and had barely managed to do my laundry, much less grocery shop. Not that I was complaining. I loved spending time with him. But on my way home from work last night, I'd had to stop by a drive-thru for dinner because I didn't have any food in the house, which meant, tired or not, I was going to have to stop by the store on my way home. "It just feels that way this week because of Mr. Peterson," Darren insisted. "He ran us all ragged. I was tempted to take his call button away, but I figured as soon as I did, he would really need us and wouldn't be able to call for help." "Right? But his family will be in tomorrow, so maybe that will help." "I know," he said. "I'm just hoping that it does make it easier." I pulled my clothes out of my bag and started to change. I didn't want to wear my scrubs to the market. I just had to remind myself all day long that he wasn't being difficult. He was just scared. I mean, I'd hate to go through a health scare like that all by myself. It wouldn't have been so bad if we hadn't been short-staffed and all the rooms weren't full. I pulled on a pair of sweats and a t-shirt, then pulled out my phone and sent Gunnar a text. "Me. Just got off, but I'm stopping by the store on the way home. I'll let you know when I get there. Daddy."
"I thought you went to the store when you went home Monday."
Shit, I forgot I told him I was going to do that. Me. No, I had to get my laundry done. I thought having clean clothes to wear to work took precedence. They frown if we come to work naked. Daddy.
So what did you eat last night?
I hit a drive-thru on the way home.
And for breakfast this morning?
Coffee. I knew he wasn't going to be thrilled with that, but I didn't want to lie to him either. Daddy.
Don't bother going to the store. Just come here.
Me. It won't take me long.
That wasn't a suggestion, Sprite. Come straight here.
A small part of me wanted to tell him he couldn't tell me what to do, that I was tired and I just wanted to watch television and go to sleep. I didn't want to people anymore. But the rest of me was thrilled that he was telling me what to do, so I didn't have to think about it all, and I didn't have to go to the store. Me. Okay, Daddy, I'm on my way. The drive over to Gunnar's hadn't taken long, and when I pulled into the driveway, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief. My day was done. I didn't have to go shopping or worry about fixing food or anything else. I was home, and Daddy was here, and he would take care of everything. This was what I'd been looking for when I said I wanted a daddy. I just hadn't known it because it wasn't something I'd ever experienced before. Now I just had to hope he wasn't going to be too upset with me because I didn't go to the store last Monday. I knew then that I should have, but we'd had such a wonderful weekend. Neither of us had to work, and we just lazed the whole weekend away watching television, reading, and spending time in bed. By the time I got home, I was wiped out, but in a great way, not in a bad way. I barely managed to get the laundry done before I crashed into bed and slept. I got out of the car and walked up to the door, prepared for him to be less than thrilled with me right now. He opened the door and wrapped me in a hug.
I have dinner warming in the oven, and it'll be ready in a few minutes. I see you changed first. Do you have clothes for tomorrow?
I shook my head. I just have the ones I wore today. I shoved them in my bag.
Okay. Why don't you put them in the washer? They'll be ready to dry by the time we finish eating.
What are we having?
Leftovers from my dinner last night. Nothing fancy, but it'll be ready pretty quickly.
Okay. I'll toss in my clothes and be right back. I made quick work of getting my clothes in the washer and hurried back to see if I could help, but he just waved me off.
I've got this. But you can sit at the bar and talk to me while I finish up if you want.
I did as he said and sat at the bar, even though I was tempted to go to another room instead. I knew he was going to want to talk about me not making sure I had food, but I was not prepared for what came out of his mouth.
Sprite, I'm sorry. I should have done better.
What? Daddy, you didn't do anything wrong. What do you mean?
I just told myself last week that I needed to make sure you were taken care of on the days you worked. I knew you didn't do a good job of it because you're so tired, and I remember thinking that I would address the problem with you later. But we had such a nice time last weekend when we were both off, I forgot about it.
I just stared at him, unsure of what to say. It wasn't his fault I didn't go to the store when I was supposed to. That was a choice I made, but I had a feeling he didn't want to hear that from me. Before I figured out a response, he continued.
So now I'm doing something about it. You can't continue working 12 to 14-hour days without proper rest and nutrition, and I can't make sure you are getting that when we are apart. So from now on the days that you work, you can either come here or I can go to your place. Your choice. But I'll be making sure you eat a proper meal and get a good night's sleep. You asked for rules, so this is a new one.
But I'm already here when I'm not at work, I insisted. Which was true, even though we'd only been together a few weeks. I spent most of my time over here. It wasn't that I didn't like my apartment, it was just that it didn't feel like a home the way Gunnar's place did. Plus he had nicer furniture and stuff than I had.
Okay, then your place it is. I'll need a key so I can get in on the days you work late.
I'll get you a key made, but I like your house better. He chuckled and shook his head.
Like I said, Sprite, it's up to you. Whichever you prefer is fine with me. Although I don't mind telling you, if it were up to me, you would just stay here.
He said it with a shrug, like it was no big deal that he just suggested I stay here. Did I misunderstand what he was saying, maybe? Did he just mean I should stay here when I work? That must be what he meant. We'd only been together a few weeks, so surely he didn't mean for me to stay here permanently. Well, if it's okay with you, then I'll just come here when I get off work.
Sounds good to me. I'll get you a key made. I'll get you a garage door opener as well so you can park in the garage.
Gunnar.
I was seriously kicking myself for not dealing with this issue when I thought about it last week. I was hoping that having him come here from work, I could make sure he ate and got a good night's sleep would fix the problem. But if it didn't, my boy and I were going to have a long talk about his schedule. I knew he liked having so many days off in a row, but that wasn't a good trade-off if it cost him his health. When I had said that if I had my way that he would just stay here, I meant permanently. But I could tell by his reaction that he wasn't ready to hear that, and the last thing I wanted to do was pressure him. I know I was moving fast with this, but the truth was, I'd known, if not when we met for coffee, then by the end of our first date, that he was what I'd been looking for, and the past few weeks with him had only made me more sure. He was perfect for me in every way, and I had no intention of letting him get away. I could be patient, though. As long as he let me take care of him, I could wait until he was ready to move in. Let me shift some things around and make some room so you can bring a few things over. No reason for you to have to wash your scrubs every night if you already know you'll be staying here when you're on shift.
I guess it's a good thing I never got that cat, he mumbled.
What was that about a cat?
A cat. I was thinking about getting one. I kept browsing the shelter page and thinking about it, but I never did it. Good thing, since I'm never home.
Do you want a cat, Sprite? If you do, we can get one.
Really? You wouldn't mind?
I never really thought about getting one, but if you want one, I don't mind at all. He beamed at me like I just told him unicorns were real, and I schooled my features. It wouldn't be good for him to know just how far I would go to make him look at me like that again. You'll have to deal with the litter box, though.
Of course. I hadn't done it yet because I work such long days it didn't seem fair. But if I clean it in the morning before I leave for work, that would be perfect.
For someone who didn't seem ready to move in, he was quick to jump on the idea of a shared pet. Well, I say we do it then.
Okay, but we should wait a couple of weeks until I get back from visiting my family. I still wish you could go.
I do too, Sprite. But it's too late for me to cancel this appointment. I set it up months ago, and they're traveling just to have me do their tattoo.
I know. You'll have to go with me next time, though.
I gave him a quick kiss. Deal. Now let's get you fed. We sat down to eat the dinner I'd warmed up. It wasn't anything special, just my chicken and pasta standby. But I knew that if he had to stop at the store before he made it home, he would have opted for something quick and unhealthy for the second night in a row. The way he devoured the meal got me wondering when the last time was that he actually ate. Hey, Sprite, what did you have for lunch today?
A protein bar, he said with a wince. We only get 30 minutes, and the cafeteria was crazy busy today. The lines were so long. Usually when it's like that, I'll run across the street to the food truck lot, but the lines were just as long over there today, so I just opted for the vending machines.
How often does that happen?
That I eat a protein bar because the lines are long? Almost never, honest.
I don't like that at all. Coffee for breakfast and a protein bar for lunch. What do you think your body is running on other than fumes? Do you have access to a refrigerator at work to put lunch in?
We do.
Okay, then. Here's your second new rule for the night. I want you to take lunch with you every day. I'll start making an extra serving of whatever we have for dinner so you can take it with you, and on the nights you cook, you do the same. You don't have to eat what you take. Like if you want to go to the food trucks with your friends or something. But I want you to have a healthy option for the days you don't go to the food truck.
I really only go over there the days I get floated to trauma, which isn't all that often. Some of the guys down there love to walk over for lunch. I think it's a good stress relief for them to get away for a few minutes. Most of the time I don't eat over there. I've always said I should bring my lunch anyway. Not only would it be faster, but it costs a lot to eat up there every day anyway. If I worked more than 3 days a week, I would because of the cost.
Well, now you will have another option. I want you healthy, Sprite.
Okay, Daddy. Sounds like a good plan.
We got the kitchen cleaned up really quick, and then settled on the couch so I could watch a little television and he could read a little before bed. As I expected, it didn't take long for my sweet boy to fall asleep. I took his e-reader and placed it on the coffee table in front of us. I was going to have to figure out a way to get my Sprite here all the time.
Chapter 20. Gunnar.
I finished up my last tattoo of the day and was just cleaning up to leave. I felt bad running out on the guys, but Simon was off today and I wanted to be home with him and not sitting up here covering walk-ins. I'd talked with Deke about this, and we'd decided that with Simon's rotating schedule, instead of me covering every other Saturday, I'd switch to a schedule that matched his. I'd do 3 Saturdays off in a row, but then I'd do 3 on. It wouldn't change the number of days I covered, just the order. It had been too late to make that adjustment for this week, though, because I had appointments scheduled, and I didn't want to let those people down. I'd been able to work it out, so I didn't have to stay after the appointment, though, so I was looking forward to a nice, quiet night at home with my boy. I was almost done when Tony stuck his head in my space. "Hey, man, we got a walk-in here to see you." "I'm not doing walk-ins today. I was here for appointments only." "I know, I told him that, but he said he was sure you'd take him." That was what came out of his mouth. He glanced over his shoulder to see if anyone could see him, and when he decided he was out of sight, he shook his head, no, letting me know that I wasn't going to want to do it. Then he mouthed, "Kyle," to me, and I groaned. Of course, it had to be him on a day I was trying to get out of here. "Tell him I'll be up in a minute." I waited until Tony went back up, and then sighed. Kyle was a guy who came into the shop every so often to get tattoos. He never made appointments, just walked in, and he always asked for me. The guys in the shop were convinced he was hoping I'd ask him out, but that was never going to happen. Not only because I had Simon now, and I wasn't the kind of guy to cheat, but also because Kyle was absolutely not my type. I finished my cleanup, grabbed my gear, and then went to the front area. "Kyle, did Tony tell you I wasn't taking any walk-ins today?" "He did, but I thought maybe you could fit me in. I woke up this morning and I said to myself, today is a good day to get a tattoo. I ran a few errands and then came right over." "I hear you, man, but like Tony said, I'm not taking walk-ins today. I'm just about to leave, sorry. I'm sure Tony could fix you up, though." He pouted in what I'm sure he thought was adorable. He was wrong. What it was annoying. I took a second to throw up a thank you to whichever supreme power sent me Simon, because he was so not a pouter. Well, except when he was drunk, but when he did it, it was really adorable. "Are you sure you couldn't find the time? I just want a tiny little old frog right here," he said, interrupting my thoughts about Sprite's adorableness. "Nope, Kyle, not this time. Next time maybe make an appointment, or else you can get one of the other guys to do it for you." I didn't even bother to look to see where he wanted his little old frog. I just kept right on moving past him. On my way out the door, I called out over my shoulder to the guys who were staying. "I'm out of here, guys. See you next week." I shot a quick text to Simon, letting him know I was on my way, and he responded by letting me know he would meet me there. We hadn't spent hardly any time at all at his apartment. If I had my way, he wouldn't have gone back to his apartment at all. But we weren't quite there yet. Almost, but not yet. I made it home with just enough time to take a quick shower and change clothes when I heard the front door open. "I'm here," he called out. I went from the bedroom to the living room to greet him. I pulled him into my arms and wrapped him up. "Hey, Sprite. Good to see you." "Good to see you too, Daddy. Did your tattoo go well this morning?" "It did. It turned out great." "Awesome. So what are our plans for tonight?" he asked. "I don't know. We could go out to eat, cook here, or order in. Whatever you want. Didn't you mention your brother playing somewhere local?" "That isn't until next weekend. I think Keegan and Owen are going to have them play at their wedding, though, so that's cool." "Awesome. I can't wait to hear them play next weekend, but that means this weekend I have you all to myself." "True enough. But what are you going to do with me?" he asked. I was about to elaborate in great detail when my phone rang. I looked at the caller ID to see it was Amelia calling. "Hold that thought for a second," I told him. "It's my sister calling." "Hey, Amelia, what's up?" "I was just wondering if you're working today or not." I was earlier, but I'm off now. Why? What's up?
There was a scheduling snafu at work, and I need to go in, but Mom can't watch Rissa.
I glanced over at Simon, not sure what to do. I'd been looking forward to tonight, but this was why I moved home, so I could be there for my sister and for Rissa.
What is it?
He asked. Hold on a sec, I said to Amelia. I moved the phone away from my mouth and quietly said, It's Amelia. She needs someone to watch Clarissa.
Okay.
He shrugged.
We didn't have anything planned anyway, so tell her we can do it.
Then paused, realizing what he'd said.
I mean, if you want me to stay. I didn't mean to presume.
I stopped him with a kiss. Sprite, I'd love for you to stay so you can meet Amelia and Rissa. I just didn't want to ruin our night.
Hello,
a voice said faintly from the phone I was still holding to my side. I chuckled and put it back up to my ear. I'm here, Amelia. I can watch her. For how long? Do you need her to spend the night?
Oh, goodness, no, just for a couple of hours this afternoon. Are you sure you don't mind?
Not at all. Do you want to drop her off here, or should we come there?
We? I thought I heard another voice. Is that Simon? Do I finally get to meet this mystery man?
He isn't a mystery. I just wanted to keep him all to myself. But I guess I could share him for a little while. I winked at him, and he grinned back.
Since it's just for a couple of hours, why don't you come here?
We can do that. What time do you need us there?
As soon as you can get here, if that's okay.
It is. We haven't had lunch yet, but we can pick something up on the way.
Simon.
I'm sorry about that, he said, hanging up the phone.
About what? Like I said, we weren't doing anything special tonight anyway.
I know, but I really doubt you intended to spend your time off watching a soon-to-be 3-year-old.
The only plan I had was to spend my time off with you. Doesn't matter to me what we're doing, I said honestly.
Aw, Sprite, you're too good for me.
Funny, I was just thinking the same thing about you. Now, if we're going to go help your sister, we better get moving. I could have told him how excited I was to get to go meet his sister and play with his niece, but I knew he'd think I was just trying to make him think I really didn't mind. But the truth was, I really was excited. He'd mentioned her so often, and I'd been wanting to meet her, but I didn't want to be that guy who tried to push my way into a part of his life he wasn't ready for me to go. But now I didn't have to, because he was taking me with him. I feel like I should show up with a stuffy or something so I can bribe her to like me, I said, only half teasing.
She'll love you without bribes, I'm sure of it. But if it turns out I'm wrong, we'll make sure you have one next time.
It was a short drive over to his sister's place. Somehow I wasn't surprised that he'd chosen a place that wasn't far from her, or had made sure she found a place close to him. I wasn't sure which happened first. She lived in a cute little duplex. The garages were built in the middle, splitting the houses into 2 residences. Gunnar parked his truck on the street in front of her place, and we went up to the front door. Before we could knock, the door opened, and a short, curvy woman stood there with a big smile. I was watching for you. The princess is napping, and I didn't want the door to wake her. Gunnar wrapped her in a hug, and she turned to look to me. You must be Simon. I've heard a lot about you. It's about time I finally get to meet you. She shot a chastising glare at Gunnar, and then gave me a smile that reminded me of her brother. And you must be Amelia. I've heard a lot about you as well. We'll talk later. I can't wait to get to know you, but I have to get going. We have a client who called in to schedule a cut with Candace. The new girl answered the phone and took the booking without double-checking with Candace. She'd requested today off and can't come in. Luckily, the woman agreed to have someone else do her hair, so off I go to save the day. I chuckled at her use of the same phrase he'd used the day we had coffee. It was easy to see these two were related. She went up on her tiptoes and kissed Gunnar on the cheek. Thanks for coming, and sorry to spoil your day. We really didn't have anything planned, so you didn't spoil anything. We can sit here and watch television just as easily as we could at your brother's house, I insisted. She chuckled. You say that because Her Royal Highness isn't up from her nap yet. We'll talk again after a few hours of singing about Letting It Go or Bruno. She grabbed her purse and headed out. She's a stylist, then? I wasn't sure what she did.
Yeah, she'd always loved to do hair and makeup. She went through the vocational program at her high school, and when she graduated, she was able to get her license. She worked for a couple of those chain salons for a few years, but then she got an opportunity to take some special training that gave her some extra cred. From there, she got in at a high-end salon, and she's been there for about 5 years now.
That's awesome. Good for her. We made ourselves comfortable on the couch, and Gunnar picked something for us to watch. We made it through 2 episodes of some food competition when a tiny little human toddled out of the hallway into the living room, rubbing her eyes. She had a mess of curly hair that was pretty much everywhere, and was dragging the saddest excuse for a rabbit I'd ever seen behind her.
"Hey there, princess," Gunnar said, holding his arms out for her.
"Where's Mommy?" she asked.
"She had to go make someone beautiful. Now come give me a hug."
"'Kay," she said, moving cautiously around me and crawling up in her uncle's lap and pulling the saggy bunny up behind her into her lap. "Who's that?" She pointed at me.
"That's my friend, Simon. He's really nice."
She peeked at me over the top of the bunny like she was trying to decide if she believed him. Then she snuggled into Gunnar's chest, stuck her thumb in her mouth, and let out a sigh that I chose to take as acceptance. Gunnar picked up the remote and switched it to one of her shows.
"She's always been slow to wake up," he said, rubbing her back.
She shifted around so she could see the show that seemed to star a Dalmatian that was a fire dog and a small poodle mix of some kind that liked to fly. After a few minutes of watching the show, she looked back over at me. "Do you like puppies?"
"I do. Do you?"
She popped her thumb back in her mouth and nodded her head enthusiastically. Looked like I passed test number 1, and that made me feel brave. "Is that your bunny?" I asked. She nodded again, curls bouncing everywhere. "What's his name?" "Bun Bun." "Well, that's a great name for a bunny," I insisted, and she smiled at me around her thumb.
"Hey there, princess. I bet you already had lunch, didn't you?"
"We had sketty with meatballs."
"Oh, your favorite," he said. "But that was before your nap. Do you need a snack? Maybe peanut butter toast?"
That got our first no of the afternoon as she shook her head. "No toast. Smoothies." She perked up at the thought of a smoothie so much that if I needed to, I'd go buy her one. But I didn't have to. It seemed smoothies were a favorite of hers, so her mom kept all the fixings. I followed them into the kitchen where he pulled a big square stool-looking thing with rails on it out of the corner over to the counter, and she crawled right up there.
"I saw one of these on a video and ordered it for her. She loves to help Melia cook, but I was afraid for her to be on a regular stool or a chair. My mom insisted that both Melia and I stood on kitchen chairs to help, and neither of us died. But I feel better with this one," he tugged her curls, "on something safer."
Because of course he did. It took us a while to make the smoothie because Gunnar pretended he forgot how, which meant she had to give him directions. I had to admit she was just as adorable as Gunnar had said she was, and he was so damn sweet with her.
"Okay, which cup do you want to put it in, princess?" he asked, holding out 2 options, both with lids and straws.
She chose the one she wanted, and then with his help she poured her smoothie into her cup. He put the lid on her cup and waited while she climbed backwards out of her stool. Then he handed her the cup.
"You go watch your show while I clean up in here."
"'Kay," she said, reaching for my hand and pulling me with her. I hadn't expected her to take to me so quickly, especially since she'd barely said 2 words to me, but I wasn't complaining. I just let her lead me back into the living room. It took longer than I expected for Gunnar to clean up the mess, and at one point I thought I heard the blender going again, but I was too busy with Rissa to worry about him. I'd explained to her that I didn't know anything about the show, so she'd have to tell me about the characters. She enthusiastically gave me all their names, and I'm pretty sure she told me stories about heroic times they had saved the day, but I wasn't sure. Her speech was pretty darn good for almost 3, but when she got excited I couldn't make out half of what she said. I was pretty good at nodding and pretending I got it all, though, so it worked. By the time Gunnar came back into the living room with a smoothie for both of us, Rissa and I were fast friends. Chapter 21. Gunnar.
"I'd wanted Simon to meet my family for a while now, But for some reason I kept thinking it was too soon. I should have known better. I could tell by his response to Amelia's call that he wanted to come with me just as much as I wanted him to. I hadn't been worried my family wouldn't like him. I was pretty sure they would actually love him. What I hadn't counted on was how much it would mean for him to be so good with Rissa. The look on his face when she reached for his hand to lead him back into the living room was everything. That was why I decided the two of us needed a smoothie as well, to give them a little time to get to know each other. But if I hadn't already been more than halfway in love with my little sprite, when I walked into the living room, smoothies in hand, to find her sitting on his lap babbling on about Zuma, Sky, and Chase, I would have been then. I could tell he'd given up trying to keep up with the story she was telling about the time they helped save a kitten that was stuck in the tree. That was her favorite episode, so I knew it by heart. But he was being so kind and patient with her and encouraging her by making all the appropriate noises at the right time. It was so damn cute. Here, I handed him a cup with a smoothie in it. Thank you, he said with a wink over the top of her head. By the time Amelia got home, we'd graduated from cartoons to building blocks, in which both Rissa and Simon found great joy in knocking down everything we built. I knew my sister wanted an opportunity to grill Simon, and I'd make sure she got that chance another time, but today I just wanted to get on with the plans we'd had for our weekend together. We both said our goodbyes, which somehow included Simon promising to come for a tea party with Rissa soon. She hugged him like she'd known him her whole life, and made him kiss Bun Bun goodbye before he could go. It took forever for us to get out the door, but we finally made it. I opened the truck door and he climbed in. Not for the first time I thought about getting a sidestep added for him. I bought this truck because it was a good fit for me, but for someone his height, it was hard to get into. I ran around and hopped in just as he buckled his seatbelt and flopped back on the seat. Wow, she's something else. She is, isn't she? I don't think I've ever seen anyone half that adorable, and she's wicked smart. I know, right? She blows me away on a consistent basis. She's like her mother that way. Stubborn like her, too. Knows her own mind, that's for sure. Thank you for taking me with you and letting me meet her. You're welcome. I think she was pretty taken with you. Well, the feeling was mutual. My mom is going to want to meet you now that Amelia has, so prepare yourself. She's one of those moms. She'll meet you and she'll have us married with kids of our own before you know what hit you. Is that something you want? Kids, I mean? I probably should have anticipated the question after spending an afternoon cuddled up with Rissa, but it still caught me off guard. Maybe someday. I never really gave it much thought, to be honest. When I was younger and realized I was gay, I kind of thought that wasn't a possibility. But times have changed, so who knows? How about you? I don't know. My friend from work and his husband have twins, and when I see pictures of them, I think, maybe. But it isn't really something I've thought a lot about. I think it would be hard with my crazy work schedule, so it would require some big changes. Sounds to me like we're on the same page with that. Neither opposed, but neither of us thinks it's a priority right now. But maybe someday, he said, nodding in agreement. Exactly. I smiled at him and took his hand. I hadn't been lying when I said I hadn't really given it much thought. But with Simon, all kinds of new things were possible. So who knew what the future held? What shall we do with the rest of our day? Order pizza and lay on the couch and be lazy. That's my suggestion. You can watch some of your Viking show and I'll read. Sounds like the perfect Saturday night to me. But how about Chinese instead of pizza? Chinese is good. And I have a better idea than laying on the couch as well. Like what? Let's get home, and I'll show you. Simon. We swung by a Chinese takeout place we'd eaten at before and grabbed dinner, and then headed to his house. I thought I had a pretty good idea of what Gunnar meant when he said he had a better idea how we could spend our evening than laying on the couch, but it was confirmed when we pulled into the garage and killed the engine. He reached for me, wrapping his hand in my hair and pulling me halfway across the console. His lips brushed mine gently, and I whimpered. The food can wait. I'll put it in the kitchen and meet you in the bedroom. Be ready for me.
I hopped out of the truck and went straight to the bedroom. Be ready for me, he said. I wasn't positive exactly what that meant, but I assumed it meant no clothes. So I made quick work of what I had on, tossing them in the chair on my side of the bed. I'd just gotten myself completely naked and on the bed when he walked in.
Look at you, all splayed out and waiting for me like a good boy, he purred.
Fuck, I loved it when he used that sexy voice. It reminded me of a big cat, like a tiger or a jaguar. It held this barely restrained power that let me know he was about to wreck me in the best possible way. I sucked in a breath in anticipation as he stalked around to his side of the bed, removing clothing as he went. He lifted his arms to pull his t-shirt off, his abdominal muscles on display, and I wanted to lean up and lick them. Instead, I stayed put, waiting for him to tell me what to do next.
Tonight is going to be hard and fast, baby boy. Are you ready for that?
Yes, please.
Then get on your knees so I can get you ready for me, boy,
he growled, and I scrambled to do as he said. I heard the click of the lube container, and then the sound of hands being rubbed together as he warmed the lube. I didn't know if he was being considerate or if he was purposefully making me wait, but by the time he ran a slick finger over my hole, I was ready to beg if I had to. His finger slowly slid into my body, and I let out a little moan. It felt so good. He added another finger fucking me slow and deep, opening me up for him. He added a little twist, brushing my prostate with his fingers, and I whimpered. Then the fingers were gone. Daddy, I begged.
I love taking you from behind like this, Sprite. The view is fucking amazing. I get to watch when I thrust deep inside you, and I get to see this pretty little hole swallow my cock.
He ran his finger over my pucker in a slow, teasing circle.
This hole that was made for me. Isn't that right, baby boy? Whose hole is this?
Fuck, it's yours, Daddy. Just yours.
Damn right it is,
he growled in that deep, rumbly voice. I felt his legs press up behind mine, and then he was there, pressing inside me, stretching me slowly. Yes, fuck yes, I cried out. I'd never in my life been so happy we'd both had negative tests and agreed to go without a condom, because the thought of him buried deep inside my ass with no barrier was almost enough to make me come on the spot. Once he was fully seated inside me, he stilled, gripping my hips to hold me firmly in place.
Damn, baby, you feel so good around me. So hot and tight.
He stayed that way for a minute, giving my body a chance to adjust to the intrusion, and then he pulled out slowly and then sank back into me in one long thrust. He began fucking me hard and fast, just like he'd promised, until I was moaning and babbling incoherently.
When do you get to come, Sprite?
When you say I can, Daddy, I said, whimpering. I wanted to be good. I really did. But I knew I wouldn't be able to wait long, so I hoped he wouldn't ask me to.
Good boy.
He reached down and grabbed me, pulling me up against him so that my back was pressed against his stomach. The change in position pushed him further up inside me, and the angle took me to a completely different place of bliss. He wrapped one hand around my waist to keep me in place, and slid the other one up so that it was around my neck. He continued to fuck up into me hard and fast. He firmly squeezed the hand that was around my neck, not hard enough to cut off my breath, but enough to let me know he could if he wanted to. Please, Daddy, please, I need to come. I was truly begging now, because the last thing I wanted to do was disappoint him. But that hand around my neck, fuck, I'd never felt anything like it before. Nothing had ever made me feel so owned as that did. Like everything I had, even my next breath, belonged to him, and I loved it. He leaned down close to my ear.
Come for me, Sprite. Come for Daddy,
he growled. Then he bit down on my earlobe and carefully tightened his grip on my throat. I reached down and grabbed my cock. I barely touched myself before my orgasm swept over me like an earthquake. If he hadn't been holding me tight against him, I would have collapsed, unable to hold myself upright. Wave after wave of pleasure rocked through my body. Gunnar shouted out in pleasure as I felt him flood my channel with his release. He pulled out of me and carefully shifted to the side. Then he tumbled down onto the bed, taking me with him. My lips brushed his, and he moaned against my mouth. Chapter 22. Gunnar. I felt pretty good about things now that Simon was coming to my place when he got off work. I'd been so thrilled with having him here all the time when he was off that I hadn't given much thought to just exactly what that meant as far as time for him to take care of business. I should have, though, and I felt horrible about it. But over the last 2 weeks, we'd taken care of most of those issues. I'd cleared out space in my dresser and closet so he could bring work clothes over here, and I'd gone to the store and purchased some containers that were perfect for leftovers so he could take lunch with him. He was still tired from working such long shifts, which I didn't like, but he wasn't exhausted anymore. I knew he was going home for his grandmother's birthday this weekend, so I'd asked him when was the last time he'd had the oil changed on his car, and he'd admitted he didn't remember. So on Thursday I took him to work and then dropped his car off at my buddy Bishop's shop. I knew he would make sure it was done right, and that he would check everything else out as well. I admit I took some teasing from Bishop when I pulled up in the tiny little car, but once I explained to him that it was my boy's car, he got it. Bishop was one of the only other daddies I knew, and was the one who suggested I try out the daddy-boy night at Club Verde. He assured me he would take care of my boy's car, which made me feel better about him having to go by himself. I'd been so tempted to cancel that appointment and go with him, but having a client fly into town so you could be the one to do their work was a big deal, and I didn't want to let them down. The guy's name was Tomas, and he'd seen some of my work that a friend of his got. But still, by the time Simon got on the road Saturday morning, he was laughing at me and calling me a daddy hen. Luckily, I spent the whole morning working on the tattoo. It was a big one, and it should have been broken into multiple appointments, but because it wasn't his first tattoo and he'd made the trip to town for it, we were going to do it all in one sitting. I loved the way it came out, and luckily so was Tomas. He insisted on multiple pics for his Instagram, not only of the tat but with me in them as well, in which he informed everyone he traveled 2,000 miles to get the very best tattoo artist in the country to do his tattoo. I seriously doubted I was the best in the country, but between him saying that and all the comments that popped up on the picture right away, asking for details about the shop and for my contact information, I was feeling pretty good about my decision to go ahead and stay to do it. Of course, the text I'd received from Simon letting me know he'd made it helped me to relax and stop worrying. I got Tomas all finished up and out the door, and I was feeling pretty damn good about how things had gone when Kyle came into the shop. I hadn't seen him since the last time I'd refused to take him as a walk-in a few weeks ago, but he'd caught me on a good day. With Simon out of town, I wasn't in a huge rush to get home. I was going over to play poker with the guys tonight, but that was hours away. "Hey, Kyle, you in for a tattoo today?" "I am. Do you have time to do one for me today?" "I do," I assured him. "Or both Bryce and Tony are here today as well if you want me to see if one of them can do it." "Of course not. I would much rather have you than either of them." "Okay, then. What do you want to get today?" Simon. For the first time since leaving here to go off to college, I didn't feel that strange twang of homesickness when I pulled into my parents' drive. In the beginning, I'd assumed I would come back here to live someday, but after a few years of being gone, I realized that I could never live the life I wanted here in this little town. My parents loved me, but I would never fit in here, which meant this would never be my home again. Visits home were always a mixture of longing to stay, but a relief to leave, which was really hard to explain. But this time, all I felt was happy to be home to see my mom and to celebrate my Nona's birthday. I loved the people here, but this was no longer my home. My home was with Gunnar, wherever he was, and I could enjoy my visit here with my family guilt-free because I knew where I belonged. I pulled out my phone and sent a quick text to Gunnar, letting him know I'd made it. Then I grabbed my bag and the box of cookies I'd ordered from Ginger Snapped and hurried up the walk and in through the front door. "Mom, Dad, I'm home," I called. "We're out back," my mother called. I went through the house, stopping in the kitchen to put the cookies for Nona's birthday celebration on the counter, and out the back door to the patio. I loved this yard, and as I glanced around, I realized this was what I'd been imagining when I told Gunnar what we should do to his backyard. I leaned down and kissed my mother's cheek, and then collapsed in one of the chairs. "Rough drive?" my father asked. "Nah, just a rough week. I think this schedule is too much. I may look at making a change." "I thought you enjoyed working at the hospital," he said. "Oh, I do. I'm not looking to change actual jobs, just departments. I stopped in a couple days ago and talked with the nurse who's in charge of retention to see if she knew of any open spots I might fit in. She knew of a couple. I'm just not sure the super long days are worth it. Anyway, she said there were spots in a few places." "I've always worried about you working such long days. I don't think it's healthy for you," my mother said. "Now you sound like Gunnar. He says the same thing." "I wish he could have come with you. I would love to meet him," she said. "He'll come next time. Or maybe y'all could come into the city and meet him sometime soon. If he could have changed his appointment for today, he would have, but it's probably better that he couldn't. The first introduction he gets to our family probably shouldn't be an event like Nona's birthday. This is kind of a crazy bunch, so we should probably ease him into it."
"That is the truth. Your mama didn't give me the same courtesy. Brought me home for the first time on Christmas Eve. Talk about trial by fire,"
my father said with a laugh. "Well, you survived, didn't you?"
"I did indeed. So tell me all about your what is he? Boyfriend, partner, what's the correct term?"
My father was what some would call a good old boy. He might not always get everything right, but one thing I never doubted was that he loved me and that he always tried. We can go with boyfriend for now. I sure as hell wasn't about to tell my parents he was my daddy. They were both super supportive of me and had been all along, but that might be a bit more information than they were ready for.
"Okay, so tell us about your boyfriend, then."
My father leaned back in his chair and took a long swig of his beer. Well, he's older than I am. He retired from the military a couple years ago, and now he works at a tattoo shop that he's in the process of buying."
"Military, huh? What branch?"
"Navy. He was in engineering when he was enlisted, but he wanted to do something else when he got out."
"So just exactly how much older than you is he? Is he some kind of sugar daddy or something?"
my father asked suspiciously. I laughed. "I think to be a sugar daddy he has to be wealthy, but I just told you he works at a tattoo shop, so no, he isn't a sugar daddy." "Well, darn it. I always wanted one of those," my mom teased. "He just turned 40, though, so he is older, but that's only 15 years. This was the thing I'd been the most worried about. It didn't matter to me at all, but I wasn't sure how they would react to it. I hoped it wouldn't be a big deal, because while I wanted their approval, I didn't need it."
"If he's only 40, he must have gone in the military young then,"
my dad said. "Yeah, he enlisted right out of school." He nodded his head thoughtfully.
"Engineering, huh? Well, I guess that means we'll have to start pulling for Navy around here in the Army-Navy game. As long as he isn't a freaking Packers fan, we'll get along just fine."
I honestly had no idea if Gunnar was a Packers fan or if he even watched football at all, but I would be sure to caution him to choose wisely. Football was king around our house, and things got pretty heated around here during football season. "Hey, guys." My brother Trenton came through the door to join us, shoving what looked to be the last of a cookie into his mouth. "Tell me that was not one of the cookies I brought for Nona's party." "Oh, those were for the party?" He feigned innocence, like the cookies weren't all decorated in a birthday theme just for her special day. "Trenton, you better not have eaten the one that says Happy Forever 70 on it." "Of course not. I got one of the ones with the blue bonnets on it. It was delicious, by the way." I sighed. "I had those custom made for her party. Don't you dare eat another one."
"I won't. At least not until the party, then all bets are off. That was a damn good cookie."
"I'll be sure and tell the owner Rory you thought so, and if you really enjoy them, you could order a dozen. He's just starting his business, so he needs all the orders he can get." Gunnar.
I pulled up at the address Lucas had texted me for the poker game. I knocked on the door and heard someone inside yell for me to come in. I'd been looking forward to tonight, partially because the more I had to do while Simon was gone, the better, but mostly because I'd missed playing cards. I'd played a lot of poker and spades when I was in the Navy. When you're out to sea for months at a time, there isn't much else to do, and I'd missed it. The men I'd gone riding with were there, so I recognized them, but there was a fifth man I hadn't met. "Gunnar," I said, walking over and sticking out my hand. "Owen, nice to meet you. I've heard a lot about you from Keegan." I still haven't met all the boys, but I feel like I know them from all the things Simon has said. I thought I might get to meet some of them tonight. "Well," Ryder said, "we'll be having a cookout at my house soon, so you and Simon can come and you can meet everyone at once. Just rip off the Band-Aid. But for tonight, they're all hanging out at my place. Well, everyone but Simon, of course, since he's out of town." "Right. Well, a cookout sounds good." "Okay, enough chit-chat," Lucas said, rubbing his hands together. "Let's play. I hope you came ready to lose some money, Gunnar." "I came ready to play, but who loses money remains to be seen." I'd just won my third hand when my phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out to see a text from Simon. Sprite. "Tell me you aren't a Green Bay Packers fan." Me. "I'm not a Packers fan. Now explain." "My dad said you would be okay as long as you weren't a Packers fan." "Is it okay if I'm a 49ers fan?" "Probably not." "Well, good thing I'm a born and bred Cowboys fan like any good Texan." "Hooray, sports ball!" "I take it you aren't a football fan. I may have to rethink this whole thing." "Now you sound like the rest of my family. I don't hate it, I just don't care one way or the other." "You can read while I watch the game. I'm at Lucas's playing poker right now." "Crap, I forgot. Sorry, I'll let you get back to it." "I'll call you when I get home." "Okay. Miss you." "Miss you too, Sprite." "From the goofy look on your face, I'm going to assume that was Simon?" Lucas teased. It was. Apparently his father's only concern about our relationship involved football. It seems being a Green Bay fan is a deal-breaker. "You're a Packers fan?" Ryder asked, looking shocked. "Luckily, no," I laughed. "So things are going pretty good for you, too?" "Things are fantastic. Now that we have a plan to help deal with his long workdays, I think we are on the right track. He was running himself ragged and not taking care of himself. As soon as his lease is up on that apartment, I'm going to try to convince him to move in. He's already spending most of his time at my place anyway." "No sense in paying rent on a place you aren't using," Max said. "That's my thought. Plus, it would make it easier for me to make sure he's taken care of if he lives there. The only bad thing is I think I'm in danger of losing my favorite uncle status. The last time I went over to see my niece, Rissa, she was so disappointed Simon wasn't with me, she refused to play with me until we called him at work so she could tell him hi. Simon has that effect on kids. One of the guys that works for me has a baby, and he's one of her favorite people," Ryder said. "I get it. He's my favorite person as well." Chapter 23. Simon. Normally, if I worked 3 straight days after traveling to see my family, I would be totally wiped out. Usually because I hadn't had that time off to do all the things I needed to do on my days off. But not this time, because this time I was staying with Gunnar, and he'd handled all the things I normally didn't find time for. He'd made sure I had good food to eat, and all my clothes were washed so I wasn't rushing to get them done last minute. It was so nice to have someone to help carry some of the load. But I didn't want him to be the only one contributing, which was why I was excited about this weekend. I had a 4-day weekend, and I was planning on cooking for him for a change. Up to this point, I'd done a few simple things like a stir-fry, but this weekend I was making the lasagna I'd promised him weeks ago. I'd gone over the recipe with my Nona when I was home, and made sure I knew exactly what to do. She'd been so pleased I was going to cook her recipe for my young man, as she kept calling him. On Thursday morning after Gunnar left for work, I went by my apartment for a little while to do a quick clean-up and to water my plants. It was funny how quickly the apartment didn't feel like home to me. Gunnar and I hadn't been together that long.
but I already felt more at home at his house than I did at my own place. I took care of the plants and grabbed a few of the outfits I'd left there so I would have what I needed for the weekend. I stopped by the store on my way back to his house and bought all the ingredients for the lasagna so I could get started on it first thing tomorrow. We were going to try a new Asian fusion place for boys' night tonight, and then we were planning to end the night at Big O's. I hadn't been out with them for a few weeks because of my schedule. This was the first Thursday I'd been off. Just another reason I was seriously considering making a change. Missy had called me into her office today to let me know about a possible opening, and I wasn't sure yet how I felt about it. It hadn't occurred to me to think about spots outside the hospital itself, but Meadowview was a pretty expansive health network, and they had a series of clinics that they also owned. She said there was an opening in a new pediatrician's office, and they were looking for a nurse. Since I'd put labor and delivery and the NICU on my list of places I was interested in, she wondered if I would consider it. The hours would be Monday through Friday, 8 in the morning to 5 with an hour for lunch. I'd never worked such a normal schedule before, and for all I knew I would hate it. She gave me a few days to think it over, but said she would need an answer by Monday morning. I figured I would talk it over with Gunnar this weekend and see what he thought about it. I was worried because it would be a much easier schedule for me physically, but it would mean less days off when he was off. I kind of liked the idea, though. Gavin was driving for us, as usual, because he was the only one with a vehicle big enough to carry all of us, so I hadn't bothered to ask the guys where the restaurant was. I just let him pick me up. To my surprise, it was just right up the street from Wicked Inc. "We should stop by Gunnar's shop," Brennan said. "We should. Let me text him and make sure he isn't too busy." Me. "Are you busy?" Daddy. "Nope. Just finishing up with my last appointment for the day." "Okay, the boys and I are going to stop by and say hi." "Awesome. Come on by." He said come on by, so let's do it. Maybe I should get a tattoo. Does he take walk-ins? I think you would better talk to Cooper before you get a tattoo. That's the plan as soon as we stop. We pulled in front of the shop and parked out front, and he pulled out his phone and started texting furiously. We sat there with him for a few minutes while they went back and forth until he shoved his phone in his pocket with a scowl on his face. Well, shit. He said not to get one without him. That's what I figured, I said. Me too, he grumbled, but I thought maybe I could talk him into it. We got out and descended on the shop en masse. It was empty aside from a nice-looking man sitting over in the waiting area and the shop's piercer, Rainey, who sat behind the counter. Rainey was pretty much my favorite person in the shop, and if I ever got brave enough to get a piercing, she was the one I would have do it. She tried to talk me into it the last time I'd stopped by with Gunnar. Hey, Simon. Gunnar told us you were stopping in with your friends. Are you here to get that daith piercing? Not today, Rainey, but you know if I ever decide to do it, you'll be the first to know. One of the other tattoo artists, Tony, came up from the back. Hey, Simon, did you have fun on your visit with your family? I did, but I'm glad to be home. Well, we're glad you're home. Gunnar's a grouchy bear when you're gone. I chuckled and shook my head. Is he alone back there? I wanted to say hi before my friends and I went out to eat. Tony, Rainey said, interrupting us and making a motion with her head towards the man who was waiting, giving him a watch-what-you-say look. Oh, hey, Kyle, Tony said. I didn't know you were here. I turned to look at the man as he stood up from the seat. I was hoping Guns would have a chance to see me tonight, he said coyly. Gavin looked at me and mouthed, Guns, and rolled his eyes. Gunnar, Tony said, accentuating Gunnar's full name, isn't taking walk-ins tonight. Bryce is here, though. I'm sure he could take care of you. The guy did not look at all happy with that response, but before he said anything, Gunnar came out from the back. He completely ignored everyone else in the room and went straight for me. Hey, Sprite. He wrapped me in his arms and kissed me like he hadn't seen me in ages instead of just since this morning. Not that I minded. So you guys are headed over to Tokyo Fusion for dinner? We are. Have you eaten there? I asked. I haven't, but I know Rainey loves it, right, Rainey? I do. The food is fantastic, she confirmed. Okay, we're going to head on down there. I just wanted to stop in and say hi. You're heading to Big O's from here, right? Yep,
and I'll be staying until you're ready to go home.
Awesome. See you in a bit, then. I gave him a quick kiss and said bye to Rainey, who rushed around the counter for a quick hug. I glanced around and realized the guy who had been waiting had left. What happened to the guy who was waiting?
He left, Tony said. I thought his head was going to explode when Guns here completely ignored him and kissed you, Simon. Maybe that will finally convince him you aren't interested, Gunnar. Maybe so, because just telling him I was in a relationship wasn't doing the trick.
So, he was here for the wicked and not the ink? Gavin said with a wink, pointing at the sign over the counter with the shop's name on it. Oh my lord, Gavin, I said, shaking my head. Well, you have said he's plenty wicked, he teased, and I felt my face flush. Gunnar chuckled and leaned down for another kiss. Then he moved to my ear, and in that low, growly voice that I loved so much, he said, Wicked, huh? I'll show you wicked. Okay, I think we should go now, I said, stepping back. He gave me a look that told me just how wicked his thoughts were right that minute, and I knew if we didn't get moving, there wouldn't be a boys' night tonight. Not that that would be the worst possible thing to happen. Brennan must have caught the look between us because he grabbed my arm and tugged. Come on, Si, you can play with your daddy later. Right now, it's boys' night. Yup, Gavin agreed. Let's go. We piled back in Gavin's SUV to drive the short distance to the restaurant. It was close enough that we could have walked, and I almost suggested it, but I had a feeling none of the daddies would be thrilled with us if we were out walking in this neighborhood after dark. Ben had climbed in next to me, and I noticed he was looking at me funny. What? I asked. Are you okay? Of course, why wouldn't I be? I don't know. I guess because there was this totally gorgeous guy in Gunnar's shop who was waiting for him, who was obviously interested in him for more than just a tattoo. One who seems to come there pretty regularly. I just wanted to make sure you weren't freaking out about that. No. Should I be? Of course not. I just thought with your past experience with cheaters and assholes, you might be. Gunnar is no Peter, Ben. I'm not at all worried. And that was when I realized I really wasn't. It hadn't even crossed my mind for a second. I knew who Gunnar was, and even if we hadn't said the words yet, I knew he loved me. I was just as sure about that as I was that the sun would rise in the morning, just like I was just as positive that I loved him, too. Oh, wow. I need to tell him. Like, now. As soon as the SUV stopped in the restaurant parking lot, I hopped out. Guys, sorry, but I'm going to have to bail on you. I have something I need to do. Is everything okay? Brennan asked. Everything is perfect. I grabbed Ben and pulled him into a hug. Thank you. He smiled at me and shook his head. I think Simon here just realized he loves his daddy. Well, duh, Gavin said, rolling his eyes. We all knew that. He's perfect for you. How could you not? That's a good question. Anyway, you guys go on and eat. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Nope, you hop back in the SUV and I'll run you back down there. Cooper would not be happy with me for letting you walk, even if it is only a few blocks. The guys can go in and get us a table. Okay, thank you, Gavin. I didn't think it was necessary at all, since I could literally see the shop from here, but I didn't want Gavin to get in trouble either, so I hopped in the front seat. It didn't take but a minute, and we were there. I got back out, barely even taking time to thank Gavin again, before I was headed into the shop. Where is he? I asked, breathlessly. Everything okay? Rainey asked, hopping up off her stool. Yes, everything's perfect. I just wanted to tell him something really quick. He didn't get a walk-in or anything, did he? You mean in the 2 seconds you were gone? She chuckled. Nope, he's back in his booth. Great, thanks, Rainey. The area where he worked was towards the back of the shop, so I hurried through until I came to the door of his work area. I took a deep breath and pushed the door open. He was sitting at his drawing table off to the left, working on a design, but he looked up to see who had come in. Sprite, is everything okay? He asked, spinning his chair around to face me. Everything's fine, Daddy. I moved over to where he sat, swung one of my legs over his, and slid into his lap so that I was straddling him. I don't know what I'd planned to say, but it didn't really matter, because it just all came out at once. It's just we were going out for boys' night, but we came here, and there was that Kyle person. Not that he matters. He doesn't matter at all. I just meant when I realized he didn't matter, it was like, wow, like I didn't even realize how much shit I'd been carrying around until I realized I wasn't carrying it around anymore. But none of that matters because I'm not carrying it around. It's gone. And then it hit me. I love you, Daddy. So much.
Sprite, he said gently, take a breath for me.
I did as he said, closing my eyes, inhaling a deep breath and letting it out slowly. I felt my body relaxing, and then I opened my eyes to find him watching me. He reached up and trailed a finger down my cheek, making me shiver. Then he leaned forward and placed a kiss on my forehead, the same way he had that first night in the club.
I love you too, Sprite. So much. I think I have from that first night when you demanded I make good on my promise and give you a kiss. You're it for me, baby boy.
Daddy, take me home. Chapter 24. Gunnar.
I'd never been so glad to live so close to the shop as I was tonight. It didn't take long at all to make the drive home, and as soon as we got there, I didn't even bother with the garage. I stopped the truck in the driveway, hopped out, and ran around to his side. One of the things I loved most about him was his size, and I took full advantage of it at that moment. As soon as he was out of the truck, I reached for him, grabbing his ass and pulling him up. He let out a little squeak and wrapped his legs around my waist.
"What are you doing, Daddy?" he asked, laughing.
"I'm taking my boy into our house so I can show him how much I love him. Any other questions, Sprite?" He shook his head, and a brilliant smile spread across his face.
"Nope, not a single one."
I carried him straight through the house and into the bedroom, and then let him slide to the floor. "Clothes off, now," I ordered. He looked up at me from under those long lashes of his and slowly did as I said. First he removed his shirt. Then he pushed down his pants, revealing a gorgeous pair of skin-tight black boxer briefs. I could see the outline of his hard cock through the briefs. Holy fuck, I'd never seen anything so beautiful. He took a step back and then didn't move, standing there, letting me look at him. Fuck, Sprite. I have never seen anything more stunning than you are right this minute. I reached out and ran my hands down his sides and around his waist. Then I slowly moved my hands back up his body, watching the goosebumps raising beneath my touch. I reached up with one hand and cupped his cheek, leaning in to kiss him while I trailed the other hand back down his torso, stopping at the band of his briefs. I ran that one finger along the band while I dipped my tongue into his mouth. "Daddy," he moaned. "I love the way that word sounds coming out of your mouth," I told him, as I stepped away and started removing my clothes. First my shirt, then my pants. "I want you on the bed right now." He hurried to do as I asked and got up on the bed on all fours. "Like this, Daddy? Is this how you want me?" "No, Sprite. I want you on your back. I want to look you in your eyes while I make you mine tonight." "I'm already yours. All of me. I love you, Daddy," he said. But he rolled to his back like I asked. "God, I love you, Sprite. So damn much." I began touching his body, trailing my fingers across his chest and down his abs. We kissed and touched for what seemed like forever, until it wasn't enough and I needed to be even closer to him, to be inside him. I grabbed the bottle of lube and poured some into my hand. "Open up for me, baby boy." He pulled his legs back to give me easy access. I slowly stroked my cock with one hand as I teased his hole with the other, and he began to moan. "Baby, that's so beautiful. My fingers sliding in and out of you. I could watch you like this all night." "No, Daddy," he whined. "I need you inside me, please." "Did you forget who's in charge here, Sprite?" I teased, as I leaned over and licked the length of him from the base to the tip of his cock. I did it again, and at the same time I continued to thrust my fingers in and out of his hole, getting him ready for me. "You are, Daddy. You're in charge." His dick twitched and pre-cum leaked from his slit, and he began to beg in earnest. "But Daddy, please, I can't." Shh, baby boy, I've got you. I know what you need. I hooked his legs up over my shoulders and lined up my cock with his hole. He gasped as I pushed through the ring of muscle with one stroke. I'd prepared him well, but I also knew my boy liked it when I was a little bit rough. I stayed there, buried deep inside him for a minute, giving him time to adjust. Then I slid his legs down around my waist and reached for his hands, linking our fingers together. I began to move slowly in and out of his body, dragging the head of my cock over his prostate with each easy thrust. In, out, in, out. His fingers tightened around mine as he writhed beneath me. I sped up my thrusts and he moaned, "Fuck, yes, Daddy, harder." My boy was a bossy little thing tonight, but he'd been brave enough to tell me he loved me, so I decided to let him get away with it just this once. The pressure was building in my balls, so I knew I wouldn't last much longer. I let go of his hands and moved his legs back up, gripping his upper thighs to get better leverage. "Now, baby boy, I want you to come for me." And I began to pound into him, hard and fast, chasing my release. He reached down and began to pump his cock furiously until finally his body went stiff beneath me, and he cried out as cum shot from his cock, pooling on his abdomen. Seeing him let go, combined with the tightening of his channel around my cock, pushed me over the edge as my orgasm slammed through me, and I called out as I filled his ass with my own release. I collapsed on the bed beside him and pulled him into my arms, holding him tight until our breathing returned to normal. "I love you, Daddy." "I know, Sprite. I love you too," I said, giving him a gentle kiss. "I think we need to take a shower and find something to eat." He sighed contentedly, snuggling in closer. "Gonna feel you all day tomorrow." "Sounds like you like the idea of that," I chuckled. "Oh, yeah. I like it a lot." Chapter 25. Simon. "Be careful, don't let the floof ball out," Gunnar called to the guys as they prepared to unload the boxes that were in the back of their pickups. "No worries, I shut him in the bathroom. He'll be mad at me for days, probably, but at least the little Houdini won't get out." More than once over the last 2 weeks, the kitten we'd found at the local shelter had somehow managed to get out the front door. Because the backyard had a privacy fence and he was such a tiny little thing, we hadn't worried so much about him if he got out there. But I was terrified if he got out the front, he'd get lost. It had been a busy few weeks for us. I'd taken the position at the pediatrician's office, and so far I loved it. Gunnar's boss, Deke, had decided he was ready to retire, so Gunnar had started the process of buying him out of the shop. We'd decided that even if I had to buy out my lease on my apartment, there was just no point in pretending I lived there. So on this last boys' night, the boys all helped me pack everything up, and this weekend was moving day. Not that I brought that much with me. I sold most of the furniture and just kept my personal belongings and a few things from my kitchen. I could have just used Gunnar's truck in the evenings and done it all myself, but they wanted to help. "This is what friends do," Ben reminded me. "They give up their Saturdays to help each other move. Let us do this for you." How was I supposed to say no? Instead, I bought some beer, ordered a bunch of pizzas, and let them do it. Once everything was unloaded and the guys had eaten their weight in pizza, they cleared out, leaving the two of us in our house. "I can't wait for Rissa to come meet the floofball," Gunnar said. He was sitting on the couch with the little kitten curled up in a ball on his chest. He insisted it was because he liked feeling his heartbeat, but I thought it was the heat. Google said we were both right, but no matter the reason, there was something so freaking sexy about a big old man cuddling a tiny little kitten. Well, before she comes and meets him, he needs a name. I'm not having this poor baby stuck with a name like Floof because we didn't give him a proper one in time. "Well, Sprite, that's up to you. He's your kitten." "I'll think of something, but not tonight. Tonight I'm tired from moving." I plopped down on the couch and spun around to get in my normal spot with my head on his thigh and my legs stretched out on the couch. "I think I need a nap." "Yeah, all that put that over there was really hard work, wasn't it?" he said with a chuckle. I sighed dramatically. "You have no idea." He picked up the kitten and placed it on my stomach, then slid out from under my head. You just sit tight. I'm going to grab a drink really quick. Do you want anything? No, I groaned. I should probably get up and unpack a few boxes. Or you could just lay right there and cuddle with the little floof ball. The boxes aren't going anywhere. You're right. I don't have to unpack them all today. I think Brennan left some of his sangria in the fridge. If so, that would be good. I think he did. I'll grab you some, and I'll grab your e-reader. Then we can just chill on the couch for a bit, and we'll tackle the unpacking tomorrow. He came back a few minutes later with a beer for him and a glass for me. He set them on the table in front of the couch and waited while I cradled the kitten so I wouldn't drop him, and sat up enough for Gunnar to slide back into his spot. I relaxed back against him and released a contented sigh. Daddy? What, Sprite? Did I ever tell you that before I met you, I decided I didn't want a daddy at all? That I was going to try for a regular man instead because daddies weren't for me? No, you didn't tell me that. I nodded my head. Yep. That trip to Club Verde was supposed to be my last time to try and find the daddy for me, or I was going to give it all up. I'm so glad you chose that night to check out the club. Can you imagine if we hadn't met that night? No, Sprite, I can't. You were made for me, baby. We would have found each other somehow, even if I hadn't gone to the club that night. I'm sure of it. It was destiny. You were meant to be my boy. I was still adjusting to working a regular schedule and having Saturday and Sunday off each week. I was also really liking being able to plan things with my friends and family without everyone having to work around my crazy schedule. It was nice to be able to make appointments without having a calendar in front of me, like the one I had for today, for example. This was one I was really looking forward to. I pulled my car into the parking lot and got out, then took a deep breath and smiled, and then I walked inside Wicked Inc. Rainey grinned at me conspiratorially, then called to the back. Gunnar, your 3 o'clock is here. Does he know? I whispered. Doesn't have a clue. I put you down under a fake name. As far as he knows, you're just some new person who booked a tattoo. Thanks, Rainey. You're the best. I moved over to the books on the counter and started flipping through them. I didn't need to look. I was doing it more out of nervousness than anything since I already knew what I was getting. I'd been thinking about it ever since the night I moved into the house I now shared with Gunnar. A few minutes later, Gunnar came in from the back door. He glanced around looking for his client until he saw me standing there. Sprite, what are you doing here? I came to get a tattoo. I made an appointment and everything. He glanced over at Rainey and she nodded. Yup, he called in early this week. I started to tell him you were booked since I knew you were trying to get off earlier on Saturdays these days. But I figured for him you would make an exception. You know, him being so cute and all. You want to get a tattoo? I do. Well, I can probably do that for you, depending on what you want and where you want it. I walked over to him and went up on my tiptoes to give him a kiss. Then I took his hand and placed it flat against my chest over my heart. I want it right here, Daddy. Right over my heart. And this is what I want. I held out a piece of paper. It's the symbol for destiny mixed with the infinity symbol. Rainey drew it for me. I looked over and gave her a grateful smile. Because it's just like you said. I was meant to be your boy. He took the design and looked at it. It was destiny, Sprite. Or fate, or kismet, or whatever you want to call it. But yes, I do believe you were made just for me. He ran one finger along the design. For infinity. He nodded. But you know you don't have to get it tattooed on your body if you don't want to. Just knowing you believe it, too, is enough. I know that. And I know you always say people should be sure because a tattoo is kinda forever, but so are we. And I'm sure. I want to get the tattoo. I love you, Sprite. And if you are sure, I'll do it. You and me forever, Daddy. I've never been more sure of anything in my life. This concludes Gunnar by Jacki James, narrated by Kurt Graves.
Copyright 2022 by Jacki James. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Jacki James and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. Asked, hopping up off her stool. Yes, everything's perfect. I just wanted to tell him something really quick. He didn't get a walk-in or anything, did he? You mean in the 2 seconds you were gone? She chuckled. Nope, he's back in his booth. Great, thanks, Rainey. The area where he worked was towards the back of the shop, so I hurried through until I came to the door of his work area. I took a deep breath and pushed the door open. He was sitting at his drawing table off to the left, working on a design, but he looked up to see who had come in. Sprite, is everything okay? He asked, spinning his chair around to face me. Everything's fine, Daddy. I moved over to where he sat, swung one of my legs over his, and slid into his lap so that I was straddling him. I don't know what I'd planned to say, but it didn't really matter, because it just all came out at once. It's just we were going out for boys' night, but we came here, and there was that Kyle person. Not that he matters. He doesn't matter at all. I just meant when I realized he didn't matter, it was like, wow, like I didn't even realize how much shit I'd been carrying around until I realized I wasn't carrying it around anymore. But none of that matters because I'm not carrying it around. It's gone. And then it hit me. I love you, Daddy. So much.
Sprite, he said gently, take a breath for me.
I did as he said, closing my eyes, inhaling a deep breath and letting it out slowly. I felt my body relaxing, and then I opened my eyes to find him watching me. He reached up and trailed a finger down my cheek, making me shiver. Then he leaned forward and placed a kiss on my forehead, the same way he had that first night in the club.
I love you too, Sprite. So much. I think I have from that first night when you demanded I make good on my promise and give you a kiss. You're it for me, baby boy.
Daddy, take me home. Chapter 24. Gunnar.
I'd never been so glad to live so close to the shop as I was tonight. It didn't take long at all to make the drive home, and as soon as we got there, I didn't even bother with the garage. I stopped the truck in the driveway, hopped out, and ran around to his side. One of the things I loved most about him was his size, and I took full advantage of it at that moment. As soon as he was out of the truck, I reached for him, grabbing his ass and pulling him up. He let out a little squeak and wrapped his legs around my waist.
"What are you doing, Daddy?" he asked, laughing.
"I'm taking my boy into our house so I can show him how much I love him. Any other questions, Sprite?" He shook his head, and a brilliant smile spread across his face.
"Nope, not a single one."
I carried him straight through the house and into the bedroom, and then let him slide to the floor. "Clothes off, now," I ordered. He looked up at me from under those long lashes of his and slowly did as I said. First he removed his shirt. Then he pushed down his pants, revealing a gorgeous pair of skin-tight black boxer briefs. I could see the outline of his hard cock through the briefs. Holy fuck, I'd never seen anything so beautiful. He took a step back and then didn't move, standing there, letting me look at him. Fuck, Sprite. I have never seen anything more stunning than you are right this minute. I reached out and ran my hands down his sides and around his waist. Then I slowly moved my hands back up his body, watching the goosebumps raising beneath my touch. I reached up with one hand and cupped his cheek, leaning in to kiss him while I trailed the other hand back down his torso, stopping at the band of his briefs. I ran that one finger along the band while I dipped my tongue into his mouth.
"Daddy," he moaned.
"I love the way that word sounds coming out of your mouth," I told him, as I stepped away and started removing my clothes. First my shirt, then my pants. "I want you on the bed right now." He hurried to do as I asked and got up on the bed on all fours.
"Like this, Daddy? Is this how you want me?"
"No, Sprite. I want you on your back. I want to look you in your eyes while I make you mine tonight."
"I'm already yours. All of me. I love you, Daddy," he said.
But he rolled to his back like I asked. God, I love you, Sprite. So damn much. I began touching his body, trailing my fingers across his chest and down his abs. We kissed and touched for what seemed like forever, until it wasn't enough and I needed to be even closer to him, to be inside him. I grabbed the bottle of lube and poured some into my hand. "Open up for me, baby boy." He pulled his legs back to give me easy access. I slowly stroked my cock with one hand as I teased his hole with the other, and he began to moan. "Baby, that's so beautiful. My fingers sliding in and out of you. I could watch you like this all night."
"No, Daddy," he whined. "I need you inside me, please."
"Did you forget who's in charge here, Sprite?" I teased, as I leaned over and licked the length of him from the base to the tip of his cock. I did it again, and at the same time I continued to thrust my fingers in and out of his hole, getting him ready for me.
"You are, Daddy. You're in charge."
His dick twitched and pre-cum leaked from his slit, and he began to beg in earnest.
"But Daddy, please, I can't."
"Shh, baby boy, I've got you. I know what you need." I hooked his legs up over my shoulders and lined up my cock with his hole. He gasped as I pushed through the ring of muscle with one stroke. I'd prepared him well, but I also knew my boy liked it when I was a little bit rough. I stayed there, buried deep inside him for a minute, giving him time to adjust. Then I slid his legs down around my waist and reached for his hands, linking our fingers together. I began to move slowly in and out of his body, dragging the head of my cock over his prostate with each easy thrust. In, out, in, out. His fingers tightened around mine as he writhed beneath me. I sped up my thrusts and he moaned, "Fuck, yes, Daddy, harder." My boy was a bossy little thing tonight, but he'd been brave enough to tell me he loved me, so I decided to let him get away with it just this once. The pressure was building in my balls, so I knew I wouldn't last much longer. I let go of his hands and moved his legs back up, gripping his upper thighs to get better leverage. "Now, baby boy, I want you to come for me." And I began to pound into him, hard and fast, chasing my release. He reached down and began to pump his cock furiously until finally his body went stiff beneath me, and he cried out as cum shot from his cock, pooling on his abdomen. Seeing him let go, combined with the tightening of his channel around my cock, pushed me over the edge as my orgasm slammed through me, and I called out as I filled his ass with my own release. I collapsed on the bed beside him and pulled him into my arms, holding him tight until our breathing returned to normal. "I love you, Daddy." "I know, Sprite. I love you too," I said, giving him a gentle kiss. "I think we need to take a shower and find something to eat." He sighed contentedly, snuggling in closer. "Gonna feel you all day tomorrow." "Sounds like you like the idea of that," I chuckled. "Oh yeah, I like it a lot." Chapter 25. Simon. "Be careful, don't let the floof ball out," Gunnar called to the guys as they prepared to unload the boxes that were in the back of their pickups. "No worries, I shut him in the bathroom. He'll be mad at me for days, probably, but at least the little Houdini won't get out." More than once over the last 2 weeks, the kitten we'd found at the local shelter had somehow managed to get out the front door. Because the backyard had a privacy fence and he was such a tiny little thing, we hadn't worried so much about him if he got out there. But I was terrified if he got out the front, he'd get lost. It had been a busy few weeks for us. I'd taken the position at the pediatrician's office, and so far I loved it. Gunnar's boss, Deke, had decided he was ready to retire, so Gunnar had started the process of buying him out of the shop. We'd decided that even if I had to buy out my lease on my apartment, there was just no point in pretending I lived there. So on this last boys' night, the boys all helped me pack everything up, and this weekend was moving day. Not that I brought that much with me. I sold most of the furniture and just kept my personal belongings and a few things from my kitchen. I could have just used Gunnar's truck in the evenings and done it all myself, but they wanted to help. "This is what friends do," Ben reminded me. "They give up their Saturdays to help each other move. Let us do this for you." How was I supposed to say no? Instead, I bought some beer, ordered a bunch of pizzas, and let them do it. Once everything was unloaded and the guys had eaten their weight in pizza, they cleared out, leaving the two of us in our house. "I can't wait for Rissa to come meet the floofball," Gunnar said. He was sitting on the couch with the little kitten curled up in a ball on his chest. He insisted it was because he liked feeling his heartbeat, but I thought it was the heat. Google said we were both right, but no matter the reason, there was something so freaking sexy about a big old man cuddling a tiny little kitten. Well, before she comes and meets him, he needs a name. I'm not having this poor baby stuck with a name like Floof because we didn't give him a proper one in time. "Well, Sprite, that's up to you. He's your kitten." "I'll think of something, but not tonight. Tonight I'm tired from moving." I plopped down on the couch and spun around to get in my normal spot with my head on his thigh and my legs stretched out on the couch. "I think I need a nap." "Yeah, all that put that over there was really hard work, wasn't it?" he said with a chuckle. I sighed dramatically. "You have no idea." He picked up the kitten and placed it on my stomach, then slid out from under my head. "You just sit tight. I'm going to grab a drink really quick. Do you want anything?" "No," I groaned. "I should probably get up and unpack a few boxes." "Or you could just lay right there and cuddle with the little floof ball. The boxes aren't going anywhere." "You're right.
I don't have to unpack them all today. I think Brennan left some of his sangria in the fridge. If so, that would be good.
I think he did. I'll grab you some, and I'll grab your e-reader. Then we can just chill on the couch for a bit, and we'll tackle the unpacking tomorrow.
He came back a few minutes later with a beer for him and a glass for me. He set them on the table in front of the couch and waited while I cradled the kitten so I wouldn't drop him and sat up enough for Gunnar to slide back into his spot. I relaxed back against him and released a contented sigh. Daddy?
What, Sprite?
Did I ever tell you that before I met you, I decided I didn't want a daddy at all? That I was going to try for a regular man instead because daddies weren't for me?
No, you didn't tell me that.
I nodded my head. Yep. That trip to Club Verde was supposed to be my last time to try and find the daddy for me, or I was going to give it all up. I'm so glad you chose that night to check out the club. Can you imagine if we hadn't met that night?
No, Sprite, I can't. You were made for me, baby. We would have found each other somehow, even if I hadn't gone to the club that night. I'm sure of it. It was destiny. You were meant to be my boy.
I was still adjusting to working a regular schedule and having Saturday and Sunday off each week. I was also really liking being able to plan things with my friends and family without everyone having to work around my crazy schedule. It was nice to be able to make appointments without having a calendar in front of me, like the one I had for today, for example. This was one I was really looking forward to. I pulled my car into the parking lot and got out, then took a deep breath and smiled, and then I walked inside Wicked Inc. Rainey grinned at me conspiratorially, then called to the back. Gunnar, your 3 o'clock is here. Does he know? I whispered. Doesn't have a clue. I put you down under a fake name. As far as he knows, you're just some new person who booked a tattoo. Thanks, Rainey. You're the best. I moved over to the books on the counter and started flipping through them. I didn't need to look. I was doing it more out of nervousness than anything since I already knew what I was getting. I'd been thinking about it ever since the night I moved into the house I now shared with Gunnar. A few minutes later, Gunnar came in from the back door. He glanced around looking for his client until he saw me standing there.
Sprite, what are you doing here?
I came to get a tattoo. I made an appointment and everything. He glanced over at Rainey and she nodded. Yup, he called in early this week. I started to tell him you were booked since I knew you were trying to get off earlier on Saturdays these days. But I figured for him you would make an exception. You know, him being so cute and all.
You want to get a tattoo?
I do.
Well, I can probably do that for you, depending on what you want and where you want it.
I walked over to him and went up on my tiptoes to give him a kiss. Then I took his hand and placed it flat against my chest over my heart. I want it right here, Daddy. Right over my heart. And this is what I want. I held out a piece of paper. It's the symbol for destiny mixed with the infinity symbol. Rainey drew it for me. I looked over and gave her a grateful smile. Because it's just like you said. I was meant to be your boy. He took the design and looked at it.
It was destiny, Sprite. Or fate, or kismet, or whatever you want to call it. But yes, I do believe you were made just for me.
He ran one finger along the design.
For infinity.
He nodded.
But you know you don't have to get it tattooed on your body if you don't want to. Just knowing you believe it, too, is enough.
I know that. And I know you always say people should be sure because a tattoo is kinda forever, but so are we. And I'm sure. I want to get the tattoo.
I love you, Sprite. And if you're sure, I'll do it.
You and me forever, Daddy. I've never been more sure of anything in my life. This concludes Gunnar by Jacki James. Narrated by Kurt Graves. Copyright 2022 by Jacki James. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Jacki James and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com
for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.